You know, I don't know.
I mean, Bull's not even breathing heavy.
No, well, he's very big. Yeah, he's such a competitor. Almost went for a takedown.
You saw that, right?
Yeah,
That was
his
instinct.
Yeah, but the thing is, the real problem is that
that's exactly what they said. And I was like, yeah, all you're doing right now, they've done, it was like, AI is built.
Just go to.
They have doing is they develop not just AI training, but training AI how to do just that is, that's the only reason why we switched over to cloud-based service, so that learning how to figure out how we don't have to pay you sales reps anymore. And that's a dark way of looking at it. I was just like, trust me, that's what cloud-based servers are for.
So Bo Nickel Joe came over to the broadcast booth, said 2-0 question mark.
At some point we'll see like they're always going to be able to touch this problem because a lot of people in restaurants they don't see they don't want to fucking just go they want to be treated to a person what's going on. Hey, last week I ordered out here I thought I was making this but this didn't show up or something different they can look down or something. There's a human still that shit happens. It's basically the way it usually goes. And that's the case. Guys like my dad, but I told him I said you are training.
So many people doing.
This is shit fine. You know, like, what are they doing?
That Silva hurt her back early in that round.
Silva's wrestling now. Both women, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belts.
Oh, beautiful.
One hit.
Good back.
Oh, that eye really bothering Clark Clay.
He got stunned.
Yeah, I love both patients. I mean, a lot of young fighters are crazy trying to finish there. You get a guy hurt, but instead of trying to go crazy and maybe get caught with something, he took his time. And now Paul Craig has got a cut. He just.
They're not.
Now they wait till there's 2 seconds on the clock.
Because they don't like to get sweaty or something. What is that it? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Dude, the whole stadium full. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one that was like, God.
What was that? I hope Donald Trump is like, why didn't you fucking do anything in there except run away?
Got this fucking blonde haired, white haired guy did not do fuck all. And neither did the other guy. So he was even worse.
This guy was even worse because at least the other guy, like, he put a little, I don't know. But it's like, what can you do
Striking.
when the guy, like, keeps running
For
away
2
from you?
years. Yes,
So
yes.
Kind of crazy.
Then he can do that.
just chasing this fucking guy no matter where I go. He does not engage. There you go. See, look, the one time.
This one, there's like 3 seconds left on the fucking song.
Yeah, nothing happened the whole rest of the fucking time.
Like that, this year is just
Look, I guess, look at that dude's ears. He's a punching bag, and that's why he runs away. Look at his fucking cauliflower ears. Look at his fucking ears, dude.
oh
He is a punching bag, and that's why he runs away. He's a little cunty fuck. Oh, but he fucking bloodied that dude. That sucks. Dude, if you know technicality, all that. Look at that fucker's ears. That guy's been grappled too hard in the head. Look at the size of his head. He's been grappled since he was young. It's been his dome grow weird. That haircut's not doing him any favors. Looks like the other dude looks like a man. Ginger looks like a fucker.
it cannot be the blue shirt.
They better not.
They're all booing. Literally the entire stadium.
It better be the guy with the. It better be the Chad dude, not the ginger.
They both.
Fuck the UFC.
Dana White was never allowed. I didn't even know. Crowd loves you.
Yeah, exactly.
I've never seen this ever.
Dude, what is happening? This guy is being interviewed by Joe Rogan. He's acting like the champion. We expect you to fight. We expect you to fight. But you didn't fight. And you didn't. What? What? Joe. This guy's just like an apprentice. Fuck you. I hate this guy's voice. I hate everything about him. I've never hated the match this much. That was the shittiest match I've ever fucking seen it. Guys, why'd you make watch this with you? This is terrible. Do you hate me? I thought we were friends. What do you do?
I didn't know this was gonna happen.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
I'm honestly delighted that the crowd, the whole entire stadium is booing.
Yeah, me too. Ugh, that guy's gotta be his brother. Oh my goodness, that's
And the guy's interview is like, this guy was expecting me to go fight.
He's like, what did they expect you to do? Fight? I'm the champ. I did a great job. I'm so fucking great. I'm barely even fighting. This other guy's been fighting a bunch. And look, I beat him on technicality. That's great. He's listed that you great. He's a list of the greats. I bet they run on technicality sometimes. I don't know. I'm not that good at this one.
Like I have to look into this. Look at all my CPU cauliflowers on the road.
That motherfucker road. Dude's a fucking punching bag head, dude. And I don't like that they make the blood eater too, or else I'm in a situation.
Because I do. But the first one good.
Yeah, the first one's great.
First one is amazing.
There also is no second one. It's just how it is. It's just definitely.
Okay, Carl's Oliveira is actually
Yeah, exactly. If these guys just dance with each other, if these guys just start making out like the last two guys, like I'm seriously gonna fucking end up watching UFC.
I've never heard Long Tires. I've never heard anyone like get food, let alone like an entire like stadium doing stuff.
Not just that, the dude talked as if he's in a completely different fight. Like, he like, dude, did your personality just snap into the ring?
Number one contender will be next. Sure.
Where, like, the other you actually has like the scratch.
Well, back in 2021, as many of you know, Charles Oliveira won the UFC lightweight title by stopping Michael Chandler in his tracks. Tonight,
Like they're literally all foods and
Exactly.
the rematch
that was like
is
literally
upon us, and for the winner, big things heading
watch this to like see a real fight. Like literally, when you think of UFC, you think of like
into 2025.
there's some guy in the corner of a cage just getting like blood splattered with like the bloody knuckles from this guy.
Charles Oliveira, one of the most accomplished.
Goddamn hands. I've never seen this.
Mixed martial arts.
I've seen this Brazilian guy fight though. He actually knows. He's like grappler.
Cells into the
Really good at getting.
5. He puts him.
I don't know how these people actually take shots like elbows to the fucking face of the
Cells in harm's way.
How is their jaw just not hanging on the floor?
Mas se for lutar pelo título, o cara chegou com uma vibe gigantesca, ele era o novo campeão, que ele tinha.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not joking.
he clipped it. Oliveira down. Hurt him. Oh, Oliveira in the world of trouble early.
Charles
He'll be there in a second, big dog.
At that point,
I am, just for a moment.
even though he was on a nice streak, he had this reputation of quitting. And I believed if I put the pressure on him, that he eventually will. Wilton eventually quit. A fraction of a second away from becoming UFC champion. The rematch. Match is going to go a lot differently.
Oh my goodness! There is not one MMA. Planet! That's on the worst TV! Rematch!
How are you today, Riser?
Com certeza que vai ter time aqui com muito mais sede para poder mostrar que
Yes, we did. Or I did. How are you?
pode vencer, ele está vindo com sede de vitória.
I'm well, thank you.
E agora,
Thank you for streaming a fight. I really appreciate it.
com certeza,
It's much
né,
clearer
ele
than my version.
sabe que eu sou um problema, ele sabe que ele não pode vacilar, se vacilar não conseguir.
You're welcome. I mean, I'm up like all day too. You don't
When it
understand
comes
that,
to
but
fight night,
I know. I'm up all night, all day, and then I got to get a little bit of sleep in.
my pace
So I
and my
just funk
pressure,
out for 12 hours.
eu sei na última luta contra ele. This is how the next chapter gets written in my quest for the title and become the number one light.
You know,
in the world.
yeah, actually, Frosty, I fucking talked to for so fucking long last night. And about like old school RuneScape. Yeah. Anyway, um, yeah, he was. I truthfully, I really enjoy the middle of the night. I just do. It's like when the whole wide world is fast asleep, I'm taking it over. And I don't know. I find a lot of people who use the internet are up really late, and if I want to connect with them, that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, the people in like India, yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're looking at population, yeah, and like that's what most of the population of the world is.
I don't think there's more English speakers over there than there are on our side.
That's a good question. Let's look it up.
I mean, I guess if you count Europe and stuff, probably.
So it's a good question. So is the question: are there more? Let's just get a breakdown of all the English-speaking countries. Yo, dog, can you please provide me with a list from most to least of countries with English speakers? Wow. India, approximately 600 million English speakers. United States, 300 million. Pakistan, 125 million. Like, we haven't even named England yet. Nigeria, which I get a lot too, 120 million. The UK is number 5 at 70 million. Philippines at 80 million. So, like, most of these countries are Canada, 30 million, but most of them are like west, east of here. And so, like, their midday is like in the middle of our night. And I don't know, I watch like Eddie, if you know who Eddie Craven is of Steak, he did an he does an AMA every like Saturday where he talks about the platform and what they're trying to do, and I watched that. Um, oh, you stopped it?
Yeah, the problem is making my computer take noise down. So,
You're
I
good.
can send you the link if you want to watch it. I've been waiting. Probably 5 years. No, they've been out for like 7 years. Finally, they projected basically took a zero knowledge.
Charles
What's the name of the website you use?
Sullivan.
You know why he's loved? Because where Michael Chandler.
I can send you the link. It's crack screens right now.
Excellent. Yeah, please do if you will. Holy shit.
No, I did send it to you.
All right, I'm gonna give it a try. Thank you. Just one moment.
I think we'll see if that works. I don't know why that works. See if I can find another one here. I mean, they're such amazing fights. Last one was really
Right. Caspian Sea, does it say the media could not be loaded either because the server network failed?
It's not working. Okay, that's weird. It works for me when I hit play. Though.
Right.
I can start streaming again. That helps.
Yeah, that'd be baller as fuck. Heyo. Are you a big fan of John Jones, Riser?
No, but I have seen the Brazilian guy fight before, and he's pretty menacing. So it's hard. I mean, Joe Rogan said he's one of the best grapplers in the sport, and
That's all I need to hear.
yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
So
I
is
don't know who the fuck Jones is. I'm sure he's good. He looks like he's more of a puncher guy. I don't know how he is grappling.
okay. So you don't know who John Jones is, or do you? John Jones is like
Is it the owner of the Cowboys arena?
no. That's
Jerry Jones.
no. That's Jerry Jones. His name.
I thought John Jones was a fighter. Is not to be a fighter.
He is. So Jerry Jones owns the Cowboys. That's a different person. John Jones is arguably, according to Joe Rogan, the greatest UFC fighter of all time. He's like 20-1. The only reason he ever lost was because of a disqualification. You used to be able to, or you used to not be able to take your elbow and come down perpendicular on a guy. You can now, I think, or I don't know all the rules of UFC. In fact, I know barely any of them. But he got disqualified because his elbow came down at too straight of an angle on someone's head, and he got disqualified for it. Aside from that, he's never lost. Damn, how the fuck does it load right? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, loads for me. I don't know why we're free guys. Maybe it's because I'm in Canada.
I think it should be right.
Alright, let's see. I'm gonna check all of their outfits. This one.
Is that the guy on the right? No, that's on the left. That's the guy without tattoos, the dark-haired one.
Yeah. White hair, great tattoos.
Oh,
Looks like I'm watching it now that I'm using the Canada VPN, Canada ISP.
oh, okay.
I told you, rubbish.
I did. Wow, I'm amazed. Good on you, man. I usually thought these like bootleg sites didn't care. But apparently they do. Well, now we can watch it on multiple. Well, Riser, is it making your computer hot?
Yeah, Caspian, you got it going? So I can stop by.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. I'm just watching this oh, I thought I made that PFP picture. Let's see. Oh, there. Boom, on the ground.
Ooh, game over. This thing is game over. Look how much time's left.
This is a fucking fight.
Why is he sitting on like a picnic bench?
That's a great question. I would.
He's trying to pull the guy's leg over, but the other guy's doing the smart thing by locking his foot under his knee so that
He's got his arm locked. Wow.
I've never seen it.
this is grappling. This is the grappling. This is actual jujitsu.
Oh, he got his hand out. Now can he just start smacking him in the face?
Sorry, I can't.
I love hearing Joe Rogan commentate.
What's up, Rabbi?
That was Riser. He said he liked when Joe Rogan commentates.
I don't want Joe Rogan. I just didn't like the way he was not honest about the last fight. Oh, there you go. There it is. That slipped foot. That's the problem. Look at him. The slow bend. There you go.
Boy, this foot like twisted. The guy in the bottom was twisted weird.
What he's trying to do is get the guy to tap out by applying so much pressure that the guy decides, I'd rather not go through the pain or accidentally hyperextend or pop something out of the socket. He's
No, his legs are okay now, I guess.
yeah, he got his leg in a better spot. There you go. No, they're both good. They're both good at grappling. Honestly, Oliveira would have had a lesser fighter done. The guy's smart about rocking his feet.
Oh, they're hugging.
Really looked like he punched his own face from the angle I saw.
But grabbing the cage, you can't do that.
Illegality.
Well, fine.
Very good job, Riser. That's right. I don't think they should fight in a cage. I think they should fight like karate combat. If you've ever seen that, where it's like, they're like pads that.
It's 2 minutes. You should walk in the ring and 1 minute you should leave.
Well, that's kind of death match.
I know, too.
Karate combat has a thing where it doesn't have a ring. It's just like a pad that is at an angle, so that if you get pushed up against it, you just kind of go up a hill, and it's and you can have it like you can put it in the middle of a basketball court, and it works. And I mean, I get a lot of my UFC information from Joe Rogan, believe it or not, but he thinks that you should fight like that as well. I saw Morelight fight the developer of Harry Potter Abomasonic Tent Inu when he fought BitBoy, and that's how they fought. If you ever saw any footage from that, so there's no cage, it's open, and that means it's easier for the crowd to see too. And then there's none of this like getting caught up against the cage.
I mean, I don't think the cage becomes that much of an issue most of the time. I mean, like they'll occasionally grab onto it, but I think if the walls were open, like the karate people just run around the walls, I don't feel like escape, and that would be a bad way. If there's like a way to like escape by just running and bouncing off the walls, kind of, like that could also be a problem.
I've not seen that done. I guess you could, but the walls are pretty steep. I'm not saying you couldn't run up them. You can, but it's just a little more freeing.
Yeah, I guess. I don't think it would be bad. I don't think the age is wrong.
I don't think it's that great for viewing at the event. There's just so many there are so many obstacles in the way.
Yeah, they can just make it clear glass.
Yeah,
if they wanted to.
that would be something.
They don't have to make it a black game like that. So there.
Ooh, that what you want to happen?
Oh, there we go. Oh, it's fun there.
Ooh, ooh. Ooh.
They've airlocked this round again.
The brown haired guy? Yeah, definitely. Ooh. Ooh.
Whoa, yeah. I don't know how this guy takes so many shots. He probably took like 30 fucking elbows.
And he took that knee. Yeah.
I guess that numbing cream works wonders.
He's got to.
Chandler is not tempted to take down. I think if you're in UFC, you have to like be going for takedown.
Right. You got to get some points. He's down a few rounds now.
Yeah, no, he's gonna have to KO if he wants to win that probably. Or
He's going to get into this position. Oh, flying knee kick.
I like how he just goes for elbows, this guy. Which I
Uh-oh,
ask
he's-
myself a lot, like why? Like elbows probably hurt a lot more than your fists.
They are unprotected. They're unprotected, so yeah, I imagine they hurt more than the hand or the fist. Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
There we go. There we go. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, there is fucking really good.
Yeah, he's got a lot of time, and he's in great position to win. Wow, he got him out. Yeah.
Worm Chandler. Worm out of it. Oh, no, that's not good.
No.
It's like latching on like a little pear plate. Like a boa constrictor. Come on, no, there, get the KO. You deserve it. Come on.
I'm in agreement. He does deserve it. Uh-oh.
There
Uh-oh.
you go. There you go. There you
Oh,
go. There
he
you
let
go.
him
There
go.
you go. There you go. Come on. Ah.
Oh, he's getting him again.
Only 20 seconds left.
Yeah, not enough time for a submission.
Oh, he's still. Oh, wow. Okay. They give up? Oh, gave up on you. Can you believe they like hug each other after and like congratulate one another after that?
It's mutual respect, I think.
So it's a 5-rounder, okay, or 4-rounder, 5-rounder probably. The main event.
No, John Jones is a main event. Whenever anybody asks me who my favorite UFC fighter is, I always say John Jones, but I've never seen him fight live. I've only seen clips because he doesn't fight that often. He's the heavyweight champion, or was the heavyweight champion. He fights like maybe once every 2 years or something. I think the last time he fought it's been a while. So I'm excited to see him, what he's going to do.
Yeah, it's not a sport where he can just do it very frequently.
Yeah. Okay, so that was not the final round. So they were still very like friendly after the previous round. I thought it was done. I thought. Is it a 5-round fight? And is this the 5th round?
It was 4 out of 5.
Oh, this is 4 out of 5. Okay, so there's still some time.
25 minutes of fighting is great.
Oh, it's got to be so exhausting. 25 minutes of doing anything, even like cardio, is difficult. But cardio with your life depending on it, oh, what a flying knee kick. Oh, man. Oh, he just took a major whiff. He can barely stay on his feet. Oh, going for the takedown.
Yeah, you still there? Yeah, right. Over there, he was good on the ground for it.
He seems like he's a little bigger. I'm not exactly sure, but
He's definitely taller.
Yeah.
For sure, but taller by quite a bit.
Joe Rogan says, I hate when I talk about UFC because, again, he's like the only person really who I listen to a lot about the subject. But I think he has a couple good suggestions. One is to close the fingers on the gloves so that you don't get like eye pokes or like fingernail cuts. And the other is when the round ends, he says you should go back to the position where you were. So like just because the clock ends doesn't mean that everybody gets to be back on their feet and fight at the beginning of the next round. If you were on the ground in a headlock, you need to,
Yeah, so you go back to the joke.
or at least you have to go back on being on the bottom and like in wrestling and the guy on the top then gets to start that way and that's kind of more realistic because you're at a certain point you're just waiting for the bell so that you can get back on your feet. It's like a free opportunity and it doesn't punish you previously for what you were doing.
I guess, but if they're going for realism, then they wouldn't have like the reset. It would just be like whatever, 25 minutes, no break.
There are people who say that too, and that Joe Rogan does not agree with that. I kind of like that. Hey, we're gonna just no time limit. Whatever guy comes out, that's just how it's gonna be. That's a real fight. I mean, if we want this to be as similar to a real situation.
Yeah, I mean, you make a sport out of it, so they give you a little quart of water, have a talk in between, and then go on Twitter and update your little TikTok and back out. But, I mean, maybe we should start our own fighting league.
What would we call it? It needs a great acronym.
SPNC, Rabbi, MA.
I want to call it ASS. Amazing, sexy submitters. The ASS League. It's going to compete. It's going to overtake UFC. Another thing I've heard Joe Rogan say, again, I hate saying this, but he makes a good point, that you shouldn't be able to wear shorts. It should just be like tights, because it's too easy to grab a guy's shorts and just kind of pull him down.
Do they do that? I've never seen a guy get pants.
I think they do wear tighter stuff now, but yeah, it's a good point. I don't know if
I mean, this guy, the Alver guy, has like both. He has like the tights and then like these like cut up shorts over tops.
Right. And I think the argument is that you can grab those top shorts and get a little bit more of an advantage on a guy, as opposed to if it's just skin tight.
Isn't that like against the rules though?
Well, that's what the argument is. They need to change the rules. And then another thing they said is perhaps allow the fighters to have sponsorships on their shorts. They used to allow that, but then the one sponsor that became kind of contentious is Condom Depot. Like, the UFC didn't want to be associated necessarily with Condom Depot. So I think you just vet the advertisers. But then the guys can make money for themselves as pretty freely by just wearing whatever on their shorts. I just want the people who do this, which is literally like, they're like risking their lives. I want them to be able to have the financial stability to be able to pay for their hospital bills and all that other shit. CTE after it's all said and done. I want them to be able to make as much money as possible. So if you look at their short, go ahead.
It's a strange rule that they can't have.
That guy's he's got such reach with those legs.
Yeah. Oh.
That could have been bad.
That could have been. You're exactly right. 100%, man. That was his opportunity.
Yeah, fucked up there and he could have fucking passed us. Like he's in shock about mentally. He's just kind of dodged this fucking serial killer.
It's interesting now that I see their two shorts. Like the one guy's shorts are like a skirt, and the other guy's has like booty shorts. Oh, what a whiff. Oh, but it actually kind of worked out for him in the craziest of ways.
No, they're pretzel.
Dude, I want to see this motherfucker win. Win, dude.
No,
Win. Win. What a comeback. One of the great comebacks in history.
That's bad. Oh my god, he lost a lot of brain.
This would be one of the greatest comebacks I've ever seen in the UFC. It looked like the other guy was going to just lose so badly, and now here's his chance.
We'll see. Wow.
Oh,
Still 3 minutes to go, too.
right. Never thought I'd see this. It looked like Oliveira was just going to walk into the winner's circle.
I was going to try and triangle lock his neck.
Did it freeze? Oh, no, it's good. It's good. Well, sometimes you just need to refresh.
I got up.
Oh, now, okay. That was his chance. Looks like they'll definitely win this round.
Took some bad blows to the back of the head there.
Yes, he did. If I were a UFC fighter, or a boxer, I don't know why I wouldn't have a really big beard and a bunch of hair, like dreadlocks. It seems like it's an advantage. I really think so. It's an advantage.
Yellow dreadlock helmet.
Exactly. I mean,
We're home against
there.
8-foot dreadlocks tied in their turban.
Exactly. It's going to be a fashion sensation sweeping the nation. But you know what I mean? Like, I would use every advantage I could. I'd be like, okay, how long can my beard be? They'd be like 3 inches. I'd have a 3-inch beard. How long can my dreadlocks be? 5 inches. I'd have 5-inch dreadlocks. I would just use every advantage I could. And I don't understand why other people don't. Like Sugar Sean O'Malley, he does that dreadlock thing. And I think it perhaps helps him a little bit. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh, that was like WWE. That was amazing. He's going to do it again. He's going to do it again. Get up, dog. Do it again. This is amazing.
Oh my god.
Amazing.
Yeah. Oh, wait. He tapped at the end?
Wow.
Why did he tap at the end?
Missed him and then he tapped.
That was wild.
That was a real fight, though. Oh my god.
Wow. This just became like the Republican National Convention. Who is that guy?
How many fucking UFC fights is Donald Trump and Elon gonna watch? They're just gonna be front row seats. And that's probably the best perk of being president and whatever the fuck you want. Front row UFC fights every damn time.
Well, believe it or not, that's why Joe Rogan originally did it. They didn't pay him for like the first 11 fights or something. They didn't have a lot of money. And Joe Rogan just he's like, wait, so you mean I get the best seat in the house, I get free tickets, and all I have to do is commentate? And they're like, yeah. And that's why he did it. He wanted to just see the fights up close. And then it started to catch on and they started to pay him. But he did at least the first 10 fights for free. Ooh.
Yeah,
I've never been to a UFC, but it's something I definitely would like to get into. I've been to boxing, but not UFC.
Why did he? He's not even in a choke there. Why would he tap?
I know, that's the interesting thing. And he had just like done that body slam twice to Oliveira. I would think that.
I mean, maybe he knew that he was gonna. I mean, he lost like the first 4 rounds, so maybe he just was like, all right, well, second half.
So
Give it to him.
we've got Kid Rock there as well. Looks to be Kid Rock, Elon Musk, and Donald Trump. What a strange group.
Do you feel like they should be like fixing the country and like putting up like a map together? And
Well,
shit?
there's an argument to be made that he's not president yet, so this is kind of just like he couldn't do anything if he wanted to.
I mean, when you have like all of America in your hands,
But
I
he,
feel like
you know,
I feel like it should be like a serious. Do you think Putin is going to all the Russian UFC games and shit?
no,
He's just living the life.
no, but I mean, it's a different world there. They're in the middle of a huge war, and they have to stay really focused on that. He's not the president yet. He's just kind of in this interlude time. He is technically there with his director of government efficiency, which isn't it hilarious that we have 2 heads of government efficiency, which just seems extremely inefficient anyway, and that the Department of Government Efficiency
Elon Musk make up the acronym
for Doge.
Say Doge.
I think so. Have you seen the there's like the logo of it? It looks like a cartoon. It even has like a little mascot. Is that Oliveira?
Yeah. He's from like South America somewhere.
Is he Brazil?
Yeah, he is from Brazil.
So it's Portuguese.
Do you have any interesting Brazil facts or conspiracies or
That's a good one.
anything at all?
Most of the stuff comes from World War II.
Argentina. That's Argentina.
It's Brazil as well. It's both, but Argentina is a major one. Yeah, I'm fascinated with it. So one of the things that I really think is interesting is its capital is Brasilia. When they built the capital, is in the 1960s, and they built it to mimic a plane. So like if you look at the city, it's spread out like this, like an airplane, and it's in the middle of the jungle. There's. I just want to hear what this guy says. What?
I mean, it kind of looks like a bird, too, I guess.
The capital?
Yeah, Brasilia.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, it could be a bird or a plane or a boomerang
Right. It's not perfect, but I just think it's interesting that they were like, okay, let's just pick a random shape and build a city in the middle of the rainforest.
No, it's not random because if you look at the lake, there's a water body that goes kind of like this abstract U shape around. So I think it appears like it kind of follows that flow around like the horseshoe of the water body.
Well, I understand that. When they chose the location, as I understand, they chose it for its central location because everything was like Rio de Janeiro or Sao Paulo, and they wanted something more inland, and so they chose that. And so the whole city's built in the I think in the international style, and it has some fascinating architecture. That's not the coolest shit I know, but wait, the interesting thing is what's happening with its economy. So it is the B in BRICS, and BRICS alliance is essentially could perhaps one day be the strongest alliance in the world, and um, it's moving out of the developed world into being a first world economy. Has the tallest. It has the tallest average height of any um, country in South America. It's got a lot of those, like biggest economy, all these other things. Um,
With its average height, what?
yeah. So the people there are generally taller than anywhere else in South America, and usually that's just because of. I mean, it's genetics, but it's also they have better access to food, healthcare, and things.
There's some they have some good jungle food from the Amazon, probably.
I mean, I think they're really known for their barbecue, like Brazilian barbecue, and yeah, they're probably frying up all kinds of, or grilling up all kinds of stuff. Um, all right, so look at this. Jones's money line is negative 650. That's like extremely in his like. He's definitely the favorite. That's a big money. That's a big money line. So basically, if you put $100 on the other guy, and he wins, you win $650. Mediocre.
Why would they put him up against someone with such 6-1 odds?
Well, that's the thing. John Jones, as I understand, is like the best UFC fighter of all time. So this is like the best guy they can find.
Really?
He is.
Is he actually really good, the guy who's fighting?
Wait, John Jones or the other guy? Oh, the other guy? I don't know the other guy. But at least if you even look on John Jones's Wikipedia page, it says he's the best pound for pound fighter in the UFC, arguably ever. And the other thing is he's a heavyweight champion. They very rarely have these fights. I looked it up earlier today. The last heavyweight fight I think was in 2021. The last heavyweight championship fight, I should say. That was according to AI, so it could be wrong, but like they just don't do these fights that often. I'm in agreement. Let me double check that. Wikipedia, heavyweight championship. UFC. Dude, this Miyoki guy is apparently very, very good, and I just don't know anything about the sport. Championship history. Okay. Okay, so Jones was stripped of the interim title on November 9th, 2016, due to a one-year suspension relating to a pre-fight drug test. Jones won the undisputed UFC title in 2017, but was stripped after his win was overturned by a no contest due to a failed pre-fight drug test. Cormier was retroactively reinstated as champion. Then Cormier vacated the title on December 28th, 2018, after winning the heavyweight title. And then Jones vacated the belt on August 17th, 2020, citing issues with the UFC salary negotiation and his desire to compete as a heavyweight. Hold on a second. Do I have this correct? I'm looking at the heavyweight, I think. Let me make sure.
Are you on Joe Rogan TTT?
I wish. I would hope it would be better than this. No, I'm on. Okay, here it is. So John Jones has been the champion for 619 straight days.
Well, I mean, if you don't fight for like 2 years,
I agree with you. I think you should at least have to defend it maybe annually.
that's another rule that can be changed. You have to fight at least one time.
Right.
How often do UFC fights happen? Is it every weekend?
No. Well, I mean, if you count like the small ones, but usually it's like once every 3 months. Let me
What? Really?
let me check that. It might be once every 2 months, but how often on average are UFCs, like UFC 301, 302, 303, 304? How much time is usually in between each of them?
At least like once a month.
It's 4 to 6 weeks. So not 9 or not 90 days.
I mean, but there's only like 5 fights a night or something?
That's,
Maybe 6? Like, let's say like once a month.
on average, how many UFC
5
fights are in each? So it's 12 to 14 fights. But the thing is, they do prelims, which are like 4 to 6 fights that are usually on UFC Fight Pass or ESPN. And then the main card, which is what we're watching, is 5 to 6 fights.
But is it the same day?
Yeah.
Or no? Like,
yeah.
Like the people have some scorecard and they're watching the 5 fights. They probably.
Actually, if they wanted to, they could probably watch 12 fights. There are like 5 prelim fights and then the 5 main card fights. So they could be there at like 2 p.m.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not a lot of, I don't want to say not a lot of people do that. A lot of people in the crowd do it, but the celebrities don't do it because it's just too long of a day.
Yeah. All the cool people show up.
Word.
But yeah, basically there's not a lot of, like, you don't get a lot of opportunities to fight in UFC.
Especially if you're like a heavyweight, seemingly. Or at least for the championship.
Yeah, why is that? Like, I thought heavyweights, they grapple and fight, like, pretty much. You know?
Why is it in the UFC that the heavyweight championship is so rare. They don't fight sometimes every year. Sometimes it's once every 2 years. Why is that? Okay, so there's fewer top contenders at that level. You need longer recovery times. There's a champion's inactivity or preferences. So heavyweight champions sometimes take longer breaks between title defenses because of injuries, personal reasons, or lack of motivation to fight frequently. This can lead to longer gaps, injuries, and cancellations. With longer career lulls, heavyweight fighters are typically older than competitors in lighter divisions because they peak later and may have shorter careers. Big name fights take longer to develop. Given the prestige and hype around the heavyweight title, UFC typically likes to build up major fights. Change in champions. Heavyweight title fights may not be as frequent because of the unpredictability in the division. Um, so Stipe Miocic, that's this guy? Um, he defended his title several times, but had long gaps between defenses, particularly due to injuries. His reign as champion had breaks of over a year in some instances. So this is fascinating to me. This guy, Miocic, if that's who this guy is that who this is? Is this the main fight? And then he's
John Jones.
no, John Jones is African American. Um, I think this is. I don't know if this is Miocic. This guy was already heavyweight champion, and John Jones is still a negative 500, like basically 5.5 to 1 favorite, and he's fighting a former heavyweight champion. It shows you how good John Jones is considered. Like
Joe Rogan says he's the best fighter of all time.
Yep. Yep.
That's a lot. Okay.
That's what I say too. I say like, look, he's seen more fights than maybe, at least UFC wise, maybe anybody, and he has to. He doesn't have to make a living on it, but it's like one of his crafts. And for him to say John Jones is the best all time, undisputed, that does carry a lot.
Interestingly enough, he's a heavyweight.
Right. Exactly. Like, there's always been this thing about Floyd Mayweather and how good he is. There he is. That's the man. That's John Jones. He doesn't even look that in shape. He literally looks like a guy who just play pickup basketball at the Y on the weekends. And
let's fucking go, man.
LFG,
so
man.
Hyped up, man.
Excellent. Like, if yeah, exactly. If you were to say to me, like, who is if you had to pick one person on earth to beat the shit out of anybody else, it's this guy. I would be like, you mean like Shaquille O'Neal or somebody who's huge and like giant wouldn't take him down? But nope. Like, when it comes down to grappling and kicking and punching and all, like ground floor work and all that other shit, this man's the man.
Secret. Looking up lots of milk porn on Bing search engine.
Dog, that's what it's about. It's not just that. Okay, if you really want to get into specifics, it's MILF facial split screen slow-mo compilations. That's where it's at. Because then it's like a ton of different pictures. They're in slow motion if you want, and then there's always something going on there.
Do you specifically seek out slow motion videos, or do you adjust the playback speed?
I go slow motion, but I don't normally
I didn't know that there was slow motion porn videos.
Well, there's something for everybody, kid.
You want to see the fucking sport just go through the air for a good 10 seconds.
I'm a scientist at heart, and I love the fluid dynamics of what's going on in there. I like to take it all in.
Fluid dynamics of the pornography. I mean, in John Jones' defense, he is a heavyweight. But most UFC fighters are pretty shredded. That looks like kind of also
Go through bone like butter.
they're like 8 foot tall. Doing somersaults and cartwheels. He's ready.
Is anyone else having message issues on Discord?
Oh yeah, I got a try again red error thing, which has never happened to me, and it won't load. It's weird.
Yeah, I'm getting that too.
And refreshing does nothing to solve the issue.
It's a Discord thing.
But he's a British guy from yesterday that maximizes making it happen.
That's me. That guy's a fucking idiot.
You're not.
What's going on, Caspian? How you doing, dude? So, what's the situation with this fake Yorkshire American?
I try not to pay much attention. I ended up typing them out for
He DM'd me a video and it showed a generic IP address.
Riser, how many rounds is it going to be?
I'm not a big UFC man myself.
All right.
but it's going to be a fight, I reckon.
Excellent.
I've got 2 beers left, so I may as well just enjoy it.
Absolutely. That's the perfect amount that you need for the heavyweight championship of the world.
Yeah, you know me.
Ooh.
It's got him pressured already.
Caspian, see, who do you have in the fight?
Jones.
I think that's the way to do it. It's pretty amazing.
Gotta be smart about things.
Oh, what's happening here?
Oh. Oh.
Yo, I just saw that. That was fucking hardcore.
Word. There's a lot of time left in this round for Jones to just tee off on this motherfucker and make it a 1 round. And
Fucking get him.
and he's a former heavyweight champion.
I'm not massively like a fight sport fan myself, but yesterday's fight got me back into it, man.
Absolutely. I think that was kind of smart of the UFC or whomever to kind of put these two fights together.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one entirely. I know Paul versus Tyson fight was really disappointing, but the fights that led up to it were fucking ruthless.
Wow. Wow. He's just toying with him like a cat. It's over. It's over. It's over. You're gonna kill this guy.
I swear he's had the white guy on the ground for like the last 5 minutes.
Right. And he was just basically able to hit him in the face 6 or 7 times without too much of an issue.
UFC is a different breed, man.
You got that right.
I am the different breed.
There you go. Oh.
their spines are gonna scream at them in a few years.
Agreed. And perhaps CTE.
These guys are just asking for sciatica, big stuff.
It's over. Wait, was that the end of the round? Yeah. Oh, wow. He got saved by the bell.
Why dude needs a wheelchair at this point?
That's right. He better hope that the other 4 rounds don't go that way. Though I probably think they will.
What the fuck? They look less damaged than the fucking women boxing last night.
Right.
After all of that. But yo, there must be an eyebrow gash somewhere.
Brutal takedown.
That's a fucking takedown, mate.
Wow. That was a much better round for Miocic than the first one. He looked done in the first one.
Was a fucking slaughter. Second round, there wasn't much that was happening. It was just this going either way.
Ooh, nice uppercut. There he is.
Oh, my fucking screen cut out.
You back, baby. First round, John Jones dominated. The second one, it was pretty equal. After that first round, I'm surprised that Miocic still is fighting. It looked like they were going to end it. And he's doing pretty well now.
I know I saw he was getting elbowed and he's getting exploded.
Ooh, two major face shots. What's always really interesting to me is like there are 8 billion people in the world right now, and these two guys are arguably like the best fighters of all of them. That's just amazing to me. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
UFC motherfuckers,
Ooh.
man. They're nuts.
Ooh.
There you go.
That's it. Wow. What a fucking kick. Unexpected. Look at that. Look at that little dance.
Just happened there.
What a fucking kick. He did the
fucking Trump.
he did the Trump
It's
dance.
fucking Donald Trump. Yo, mate.
Hilarious. Wow. It's like he wasn't even tested.
What the fuck, minds? What the fuck, fuck?
Yeah, this is my light heavyweight champion, man. This guy's the greatest of all time.
Yo, Lee, you live in London, mate?
No.
What part do you live?
I live in Syracuse, man. Please don't tell me we're gonna have a debate about where in the UK we're from again.
Yo, Lee, all I want to say is if you go to UK, he will beat you the fuck out for nice, fam.
Wow, what a kick.
Oh, I'm so scared, right? So scared. So scared, man.
And we will brutally rape you.
Wow,
What a kick.
you are one special individual, my blood.
Fuck up, fam.
Well, I miss someone with all these fake English people. English, man. This guy's obviously like fake results. Thinks he's so funny, but he's average Americans. They don't know nothing.
I'm an average Brit, fam. I make more money than your average American does. Fuck a little McDonald's is a bastard.
Been a Brit for 23 years, they're gonna tell me, and I'm an American. So, okay. Are you from Yorkshire too? Yeah.
Not fitted like trailer park. I promise you, not have cold.
Oh, man. Yeah, bro. You're funny, you're right.
Look at that.
Yeah, John Jones had it.
Jones, look at that, man. Even though it's still Walker's living ass, that's still not close to that limit from.
This back kick, I don't think anybody was expecting it. This one, out of nowhere, boom, right in the torso, puts him on the ground and kicks him out.
Damn, that accuracy needs.
Yeah, and if he had missed, it would have been bad for him. He did not. He got him right where he wanted.
recording myself. Are you here, Phil?
Well, that might be all she wrote. It was a hell of a fight. Yes, sir.
If I was fighting Jones, I would have knocked him out.
Well, there we go. Well, we have some new friends in here. I don't know if you all know who I am, but I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. I do it because I don't want war anymore. And you should know that you're always welcome here. We watch a lot of sports. We'll watch the NFL tomorrow. We'll watch Monday Night Football. We'll watch Kill Tony. Just a big fan of athletics in general. So appreciate everybody for coming out. Thank you. Thank you to Caspian C for the streaming. Absolutely, man. Excellent. All right, Caspian C. Riser, are you ready for some golf?
I'm actually spending time with that right
All right. Excellent. You do you, baby. Very well. Well, thank you for streaming it, and that was excellent quality. Thank you, Riser, for the link, and everything worked out there. That was really good. I'm still in shock that it's over. It always happens to me whenever I see a fight. I'll watch it, and I'll be like, all right, what's next? It's like, that's it, baby. Riser, what did you think?
To jump off, boys. Nice chatting to you.
Absolutely. Big Lemon, we want to see you here more often. Thank you so much for coming out. We appreciate it. Riser might be doing his own thing. Okay.
And taken advantage of this new communication technology, and they didn't. And that's not a good sign. You know, it's so funny. We bring our professors down to Miami, you know, professors from Oxford and Cambridge, and they're so relieved to come there. And the reason they're relieved to come there is because they're treated badly by their own institutions, these great professors. They're treated with contempt. They're paid miserably. That's especially the case in the UK. All we have to do is appreciate them. I tell the professors who come to Peterson Academy, like, here's the deal. You can say exactly what you want in exactly the way you want. You can teach what you love. We'll put a studio audience together that actually wants to listen to you. That's the only reason you're there. We'll offer you a financial deal that's better than you can get with any book. We'll give you more reach than you could ever also hope to get with any published manuscript. You can bring what you know to the world for next to nothing. We figure we can offer a university quality, high-level university quality equivalent for about $2,000 over 4 years.
Wow.
Yeah, we have a great social media platform. So I don't know, you tell me what you think about this. So we've been wrestling with price, right? Because pricing something is very difficult. And part of the problem with social media platforms is that they're free. And you might say, well, that's not a problem. It's like, it is a problem because things that are free get overrun by parasites instantly. And so you get the trolls, you get the bots, you get the bad corporate actors, you get the scam artists, because there's no barrier to their participation.
Right.
And so we put a $450 cost on our offering per year for the early adopters. That's available now. And we're hoping that the fact that there has to be a bit of a financial sacrifice on the front end will make our social media network high quality and clean, because there's a little bit of skin in the game to participate. So we've taken the best elements of the popular social media networks and amalgamated that, and we're hoping that we can produce a community of people who are responsible and achievement-oriented and upward striving and intellectually curious, and bring them together so they can form their own communities as well as participating in the lectures. And so I'm extremely excited about this. The courses, we got lucky too, because we set up a production studio in Miami, and we have state-of-the-art film crew and editors. But just when we started to film, the AI illustration capacity came online, and we filmed everyone against a white background. And so we can fill the whole background with imagery and graphs and comments. Can you run a trailer for, just pick one of the courses at random, because this is actually how the courses look. So the trailers are very tightly edited, but so are the courses. And so let me show you one of them so you get a sense of what we've managed to accomplish.
Lot of fascinating questions. Where do we come from? Where are we going? What is the universe made of? How can we possibly understand the grand landscape of the cosmos? When you look back in space, you look back in time. It's amazing we've been able to do this, to study the properties of the cosmos, time scales of billions of years, size scales billions of times bigger than our own. And now the question is, can we go back to time equals 0? Can we go back to before time equals 0? And what does that even mean? I hope in this course to keep striving and asking these great questions, because without great questions, there can be no great answers. And without great answers, there can be no understanding.
Wow. Brian Keating.
Fun, Joe.
Pretty bad.
Yeah, well, I was so happy when I saw the trailers, because Michaela and her husband, Jordan Fuller, they've been working very diligently on this for about 3 years, and they basically built it from scratch, And I didn't have any idea how the courses would look, because that's actually a pretty difficult thing to pull off. But I'm very happy with the trailers. They're extremely engaging. Every course has its own style sheet. So each course has there's an overarching style to the platform, but every single course has its own illustration, ethos, and quality. Yeah, well, you can see them.
Now, is this just for personal education, or will you be giving degrees?
We're going to approach that in 2 ways. So we'll offer certification at different time spans. So, generally it takes you 4 years to get a degree, but you can imagine that it would be useful to have a 1-year certificate, a 2-year certificate, a 3-year certificate, 4-year certificate. There's no compelling reason why it has to be 4 years. We'll keep very detailed records of our students' academic progress, and they'll be able to offer them directly to employers. So we want to be able to assure employers that anybody who's gone through the certification process that's part and parcel of Peterson Academy has done the work and met the standards, and the standards will be high. Now, simultaneously, we're working on technical accreditation, right? So that we can have this operate as a standard university. Now, there's trade-offs in that, because the accreditation processes themselves are captured by the same forces that have captured the universities. And we're not going to compromise the quality of the offerings by kowtowing to accreditation processes that are producing the same problem that we're trying to address.
Right.
Now, I'm in discussion with a number of different jurisdictions to move accreditation forward. And if that happens, it can also be applied retroactively. So if we can figure out how to do it with an administration or a jurisdiction that's willing to do it, and we don't have to compromise the quality, then we'll go the classic accreditation route. Otherwise, I'm just going to go directly to employers and say, look, we're going to be very, very careful about who we grant certification to. And you'll be able to rely on the certification from Peterson Academy as an indication of intellectual ability and also work ethic. And we'll document that by the record-keeping process that we use as part and parcel of the platform. So I think we can do it. We're going to do it one way or another.
How are you going to be able to assure that these students, because it's all remote, right?
Yeah.
How are you going to be able to assure that they're actually doing the work, that they're not utilizing AI? Are you going to have them write things?
I can't tell you how, but we are going to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, look, I've tested tens of thousands of people online. So I set up an online testing service that was used primarily by a company called the Founder Institute. And we tested 50,000 people, 60,000 people over 5 years in about 7 different languages. And we built and developed technology to capture people who are cheating. So they don't know how we're capturing them, and I'm not going to tell you, but we know how to do it. And, and that's obviously a problem, but it isn't an insoluble problem. And I think we've already solved it. So, and then once we move towards more formal and stable accreditation, there are lots of companies have emerged as a consequence of the COVID lockdowns to make sure that remote compliance with testing requirements can be achieved. So there's lots of ways to solve that problem. So
It's very exciting.
it's really exciting, and it's, there's all sorts of weird possibilities that emerge from this too, because the technology now exists, and we've had some of the videos converted already to have the lectures translated into the world's major languages, and the technology that's cutting edge uses the professor's voice and intonation in the second language and matches the mouth movements to the language.
Going to do that at
Right.
Spotify.
Yeah, it's seamless, man. It's seamless.
They're doing it with podcasts. I think they're initially going to do Spanish, German, and French. I believe those are the first three languages, but they eventually will scale out.
Yeah. So that's just
Which is
layered.
incredible.
It is
that you could
unbelievable.
have someone teach a lecture in Russian and actually make the mouth movements and everything.
Well, it's extremely exciting, especially in regard to the developing world, because there's there'll be more people in Nigeria by 2100 than in China, and the median age of African is 19. So there's an immense opportunity in the developing world to capture the market for higher education, and it would be a wonderful thing to be able to bring this to the world, and I just can't see why not. The courses are very efficiently taught. We have AI-mediated testing services, and we can use the tests themselves as educational tools. So you can imagine you have a test, you get a question wrong, and you get feedback that it's wrong, and it'll tell you where in the lecture and the reading material that you made the mistake, so you can go back and review. And so even the testing itself will be education. And we're hoping to develop a community that is composed of people who want to engage in lifelong learning. And it also means that you don't have to be like 18 to 22 to attend this university. You can stay a part of it for the rest of your life. And we're hoping that spontaneous communities will develop and that we can bring people together for conventions. So, if we can get enough people on the platform, we'll have conventions in different cities where we bring our lecturers, to a stadium or to a theater for a weekend, and everybody who's part of the university can come and listen to their favorite lecturers. And we've got educational institutions who are already interested in partnering in that regard so that they can be brought to their institution for like summertime 3-day courses. And it's so fun too, because we can use video and audio, and that's a wonderful thing as well, because as you know well, far more people can listen and watch than can read. Now, you have to read to partake in our courses as well, but it's a great opportunity. And it's so fun to have the professors come down there and be thrilled about it. We want the professors we already have to teach multiple courses because they're very good lecturers, and they've I think all, without exception, enthusiastically agreed to continue participating because we took the idiot restrictions off them. It's like, teach what you want to the people who want to listen. No holds barred. It's so fun. It's so fun.
With the state of higher education the way it is today, how does it recover? Or does it just get replaced?
Well, I guess what I'm hoping at least that the Peterson Academy will do with the production quality of our courses is up the ante. It's like, even if we fail financially, because, we don't know how to price this, how the hell do you figure out something like that? We've argued about it a lot, and we don't know what the potential financial market might be. But at minimum, we'll be able to launch the courses independently if the platform itself doesn't take off. We're going to show Harvard and Stanford and Oxford and Cambridge what's possible with regards to lecturing with the new technology. I mean, they're stuck in like 1860.
Right.
And with these like online large courses that places like MIT, for example, have launched, basically all they do is put up a camera and videotape a lecture. It's like, you can't do that. That's the YouTube and the technologies that allow for the dissemination of video. They have their own medium, right? The medium is the message. You have to use the bloody technology. You can't stay stuck a century back, which is why we've done tight edits and filled in the backgrounds with images. And there's just no reason that can't be everywhere.
Right.
So, and why would you pay? Look, people probably pay $300,000 for an Ivy League education because that's where they meet their wife or their husband. when it gets right down to it.
Is that really what it is?
Well, Joe, look, you never know what an institution is doing. Okay, so what does a university do? Lectures, accreditation. Okay, but that's not all. It gives you an identity for 4 years while you sort your life out. It gives you an opportunity to mature away from your parents. It gives you the opportunity to build a new network of peers, not only living peers, but peers in the historical tradition. And it gives you an opportunity to meet the person that you might be with for the rest of your life. That's a big deal. And it's a selective opportunity because you bring bright kids together who are hardworking and they get a chance to meet each other. That might be the whole value of an Ivy League education. It's hard to specify these things. Now we're trying to replicate that on Peterson Academy with the social media side. And, you know, that's a new technology. We don't know how it'll work. But the fact that it's selective and it won't be full of trolls and bots and bad corporate actors should mean that people will be able to build social networks that are of high value. Because that's one of the things, obviously, that's what you do in a bloody MBA program. You know, it's not what you learn in an MBA program that confers the value of the degree. It's the fact that it was bloody difficult to get in because the GMAT is an IQ test, essentially, and the social network you build in the MBA program. You carry that with you. Well, we're doing what we can to replicate that online. And we're going to make sure that we offer potential employers a record of our students' progress and success so that they have some sense that the person who they hire has done the apprenticeship work on their own necessary to accredit them as a, say, a valid student and a hard worker. And I think we can do that. And I think we can do it more effectively than universities do it. I know how to measure these things.
It's going to be very interesting if that becomes a criteria in which people are hired. You know, if it really does become a thing and it becomes something where people are accepting that as an education and seeking people out in that regard, it's going to be very interesting to see if more of those emerge. Mm-hmm. If you start a trend and then...
Well, at minimum, we can assure a potential employer of two things. We didn't attract a woke crowd, and we didn't indoctrinate our bloody students. So that's not a bad minimum. You know, you can assure intelligence, you can assure a work ethic because they've completed the course material improperly. We can assure that's properly measured. But we can also say, here's a bunch of things they didn't learn. Right? And the courses are subversive in the most traditional possible way. So we have Larry Arnn, for example, who's the president of Hillsdale. He did a lecture series on Churchill. Now, where are you going to go to university to get a lecture series on Churchill? And Arnn was Churchill's primary biographer, one of his primary biographers, so that's a big deal. You know, we've got Nigel Baker from Oxbridge lecturing on the legacy of UK colonialism. Well, you're not going to get that anywhere else. And he's a great lecturer, and he's a brilliant man and very, very courageous. And Larry Arnn is in exactly the same category. So the technology we're using is revolutionary in a variety of different ways. The lectures are high quality, but the whole ethos of the educational offering is completely different than what is on offer, say, at the typical Ivy League, right. Harvard, for example, which is such a catastrophe. Like, I was there at Harvard in the 1990s. I loved that place. It was really forward-looking and aimed at excellence with very minor exceptions, like truly minor exceptions. It was a powerhouse, man. And I went back and saw a bunch of my old professor friends a month ago, you know, and they've all joined free speech movement at Harvard, and they're fighting against their own administration. And these were like the best professors I ever met in my life. And that's what they've been reduced to.
When did it start?
Specifically in the universities?
Yes.
It started with the incursion of, what would you say, modified Marxism in the 1960s and then really accelerated in the 70s. It sort of went like this. You know how things fail, gradually, then suddenly. And it hit critical mass in terms of failure probably around 2014, 15, pretty much when things blew up around me. That's why they blew up around me. You know, I mean,
and what do you think ultimately caused it to not course correct? What do you think ultimately caused these universities to give in to that?
Okay, let's talk about ultimate. So let me tell you a story, an old story. So there's a myth from Mesopotamia called the Enuma Elish, which is one of the oldest stories that we have. And let me just lay out the story, because these ancient myths capture the fundamental dynamics of culture. They're winnowed to do that. Okay, so the Mesopotamians believed that the world emerged as the interaction of two forces. We already alluded to them: chaos and order. They had a god of order, Apsu. He was a male god. He's the patriarchy. That's, you can think of Apsu as the patriarchy. And a female god, Tiamat. Tiamat is a dragon, and a dragon of chaos. And the word Tiamat is the same word etymologically as the word tohu vabohu, and that's the chaos that God makes the world out of at the beginning of time in the Hebrew accounts. Okay, so you have Apsu and Tiamat, and they come together. Chaos and order come together, and they produce the first world. And in the Mesopotamian account of things, that's a world of higher order gods. Now, those higher order gods forget their ancestors and go about their business, and they get increasingly fractious and undisciplined and noisy and hedonistic and immature. And at one point, they kill their father, Apsu, and they try to live on his corpse. Right. So you see an echo of this. It's very complicated. You see an echo of this in the story of Pinocchio. You know, there's a scene in Pinocchio where Geppetto ends up in the body of a whale. Okay, so here's the underlying biological dynamic. It's so remarkable. So imagine a society sets itself up according to a set of principles, and it stores, it creates a giant storehouse of wealth. Okay, that's what a carcass is, right? So if you're a primordial herder, your wealth is in the bodies of your herd animals. Okay, a body is a symbol of stored wealth. In the Mesopotamian pantheon, the careless kill their father and live on its corpse. Okay, that's what's happened to the universities. So since World War II, the West has gathered huge storehouses of value everywhere. Harvard's a great example. Immense endowment. Remarkably valuable brand. Disney's another example. And what's happened is, and this happens all the time, if you have an unguarded storehouse of value, the parasites come marching in, right? And they try to live on the corpse. Now, they can for a while because it's a storehouse of value, but they kill the spirit. Now, what happens in the Mesopotamian story is that chaos itself comes flooding back in the form of Tiamat, who's extremely, the goddess of chaos, who's extremely angry that her husband has been sacrificed by the careless denizens of the world. That's the death of God. So, yeah, and the savior emerges in the Mesopotamian story. It's so interesting. So the savior that emerges to set things right has eyes all the way around his head. So he pays attention and he speaks magic words. That's Marduk. And so the Mesopotamian emperor was an avatar of Marduk, and he's the spirit of responsibility that sets the world right. Okay, so what are we seeing? We're seeing the invasion of storehouses of wealth by the parasites, fundamentally. Has that killed them? I can't think through how you would rescue an institution, a typical upper level university institution. What are you going to do? How are you going to do that? You're going to fire 80% of the people? Who's going to do that?
Right.
No one's going to do that. Now, you could say, well, we'll make DEI initiatives forbidden. They're kind of doing that in Florida. But all you do is change the words. I mean, that's what the postmodernists did with Marxism in the 1970s when it no longer was fashionable to worship Stalin after everybody realized that he was a psychopathic murderer. All that happened was the French intellectuals changed the terminology and they invented a form of Marxism that was even worse than Marxism, which was really quite the bloody achievement. Do I think they can be rejuvenated? I can't see how.
Well, when you have people like the president of Harvard that gets fired for plagiarism but maintains the exact same salary in a different job.
Yeah, as if demotion to a full Harvard professor was, well, you know, she's not suitable to be president, but she can still be a fully tenured professor at Harvard. It's really, she can, eh? With that publication record. I just interviewed Carol Swain. You know who Carol Swain is?
No.
Black law professor who from whom Gay plagiarized much of her work. Yeah, fun. So what do you do with an institution that's that far gone? You saw what those university professors did at Congress, and they thought they were right. They didn't even look put upon. They looked put upon and shocked when they were challenged by the congressmen.
They're not accustomed to being questioned, and also to communicating outside of their bubble. In their bubble, where their opinion is held in high esteem.
Yes, and everyone else is an idiot as far as they're concerned.
Well, when the woman from Penn, when she was smiling every time she was answering these questions.
I'd never seen anything like that. Like, I knew that the universities had become warped. And the warp is very deep. So I talked about the Mesopotamian story, and there's another angle of deep warping. So the spirit of Marx is a very old spirit. It was alive in the French Revolution. It was alive in the Soviet Revolution. You can trace it all the way back to the story of Cain and Abel, as far as I'm concerned. And the story of Cain and Abel is the story of the fundamental human dynamic after the fall of man. So, insofar as we're historical creatures, the story of Cain and Abel lays out the essential psychological conflict that characterizes human beings. And so you have Cain on the one side. So Cain doesn't bring his best to the table. He makes second-rate offerings and lies about it. And then they're not accepted by him or his fellow man or women or by society or by God. And that makes him bitter. And instead of learning, he takes his complaints to God and he says something like, well, what the hell's going on here? I'm breaking myself in half, making my sacrificial offerings, and everything's being rejected. What kind of stupid cosmos did you produce? And God says to him something very interesting and complicated. He says something like, you're blaming your bitterness on your failure, and you have failed, and you know it, and you didn't have to, but it isn't your failure that's making you bitter. You've invited something in to inhabit you that's turned you against yourself and what's good. He says to him, sin crouches at your door like a sexually aroused predatory animal, and you invited it in to have its way with you. And there's a sexual metaphor there. Oh yeah. It's rough, man. It's rough. You don't get to be a high school shooter till you've had 1,000 hours of brooding over your misery. And so that's what God tells Cain, and that makes him violently angry and murderous. And so he kills Abel. He kills his own idea. And Abel, you have Cain, who makes poor sacrifices and whines about it. He's the perennial victim, shaking his fist at God in the world, refusing to learn from his experiences. And you have Abel, who makes the right sacrifices and aims upward. That's the pattern. Two spirits. That's the Joker and Batman. That's Lex Luthor and Superman. That's Voldemort and Harry Potter. It's Satan and Christ. Like it's this eternal recurrent pattern. And one of its manifestations is Marxism, and another one of its manifestations is postmodernism. And so this is a very old story. It's a very old story. And you can understand Cain's point, because people do break themselves in half in life trying to struggle forward, and they're not successes in their own eyes, and they're rejected by other people, and it undermines their faith in being itself. You can understand that, but you're called upon to bring your best to the table no matter what happens to you, and to maintain your faith and your courage, and to aim up. There's no excuses. Your past trauma, there's no excuses. Doesn't matter what it is. And so there's this battle. And what's happened in the universities is the universities have been captured by the resentful spirit of Cain. And so that's all flowered out with postmodern language. There's no ultimate unity. That's the claim of the postmodernists. There's no overarching narrative. It's like, that's what the postmodernists claim, skepticism with regards to meta-narratives. It's like, well, what do you mean by that? You mean that everything culminates in disunity? That's your theory of being? So how the hell do we come together as a society then? And around what? Well, everyone goes their own way. Yeah, that's called war. So is there a higher unity in which everything participates or not? Well, the postmodernists is like, no. Have it your way. Nihilism, disunity, anxiety, hopelessness, social disintegration, conflict. That's that pathway. And that's just where it starts. That's the optimistic view. So we're trying to present at Peterson Academy and the other enterprises that I'm engaged in, we're trying to present a unified underlying vision and a traditional unifying underlying vision. And I think that it's understandable, what we talked about in the first part of this interview. Like once you understand that sacrifice is the basis of community, and once you understand that there's a ultimate form of sacrifice, and that's what's demanded of you if you're going to strive upward, then the contours of the religious story that undergirds the West fall into place. And that's a very remarkable thing to observe, and I think that's going to happen. I think we're at the end of the Enlightenment, and something new is striving mightily to emerge.
Well, it's also interesting that these higher education institutes, even though they do have, the way you're describing, they're extremely wealthy. They're extremely valuable. The name brand to them is still extremely potent. They have so many things going against them in terms of like an objective analysis of what's good for your education and what's good for preparing for your future. And then on top of that, they're burdened with this insane financial problem. The insane problem of, first of all, student loans being something you never get out of.
Indentured servitude.
Yeah. And the fact that we all know that the human frontal lobe, especially on males, doesn't even fully develop until you're 25. So you're kind of taking advantage of a developing mind and locking them into an insane burden of debt.
And ideology.
Mm-hmm. And so you're strapped with debt, so you must work. And then you must work within these structures that have been infected by this ideology, because everyone's coming out of the universities into those places, into those businesses and corporations, and they're deeper and deeper interwoven into the structure of these businesses to the point where they're inescapable. And then you can't leave because you have financial burdens. You have all the student loan debt to pay off.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Something as an alternative to that, if it can become effective to determine, like if people can get employment. It's interesting,
well, as soon as we determine the accreditation route, like I said, I'm in active communication with a number of people who are interested in accreditation, but I have to figure out if that's the right route. If it isn't, I'm going to work directly with interested employers to make sure that what our students obtain as a consequence of going through the Peterson Academy process is recognized by them as a marker of a high quality applicant.
Yes.
And I know that problem is solvable because I know how to do that.
Well, there's a lot of employers now that are kind of discounting the ideas of degrees. And Elon is a big one of them.
Yeah.
There's there's quite a few people that you shouldn't dismiss someone as being qualified for a certain position just because they've gone through some very formal process.
Not if the formal process isn't predicated on general cognitive ability and conscientiousness.
Right. If it's predicated on bullshit and grift, which a lot of it is.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to happen with society in general with the implementation of AI and the inevitable erosion of jobs?
I don't know if the erosion of jobs is inevitable.
No.
Well, we've thought that before. Well, first of all, the first thing I would say is all bets are off.
Right.
All bets are off.
Right.
We're going to have hyper-intelligent AI within 5 years. In fact, we already have it. Well, I'm being pessimistic.
Right.
I've used ChatGPT and Grok and some systems that my colleagues have developed. We built our own large language models in-house. So I built my colleague, Victor Swift, built a large language model for me, trained on my books. And I used it to help me write this next book because I could come across biblical passages that I couldn't understand, and I could ask this AI system for a first pass interpretation, and it could do a good job. And we're going to release that along with the book. Yeah, so that was really something. And I'll tell you, ChatGPT and Grok were unbelievably useful as research assistants. So they're about as smart as high-end undergraduates. They lie a lot. You have to corner them like mad to get them to provide you with information that's valid.
What have you found them lying about?
Oh, they make up references that don't exist. So, for example, for ChatGPT, about a quarter of the academic references it produces for you don't exist.
What?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't know. Like it will produce a reference for you that's completely plausible, except that it doesn't exist. So, if I ask ChatGPT a question, it'll answer and it'll give me the references because I asked for the references. Then I have to go and look up all the references and read them, first of all, because you're supposed to read the things you refer to. But also, I have to make sure that it's not, wandered off into some hallucinatory pathway. But that'll be taken care of in no time flat, as far as I'm concerned. And Musk has already got plans to do that. So what will the addition of these AI systems mean to us? God. Well, I talked to Elon about this when we had our interview, and it's going to depend to some degree, Joe, on how we train the damn things. So there's this problem called the alignment problem. That's how the engineers describe it, which is how do we know that these AI systems will have human interest in mind? And you think, okay, how do we make machines that have human interests in mind? And then you think, oh, well, we have the same problem with adolescents. How do we ensure that we train our children so that they have their own interests and broad social interests in mind? And the answer always has been that you provide them with a classic religious and humanities education, because that provides an axis of stability around which all other knowledge can be organized. Now, the problem with the large language models at the moment is they're hyper-trained on modern text. And so they're ideologically addled and woke. And so we've been experimenting with training LLMs on a more classic basis. So we trained one on the King James Bible, and we haven't released it because I don't know what to think about it. It's like, you can ask the King James Bible a question. What the hell does that mean?
Right.
Well, like, seriously, what does that mean? And before we release it, we also want to make sure that we have it. We've developed the underlying technology properly. Okay, so what's the answer to your question? What AI will do will depend on the intent of the people who design it. Here's a terrifying thing. You tell me what you think about this.
Okay.
All right, so your thoughts are orienting phenomena. So you think so that you can lay out a pathway to a desired destination. And then you can evaluate the thought to see if that's a good strategy to get there. Okay, so there's an implication that comes along with that. A thought enters the theater of your imagination in relationship to your goal. So you can formulate that in religious language. The spirit that answers your prayers, the nature of the spirit that answers your prayers will be dependent on the nature of your prayer. Yeah, that's for sure. Right. Yeah. So imagine that you're harboring feelings of resentment and bitterness as you're plotting your economic pathway forward. And so you're trying to think about what you should do, but you have the spirit of resentment and bitterness sitting on your shoulder. The thoughts that enter your mind are going to be a consequence of your possession by that bitterness to the degree that you've allowed it to shape your goal. So here's a corollary of that. This is stunning. It's a stunning thing to understand. If you orient your aim upward in the highest manner, the spirit that informs your thought will be the spirit of the highest possible aim. God, that's something to know, man. So that's what a religious practice, a fundamental religious practice is for. It's like, get rid of the corrupt motivation. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Pray for the salvation of your soul, that you're aiming right, because your aim is going to determine the content of your thoughts. And that is how it works technically. That's how it works neuropsychologically. Your thoughts are the handmaiden of your aim.
Right, which is why we're always worried about sociopaths, because they never abandoned that corrupt motivation.
Yeah, well, they're basically the best way to think about the narcissists and the hedonists and the histrionic types and the borderlines and the antisocial personalities is that they never matured cortically. So like children come into the world in a way as a bundle of competing subcortical motivations, right? And they're very powerful motivations. Anger, for example, you watch a 2-year-old have a temper tantrum, it's quite the show. And they want short-term immediate gratification. Now what happens is, as your cortex matures, you transcend those lower order instinctual motivations, that would be the Freudian id, and you start to regulate your behavior in relationship to your own future. So you stop doing stupid, pleasurable things in the moment that will compromise you, and you start to be able to incorporate the views of other people. That's how kids at 3 start to develop the ability to have friends. And the more sophisticated you get, the more other people and their perspectives are part of your perceptions, and the more the future is taken into account in your actions. And the cortex is actually there so that that can happen. And it has to happen in a social context because you have to pick up the society of your peers, obviously. And so conditions like psychopathy, or even power seeking for that matter, are conditions of radical immaturity. And so that's how you explain their emergence. And one of the things that's interesting about that is it provides a very powerful argument against moral relativism. It's like there's a real difference between maturation and immaturity.
Oh, I love this song.
Maturation is productive and sustainable, and immaturity is divisive and destructive.
Best song ever.
And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about
love
that.
it. Thank you.
And so,
for playing that.
see, it's a
I
different
really
view of
appreciate it.
mental health.
One of the greatest
Because
songs
the
in history
classic
of time.
therapist-produced view of mental health is that mental health is sort of inside you. You know, it's in your psyche, it's in your mind. But it's not. Like, your mental health is the harmony of your existence in relationship to the future and other people. Right? And that sense of well-being that can infuse you if you get the balance right isn't a reflection of the proper structuring of your mind, function of your mind or your brain. It's a phenomena that emerges when everything is in its proper place and operating harmoniously. That's what you experience in music. Like, music represents that. Everything in its proper place. That's what Adam is called upon by God to do in the story of Adam and Eve. To subdue the world. Subdue everything in its proper place so that the whole structure operates in a harmonious manner. It's a much more expanded view of what constitutes mental health. Anyways, education should serve that, right? And so if you take the staff of Moses that's planted in a single place, the community grows around that. That's the same as the magic wand of Gandalf, that idea of a magic wand. It's the traditional ethos associated with transformation and sacrifice around which communities aggregate themselves. And a proper humanities and religious education inculcates that center structure so that knowledge can be organized around it. The last time we talked, I suggested to you that we see the world through a biblical lens. Literally see it. I mean, literally, it structures our perceptions. And I've investigated that far more deeply. And what seems to be the case with a corpus of stories like the biblical library is that if you know the stories, it structures your psyche so that you have a place to put information. And so that enables you to understand the current world and everything that's happening, but to place everything in the right context. And so the transmission of an unbroken cultural edifice, story-based edifice, is the manner in which you solve the alignment problem, unite your society, integrate your psyche, pursue what's meaningful, and protect yourself from chaos and anxiety. So, and a solid education has been the traditional way of ensuring that occurs. And so, well, that's what we hope we can offer with Peterson Academy. That's the purpose of my books as well, to elucidate that. And so, can the universities do that? I don't think so.
I don't know if they have that philosophy. The philosophy and the way you're laying it out resonates with me. I think it's accurate. I think it when I'm in harmony in my life, it all seems to make sense. It all works together.
Mhm.
What you're saying, it just rings true. I don't know if they're so infected with this ideology that
They've
flies in
rejected
the
They rejected it
face of it.
wholeheartedly.
Yes.
Look, the premise of the postmodernists is that there's no uniting meta-narrative. If you had to define postmodernism in one phrase, that would be it. And so what have they done? Here's the association with Marxism. Okay, so the Marxists have a counter-narrative. It's the narrative of power. And it is a very powerful counter-narrative, because if you don't put the proper uniting principle at the pinnacle, its power emerges immediately, because people play power games, and you can attain a certain degree of success and a fair amount of domination by playing a power game. And so Marx observed that one of the cardinal power games is economic. And it is probably the cardinal power game, right? There's economic disparity. Those at the top do take advantage of their position at the top to stabilize their position. Like in a functional society, productive people are at the top. But even among those at the top, there's still power-seeking crooks. And so now Marx, of course, would say that, well, everyone who's economically successful is a power-seeking crook. And, you know, that's a great thing to believe if you're a resentful Satanist like Marx.
Oh,
And
so the losers look at the world.
well, that's for sure. But there is some justification in it, because among the successful, there are.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
And a large percentage, because that's the culture in which they're existing.
Yeah, well, a dangerous percentage.
Yes.
And a critique of power is always a valid critique. Okay, so what the postmodernists did when Marxism became ethically unacceptable, and that happened in the 1970s, is they metastasized it. They said, okay, we've got a victim-victimizer narrative that's played out in the economic sphere, and that's basically Marxism. We'll just multiply that until the same interpretive framework can be applied to all possible group distinctions. That's basically intersectionality. So sex is a oppressor versus oppressed narrative. Gender is an oppressed versus oppressor narrative. Ethnicity, race, ability, attractiveness, height. Any qualitative distinction is now recast as a battle between oppressor and oppressed. It's an unbelievably brutal story. It's basically equivalent to the claim that the spirit of power is the ruler of the cosmos.
How can they do all this and ignore the possibility of an oppressor, like a male, adopting the identity of the oppressed, of a female, and entering into female spaces
you can
and
see how
oppressing females?
you can see that it can't be dealt with, because
Wild, right?
well,
that is wild.
look, one of the things you see that's very characteristic of the utopian left is the absolute insistence that anyone oppressed is a victim. It's like, okay, we'll give the devil his due. Some oppressed people are victims. But some people who claim to be oppressed aren't victims. They're the worst kind of monsters that the most deranged imagination could barely conceptualize. Utopian, naive, radical progressives refuse their imagination for evil. And that delivers them into the hands of the absolute bloody psychopaths. Right? And they just don't see it. It's like, oh, those trans people, they're just striving to be free. It's like, you wait until you have one of them in your house, buddy, and you're going to find out just exactly how naive you are. So how do they protect themselves? They just deny the existence of malevolence, or attribute it to socioeconomic inequality. All criminals are victims. It's like, no. First of all, lots of people who are victims aren't criminals. In fact, poverty does not cause criminality. That's a lie. And it's a very damaging lie to the poor. Because if poverty was equivalent to criminality, the logical thing to do is just to lock up all the poor. Right. Well, there are many pathways from poverty forward, and one of them is criminality. But you can say the same thing about wealth. So the idea, and that's basically a Marxist theory of causality, It's like, well, those people's oppression is what's causing their lack of law-abiding what conduct. It's like, no, wrong, seriously wrong, and dangerously wrong, and ridiculously naive. That's not how the world works at all.
Right, you're also, in a sense, you're encouraging this kind of behavior because you're not punishing people for it, because you're saying it's not their fault.
Or you're even valorizing it. Oh, you poor thing.
Right, and you're allowing more of it to take place.
Well, we know that. So the dark tetrad types, so those are the subclinical psychopaths. Okay, so they're psychopathic. That makes them predatory and parasitic. That's the definition of a psychopath. Okay, they're narcissistic. So what does that mean? They want unearned social status, right? They're Machiavellian. So what does that mean? It means that their use of language is subordinated to their demand for hedonistic gratification and power. So like you and I, in principle, we hope, we're trying to pursue a thread of conversation that leads to further development, let's say, for us and for the audience. But I could easily be in here thinking, okay, what the hell do I have to tell Joe to increase my social media status? Right? And to play this situation as a game to enhance my own status or to further my selfish desires. That's Machiavellian. That was the dark triad. And further investigation revealed that you had to add an additional dimension to that to fully flesh out the picture. Sadism. What's that? Positive delight in the unnecessary misery of others. That's the dark tetrad types. Well, dark tetrad types portray themselves as victims, right? That's one of their Machiavellian strategies. So now your question is, well, how do we segregate the real victims, so to speak, from the false victims? And one of the answers to that is like beware of those who claim victimization as a justification for their moral, what would you say, for their moral transgressions. I did this because I'm a victim. It's like, really?
Right.
Really? That was your reason? Poor you. That's your story. You monster. There are no monsters. It's like, if you think there are no monsters, you're naive and willfully blind to the point of delusion and, what do they say? There are none so blind as those who will not see. That certainly applies on the malevolent side.
And then from the point of view of, if you're looking at the people that are committing crimes, there's the unfortunate reality that people mimic their environment. And if you grow up in an environment where there are no positive role models and you see nothing but rampant crime around you, even good people go down bad paths.
You get, okay, so antisocial personality is somewhat heritable. There is some familial transmission. There is a role played by fatherlessness in particular. And that's perhaps because fatherless boys tend to turn towards a gang orientation, and the gangs of adolescents have a short-term time horizon. So they future discount badly, and that produces a proclivity for short-term gratification, and that includes like idiot criminal behavior.
Right.
Yeah. So what you need in a father, you need someone who encourages intelligent, upward-aiming sacrifice and an orientation towards others and future development. But that's what the spirit of the father really does, that encouragement. So, and that, reward for delay of gratification. So that's another indication of the relationship between, say, upward striving, moral orientation and maturity. If you're mature, you can delay gratification. And what does that mean? It means you've integrated the future into your perceptions. Right, and that has to be socially scaffolded, especially for men. Women, they get initiated by nature. In every society that we know of, men have to be initiated. Right, because that catalyzation of maturity is a difficult thing. Difficult and unlikely, but possible and necessary.
So how do you reach the people that are young adolescents that are trapped in that vicious cycle?
Yeah, well, I think I can tell you the answer to that. You know, a lot of young men have been watching and listening to the sorts of things that I've been writing about and producing. And every time someone comes up to me and tells me that reading, say, 12 Rules for Life had helped them, I ask why. It's like, okay, good. What changed? And the overwhelming pattern of response is something like, I started to understand the necessity of responsibility. Now, you might then ask, well, you hear from your parents, in principle, you hear from the school system, although that's probably going on that, you should grow up and be responsible. Why did it make a difference? Why did it make a difference to you to read that in what I wrote? And the answer is, I didn't take the standard conservative approach. I didn't say, you should, you must, you ought, even though those things are true. I said there's no difference between responsibility and adventure. That's a killer thing to know. The heavier the responsibility, the more profound the adventure. And so everyone knows that, but it's not catalyzed, eh?
Right.
So I just watched The Hobbit a while back, classic adventure story, and of course, it's Bilbo, to begin with, Bilbo. He's this little hobbit, right? Son like Abraham, he's living his comfortable life, and the wizard comes along and says, it's time for you to develop your shadow side, because of course he becomes a thief, and to go on your adventure. And he agrees to do that, and it's a weighty adventure. He has to contend with the ring of power. Right, that's the ultimate in temptations. That's the temptation that Christ is offered by Satan in the desert, the temptation of power. And that's the temptation that Bilbo has to contend with. Well, he has this adventure. Well, what's the adventure? It's responsibility. He has to carry that ring. And it is one of the rings that unites everything, power. It's just the malevolent ring that unites everything. And so I've been suggesting to young men in particular, it's like, you want to get your life together? Take the path of maximum responsibility. Not because you should, even though you should. That's not why. It's because that's the pathway of maximum adventure. So you say, well, what's the meaning of life? It's like, it's the meaning that reveals itself when you take the pathway of maximum responsibility. That's exactly the message of the crucifixion. That's precisely the message. Pathway of maximum responsibility. And that's a terrifying thing. There's no difference between that and the dragon and treasure stories that are, unbelievably archaic. The greatest possible treasure is to be found where the danger is most intense.
Right.
Yeah. Always.
Right. The dragon guards the gold.
Always.
Right.
Well, and so one thing to know is that if there's a dragon, there's a treasure somewhere. Really?
Right.
Really?
Right.
My family and I really learned this in the last 6 years because we were subject to continued and what would assaults in the public sphere that were designed to be deadly. And
what do you mean by that? Designed to be deadly.
Oh, interviews with journalists in particular, snake journalists whose every single utterance is designed to entrap the person being interviewed into saying something that will devastate their reputation personally to enhance the status of the interview.
Like the Kathy Newman conversation.
Well, Kathy at least had a bit of a sense of humor, but
the intent.
Oh, the intent. That's the serpent. Yeah. That's the intent. It's like, well, Nellie Bowles, who interviewed me for the New York Times, now part of the Free Press, she admitted that. She said that her job at the New York Times, like the job of many of the reporters, was to find someone, demolish their reputation by any means necessary, and elevate their status in consequence. Wow. Yeah.
What a terrible job.
Brutal.
Isn't it terrifying that's the old gray lady? That's the most trusted and respected source of news, and that their intent was just to destroy.
Yeah,
it wasn't the news. It wasn't real journalism. The nuanced, various elements of what a human being is. The pros and cons, the goods, the bads, the ugly, the battle that they have. Not that. No. Not an accurate assessment, not an objective analysis of the person. Just
pursuit of status.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the danger is that people know that now. And people know who's doing that now. And then they go after them. And you see that now.
Yeah.
And journalists say, oh, it's attack on journalism. Like, no, you're not doing journalism. You're doing hit pieces. And you're doing it under the guise of journalism. But it's not journalism. It's kind of evil.
Yeah.
It's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, kind of.
I've seen quite a bit of it where I'm like, especially with people that I know the actual story and what was really going on behind the scenes. It's like, this is mad, man. This is wild.
Well, we started to learn after this had happened 2 or 3 times, like there's kind of a process because you're exposed to that, and then there's an intermediary period where it looks like it might succeed.
Mm-hmm.
And that's very stressful.
Right.
That's usually when people come out with their apologies.
Right.
Because they're just terrified they're going to lose. Well, I did lose my job, and I lost my clinical practice.
Right.
Right. So, like, the costs are real.
So your situation in Canada was that they wanted you to sign up for re-education.
Oh no, that's already that's the plan.
Right.
I couldn't sign up. They said already that I have to do that.
Right.
But we have an appeal in at the moment that's blocking it.
And this is all just the only what it affects is what in Canada? What is it?
If I don't undergo the re-education process successfully, they'll suspend my license and also say why. They'll say, well, Dr. Peterson is uneducable. He's unprofessional. He's violated the ethical tenets of his profession.
Right, just because you have a different perspective on things than they do.
No, it's because I'm actually telling the truth that clinicians bloody well know and are too cowardly to admit. So, they went after me for 4 reasons, probably. One of them was the entire transcript of the last conversation I had with you. Whoops. Right, that was submitted as a complaint because I was talking about the climate lies. They went after me because of the comments I made about the trans butchers and liars, the surgeons and the therapists who are enabling them. That's a major part of it. They went after me because I went after Trudeau and his former chief of staff. And what else? Those are the major 3. There's probably 4 complaints aligned with each of those dimensions. And so that's cost me about $1 million in legal fees so far. So it's a very hard battle to fight. It's very annoying because the accusations continue to flow in, even though that's a choice of the college. And I've already been sentenced to re-education of indefinite duration, right, till they're satisfied that I've learned whatever the hell lesson I'm supposed to learn. So that the only reason that isn't happening is because we now have an appeal in front of the Supreme Court in Canada. And so I don't think it'll succeed, but we'll see.
Is it important to you to maintain your license, or is it important to you to win this?
It's important. There's 2 things that are important to me, likely. One is I'm not going to let a pack of ideologically addled moralists, lying moralists who are facilitating the butchery and sterilization of children take away my license, not without a war. So that's one thing. The second thing is I'm in a prime position in Canada to undertake this battle against the woke licensing boards because I have the money, and what the hell are they going to do to me? I'm not practicing.
Right.
They can't take away my income, and likely they can't blacken my reputation except among those who are willing to assume that the licensing colleges are playing a straight game. So really, there's nothing they can do to me. Plus, if it was only a personal thing, apart from the fact that I'm not letting my license be taken by a pack of intellectually addled hypocrites, I don't really, there's a part of me that's deeply ashamed to be a psychologist at the moment. I'm so appalled by my compatriots. They know that this gender dysphoria pathology is a lie. They all know it. And they won't say anything. Now, partly they won't say anything because the consequences for saying something are not trivial. But the consequences for not saying anything is that people like Chloe Cole end up with their breast cut off when they're 15. Right? Well, that actually matters. So practically speaking, in a sense, the battle doesn't mean anything to me because I'm fighting to remain a member of a club that I don't really want to be part of. But is there a principle at stake? Well, there's a variety of principles at stake. And so if I stop or lose all of the woke licensing enterprises, they'll just have their sway. All the physicians in Canada are terrified to say what they think. Anybody who's governed by a professional college, they censor themselves like mad. And it's really appalling for psychologists, because all of the psychologists who are properly trained, they know that all of this is a lie, and not just a lie, a malevolent, vicious, and destructive lie. Everything about it's a lie. You know, Musk revealed the other day that the professionals that were interacting with him in regard to his transitioning son told him that if he didn't abide by their dictates, that his son was much more likely to commit suicide. That's a lie. No one who's educated as a psychologist believes that to be true. No one. At minimum, if you're educated, what you understand is that underneath gender dysphoria is something more substantial, which is a proclivity towards depression and anxiety. If you're depressed and anxious, you have a higher risk of suicide. You have to account for that before you attribute any of the remainder to gender dysphoria as such. And everyone who's a psychologist also understands that body-focused discomfort for women at puberty is normative. Because when women who have a higher probability of being depressed and anxious do become depressed and anxious, it preferentially takes the form of bodily discomfort. That's been known forever.
How are you?
So Chloe Cole, for example, no one explained that to her. No one sat her down and said, well, you're not very... She told me that the reason she decided to transition is because she kind of had a crush on Kardashian and that body type, you know, hyper curvy, hyper feminine. And Chloe realized when she entered puberty that she was probably going to have a boyish figure. And Chloe's a very attractive person. She would have had no trouble attracting the attention of men. But, you know, she was 11, 12. What the hell does she know? And she...
How are you? You missed the UFC fight, big dog. Can you not hear me? That's much. Can you hear me? Hello?
He wasn't going to be the woman she had envisioned. She didn't really understand that, you know, there's a variety of female forms that men find attractive. That's for sure. And she certainly would have fallen into that category.
Ass munch. Can you hear me, dog? Ass munch. I can hear me. So if I can hear me, I think you can hear me. Caspian C can hear me. Live in the gym, dog. Ass munch just came in and said hello, but I don't know if he can hear us. There you go.
A category. She didn't know that it was typical for girls to undergo a fair bit of confusion when they hit puberty, and that would take the form of negative emotion. No one told her that. They just rushed her down the puberty blocking and surgical pathway. That's inexcusable.
It's evil.
Yeah, it is. It's the worst thing. It's the worst thing I've seen professionals do, not only in my lifetime. I've studied atrocity for 40 years. I've never seen anything worse than what's happening right now. And that includes the sorts of things that were done in the camps in Germany. At least the goddamn Nazis admitted what they did was wrong. They tried to hide it. We trumpeted it as a moral virtue. We're freeing the children. It's like, no, I don't think so, mothers. I think what you're doing is sacrificing your child to the parading of your moral virtue. Oh, my son, he's so confused. He thinks he's a girl, but I still love him. That's how wonderful I am. Jesus Christ, Joe. You have no idea how dark that is.
It's dark.
It's unbelievably
and it's
dark.
attached to an industry now.
Yeah,
which is very scary. There was
an industry and an ideology.
There's an article that was recently released where this person admitted that they said it was what was the exact phrase, that the way they described gender transition as life-saving medical care in order to get insurance for it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise insurance won't pay for it. So they were willing to describe it in that way to ensure that people would profit off of it, which is wild.
It's
terrifying. And it's so strange because I never would have believed that this could happen. If you had asked me 20 years ago if this was going to be a main concern, that people were worried about their children being roped into this ideology and convinced that they're
and then sterilized and mutilated.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know.
Terrible.
Well, it's no wonder people see. Even Michael Schellenberger, who broke the WPATH files, when we talked about the role the WPATH played in establishing their own ideology-addled butchery as the standard of care for the American Medical Association, the American Psychiatric Association, the American Psychological Association, Schellenberger said that after he had listened to Abigail Schreier and I talk about this trans mutilation, he was so appalled that he literally couldn't believe it. He just shelved it. Said, there's no way this can be true. And I can understand that, because the more you look into it, the worse it gets.
Right.
It's unbelievably bad. These surgical procedures are so brutal and so experimental that they're I'm going to say it again, they're worse than what the Mengele types did in the concentration camps in the 30s and 40s. And that's a pretty goddamn low bar. And it's no wonder people don't want to believe it. And people say, the lefties I've talked to, the centrists, well, it doesn't happen very often. It's like, oh yeah, how often is too often? Like once is too often. And it's not once. That's for sure.
No, it's
policy.
Yeah.
In fact, you're punished by your governing boards if you don't go along with it.
And what about the recent law that they passed in California where the schools don't have to tell the parents that the child has transitioned at school? They hide that information from the parents.
Well, they're just letting those children be free, you know, those ignored children who are looking desperately for a pathway to, what would you call it, inclusion and celebration. Oh, you're so brave.
And then they're encouraged.
That's
and then
for sure.
They're given positive feedback.
Yes, definitely. Especially if they're alienated kids to begin with, and who are unsettled in their identity.
Yeah.
Right, and aren't being guarded by anyone, and are vulnerable.
Right.
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 Right. Oh, yeah.
And the parents are indoctrinated into this.
Or terrified.
As well, or terrified.
Right.
Yeah.
Indoctrinated, or the Munchausen by proxy types who get off on the fact that they have a child that's such a burden, but are still really, you know, what would you say, bearing up nobly under the weight.
And that is a very dark inclination that is well documented.
Yeah, well, that's the devouring mother.
Yes.
That was what Freud warned about back in like 1880. Yeah. She's a little too close. You remember the witch in Hansel and Gretel story?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of become my day now. So I redid one of my robots, and it's really, really efficient on Kick. So before, for like 3 weeks, I just spam people to say, hey, check out my Ori interview, which is cool, but it's kind of hard to find because the assholes at YouTube and their algorithm, whenever you, even if you type Rabbi Rothschild Ori, it doesn't show up. So, well, I've just got a lot of competition. So I have been spamming something different now. And I think it has more of an effect. So I've been spamming, please join, let me read it. It says, please join Rabbi's Discord for world peace. Then it's Discord, and then like in parentheses .me, and then parentheses /Rabbi. And then I say, send Rabbi a friend request. Rabbi's username is @Rabbi Rothschild rules. And at least when I fell asleep and I had that bitch going, when I awoke, I had like 3 times as many messages as I normally do. Now, are they the best quality messages? You tell me, but I had just a bunch of people who came in, and what I'm learning though, this is incredible to me with Kick, is just no one's watching it. And that's not my fault. That's on Eddie and Kick. And the reason why I say that, when you look at, like, they'll tell you whatever their numbers are, and that's a great story. I want facts. And when I go to the Kick, this is phenomenal. I go to the Kick subreddit. Somebody writes, lately we've seen a lot of criticism in various forums and social networks about the use of bots on the platform, but this has overflowed to such magnitude. Some stream charts from some pages updated today. They help check how many bots a streamer has on their live stream. Have you ever seen this technology? Yeah, it's really sweet. So we'll talk about it in a second. It's not just that these streamers are on the chart. There are so many more, as well as there are many streamers who work to transmit honestly. So it gives, like, just the top 5 of today. Westcall, who it's Westcol. You're probably not too familiar with this person. They're like a Spanish streamer. They were the first streamer ever on Kick to get over 1 million simultaneous people watching them. And if you look at their viewers, their average live viewers, what it says on Kick is 32,748, and of those, 97% are botted. So they only really have 1,065 people watching them, and less than 1% of their viewers are chatting, and they have like 355 unique chatters out of 32,000. So, okay. The next person is Jean Parm Nova. I don't really know who this person is. They have 27,000 live viewers, of whom 474 are real. So that's 98% viewers botted and 1% of viewers chatting. The next one is Dialis. They had 13,000 people watching them. Of that, 56% were botted. So that gets into like a real person. Ice Poseidon had like 5,000 people watching him. Of that, 2,400 are real people, which is another 54% botted. And then the last one's Bruninger. They just had like 4,000 people watching them, but in reality, it's only 135 people. 97% of people view botting. And I heard, I'll go over this. This This actually was, I thought, really helpful. I was reading this just a second ago. Kickstream. Somebody made a really, really good. Yeah. Okay. So if you missed Eddie's stream, the guy who owns Kick, here's what he says. Upcoming events. Kick 2-year celebration is coming along with DreamHack Stockholm. Kick's 2-year celebration of DreamHack will feature Amaranth, XQC, all these people, but no Hawk Tua and no Eddie. Kick employment, and this is what's like really important to me to like see like who's banning me and how big's the team. More than 150 people are focused on Kick. That's 24/7 moderation, support, front page management, and verification takes substantial resources. Melbourne has engineering, community management, and partnerships, and strong managers. Only Eddie and around 3 or so others work across both Stake and Kick, but most are dedicated staff for each. Eddie manages both roles, but it's best to keep Stake and Kick separate. Stake's the #1 gambling site in the world, and that's pretty impressive. Staffing and growth. Spanish-speaking audience are large, so they're expanding with support in this demographic. They aim to avoid overhiring and prevent layoffs. I kind of disagree with that. Or just get contractors. Get your shit done. If with contractors, you don't have to worry about human resources. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. So I don't know why they don't go that way. I'm sure they know what they're doing. Stake is the largest gambling site globally, yet operates on a lean team. Kick wants to follow this idea. One of the biggest business costs is HR, so they are careful to manage growth sustainably. North America and more locations in Serbia are in the works. I didn't realize like all the moderators are basically, or a lot of them are in Serbia. Reputation and growth. DreamHack is a great opportunity for Kick to enhance its reputation, especially with sponsors. Streamers on Kick should feel proud of the platform. Yada, yada, yada. Stake and Kick goals. They offer to avoid overhiring to prevent later layoffs. Kick aims to become a leader in streaming just as Stake has been in gambling. Competitive space, community engagements, updates and challenges. All right, so they put out a television app. I don't know if you saw this, but like you can watch Kick using your television, and apparently this went pretty smoothly. It's better than like the X app on television. What else? Creator advice. Creators should define their goals and explore ways to grow by watching and collaborating with others. Mainstream success is increasingly attainable, but creators should enjoy the process and focus on building their community. Supporting each other and holding one another accountable is essential. Simple collaborations like streaming together can help creators grow. Some get caught up in the drama, follow for follow BS like that. And other topics. Noticed in chat, Trainwrecks TV expressed disappointment in Twitch, describing it as a dying platform with poor user experience. Many see an adpocalypse is here. Andrew confirms, Andrew's that Santa Maria guy, I believe. He confirms that, or perhaps not, just somebody named Andrew runs every single department and gatekeeps everyone. And so that was like a basic breakdown, but I just found it very interesting that, like, you know, if you're, it's like Kick has so many creators, but it's almost like they have more creators than people watching the actual streams. And I think that becomes an issue. So, I mean, you've streamed on Kick, and you know, do you ever get more than 3 people in your stream at once? Did you get put on the front page? Okay. I don't know how that happened either. Okay, but like generally, like if you're going to be streaming for 8 hours, what's the average amount of viewers you have? There you go. Exactly. And I personally think that that's unfortunate. Like, I've watched your content. I watch your content when you stream. It's good content. It's entertaining. You do collaborations with people. You have discussions with people. You watch cool shit. You do reactions and such, or just you seeing stuff on. Oh, dude, I get that. Absolutely get that. And it's so demoralizing when you're like all ready to stream. It happens to me all the time. I mean, I get all ready to stream and just whatever. I get an internet hiccup, is what I call it. I don't know what else to call it. And it'll like go down for like 5 seconds. Okay, that means I have to set up 33 fucking devices and all this other shit, and I got to restart everything, and it's just incredibly frustrating. And I'm not dealing with an audience. I mean, I am a little bit, but not really. I mean, it's like real creators have to care about their audience a lot, and no audience member wants to see reconnecting. They'll just go to the next person if they see that. Yeah. Well, from a quality standpoint, I think your streams, from like the quality of the graphics, is in line with everybody else. Yeah, but it's like if somebody likes you, they don't give a shit. They recognize like, hey, I can hear him and I can see him. That's all that matters. Like, but the opposite of that is if you're trying to get new viewers and somebody has 1080p versus 720p, or they're gonna go to the better quality with everything being equal. And it's just I see the sea of people. No, very few people do what I do, and I do it with 3 computers every single like a few times an hour. Is I scroll the whole front page from the people at the very top all the way to the people who have nobody viewing, and I see how many people are streaming at once at least for just chatting on the platform, and it's usually like between 500 and 1,000 people. So you got to think like of that, the top 100 might have viewers, and then there's like 400 to 900 people who don't have anybody watching it at all. And now you're competing with all of those people, and that's where it gets difficult. And I heard in Eddie's talk, he's like, we're the people who have access to what's going on our side, and we know who's botting, and we can't really make that public. I mean, yeah, we'll ban people for botting, but it's kind of like they're cutting off their nose to spite their face. Their biggest streamers are botting. So do you want to get rid of the biggest streamers that you have? And they'll basically, that's what they'll have to do if people are botting. There were some other rumors. I think these are just rumors. I could never see this happening. Of Hayden Ross wanting to stream on other platforms, but it's like, dog, you own Kick. You're a 20% owner. You're not going anywhere. And I think he just does that to get people like me to talk about it and get other people to talk about it and people to be interesting. I find the best streamers are not the top 25. They're like between number 26 and 100. Those kind of streamers, they'll talk with you. They care about you. They're not like so overwhelmed by the chat or anything. And that's kind of the sweet spot. If you can get into like the top 100, but in order to do so, you got to bot. I hate that, but you do. Do you know who X Straight? I always missay his name. It's a Straight Savage, but it's X Straight X Savage X. Have you ever heard me talk about this person? And that's not really surprising, but sort of. He used to come in here like every day. He's a pretty big streamer, and he's like a huge weed streamer, and he got attacked a few weeks ago on on Reddit for botting, and I like did my best with the account that I had to stand up for him. I'm like, look, everybody's doing it, so for you to pick on one person is kind of disingenuous. Like the whole platform is doing this. So whenever I've talked to streamers live on their stream, I have no problem talking about botting because I literally show them my robots, but they don't want to talk about their own botting. Like you just And I remember like one person I talked to it about Wappy Flanker. I would go to Wappy Flanker's chat, and it sticks out in my mind every single time between 50 and 56 people, and it was like, and then I even bought at that time. I bought viewers for a month, and it was like 50 viewers for like $30 or something like that for a month. Like, oh well, this is all he probably did. But then when I asked him about it, he's like, no, I don't know anything about botting. Like, okay, well, why is it that you always have consistent numbers right at the same amount? And that's just not Wappy Flanker. That's everybody. Somebody was saying like, they saw somebody with 2,000 people watching them at once, and they had been consistently every time this person streamed, every time It was exactly 2,000, exactly every time. And if I were a platform like Kick, I don't know why they don't just, like, if you can get the numbers that say how many of these are real people, I don't know why you don't. Well, I do know why they don't use that as the number, because then when you're trying to compete with Twitch and YouTube and you're just showing the real numbers and they're showing the inflated numbers, you're never going to look like you have a big platform. Exactly. And I hate to say it, but like, if you ask anybody who looks at my stuff, the first thing they do is see how many followers he has, and then some of my accounts do have like 10,000 followers on Instagram and some odd followers on Twitch, and like, to me that doesn't mean anything because it was really just like a debit card payment. Is not anything. But like, to other people, it's like, oh wow, you're a big influencer. It's like, okay, believe what you want. Right. Hey, could you hear me when Ass Munch came in? He came in and said hi, but we were like, I was saying back. Okay, yeah, I don't know what was going on with that. Anyway, I thought that was interesting. So I want to watch the new Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's got all the new ones from this week, and I've watched the Jordan Peterson one like far too many times for my own liking. So I'm gonna pull it up now. Here we go. YouTube. Do. Come on, B. Damn, it's a long episode. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. The Joe Rogan experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. Okay.
Well, brother, good to see you.
Good to see you.
So this conversation was, well, anytime you want to come on, I'm always happy to talk to you. But this conversation was birthed out of that crazy conversation we had in elk hunting camp.
Which one?
Well, yeah, we had quite a few of them where you will open up my eyes to some of these. First of all, I never understood the extent of the man fuckery in Afghanistan.
Oh.
When we were talking, remember we were hanging out in front of the trucks and you were telling me about mumbles?
Yeah.
There's a few conversations I've had with friends that for the rest of my life, now things are different. Like now, I'm like that one conversation, that 1 hour conversation we had, like, okay, the world's different right now.
I always assume people have heard these stories from Afghanistan.
Cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah, drink that.
Oh, yeah.
Cheers.
Sorry. All right, you can't cheers with that. Yeah.
Buffalo Trace.
So, yeah. The amount of man-on-man buggery in Afghanistan is
significant.
Did they warn you about it before you went over there?
No. I think there were so many different things about both Iraq and Afghanistan that the learning curve for all of us was so high. Culturally, you don't think about a lot of those things. You just don't. You just did. You grow up in America,
Right.
you assume every man is basically like an American male because that's at 26 or 27 years old. You know that there are cultural differences for sure, but I'm telling you, I was in Kuwait for like the first time early on, and the Kuwaitis like to hold hands. Like the dudes like to hold hands, and that's not comfortable. Like for guys,
isn't that weird though? Because we do shake hands.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
But you don't walk around holding another man's hand. It's just not comfortable in any scenario.
But imagine trying to explain that to someone who didn't understand like what makes it gay. Like at what point in time does like holding onto a hand, does it get, like there's like a meter, like you can kind of like hold onto a hot potato for a couple seconds and then that'll burn your hand.
After a certain point, you're walking around holding another man's hand and you've never really done it, probably since you were a kid, maybe holding your dad's hand when you're like 3 or 4 years old. And in special forces, they tell you, you have to work with the cultural differences, and they're just talking in general, right? Like they're not specific because they don't know where you're going, and you're going to have to work by, with, and through the host indigenous force. So you have to accept some of the things that the cultural differences and just go with the flow.
Right.
So as a new Green Beret, as SF guys, you're just walking around holding another man's hand. You're so freaked out about it. You're like, oh man. You're like, what the fuck does this mean? Like, you're questioning all your reality. Like, oh my God, and then after a few years, time and repetition and war or whatever, somebody goes to hold your hand. And you're like, get the fuck with me. I'm not doing that, bro. Come on, no, I'm not doing that.
So you gave up after a while.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of things you give up, right? You're taught in SF, drink the tea, eat the food, do everything
assimilate.
That they do. Yeah, just completely assimilate. And honestly, like a lot of that is really good because it does teach you to be a lot more open as far as listening to what they're going through from their tribal plights, like what are they going through from a combat experience, what do they need, and you want to build rapport. That's what you want to do. But rep after rep in a war zone, you kind of get fatigued with that, and you're like, yeah, let's just get to the dirt here, man. Like, who do we want to kill? Like, let's get to that. And got it. You don't like that tribe. We don't like that tribe. We don't like this. You don't like that. Cool. Okay, so I'm not going to eat with you because every time I eat with you, I can't shit for like a normal shit for like a year. So we're just going to not do any of that. And
you're telling me you literally didn't shit anything but diarrhea for, you said more than a year?
Yeah, it was years, man. I was living and working with the Afghans, and I went from Iraq, and I did the invasion with special forces from the south, and I did multiple rotations in Iraq with SF, and then with the agency when I went over there. And then when we shut down Iraq in 2009, I turned around and basically went to Afghanistan in 2009. So I went from Iraq to Afghanistan, and I went from Afghanistan, kind of finished up my CIA combat, I guess, experience, and then went back to the States to do a training thing. But by the time I got to Afghanistan, I had lots of time in Iraq. I had like 4 years on the ground. And Afghanistan was way different, but I was living and working with the Afghanis. I was eating with them. And your job is to not only train, assist, and advise, build rapport, but you're trying to figure it out. So you need to be on the ground with them, living, eating, breathing, sleeping, like the whole thing. And they're what we call the chow hall facilities aren't the cleanliest. You're trying, like you're working with them, you institute different things like soap and water is like a good thing. And it doesn't really matter. You're still going to get sick based on, the water Where is it coming from? What type of well source? Like there's lots of different variables, obviously. But dude, I didn't have a solid shit for 2 years, and I just kind of got normalized to the point where you're. It's such a gross thing to think about, man. You could not trust a fart ever. And I got this great story. So I came in off the gun trucks, and I'm tired. I'm like went into the embassy and I had a meeting with somebody in Kabul, and I had this like titanium mug that was like the size of a toilet bowl, and I'm filling it up with coffee, and I haven't slept for I don't know, let's say 20 hours at a time. I'm fucking dirty, and I'm filling up this coffee toilet bowl basically because I'm getting ready to go into a briefing, and I let out a fart, and it wasn't a fart. and the dude behind me was like, I didn't even turn around, dude. I knew there was somebody waiting for me, and I shit my pants, and I didn't even turn around. Didn't even blink an eye. Didn't even like lift up the handle because this is normalized. And he goes, "Did you shit your pants?" I was like, "Yeah." And I just turned around and walked off. It was the deputy ambassador or something. It was like the ambassador, right? And I'm just like, whatever, dude. I got shit to do. I'm out of here. Yeah. That's to the point of which I had a permanent stain in like my combat, my fatigues, right? It's just so bad. But I was like, you know what, man? You got shit to do. Like
people adapt.
You don't sweat little things like that. And honestly, you're just trying to like get through you're trying to get through any and all things. And it's not like we're in trench warfare or anything like that. It's just like, dude, I had shit to do. I had people to train. We were going out, and I couldn't let that, like, you can't pull over if you can at times, if there are just times where you just can't. So you just got to keep moving, and it sucks. It's like the less glamorous side. I don't know if there's a lot of books out there telling all the cool stories about that. You know?
So when did you find out about the buggery? Was it something that you liked?
Yeah. It was. So it started in Kuwait, and I had a Arabic linguist, and he was a younger kid. He was blonde hair, blue eyes, a Mormon kid, and he literally joined the army at 18. 2 years later, after going to the Defensive Language Institute in Monterey, California, you come out and you're speaking Arabic, basically. And young kid, blonde hair, blue eyes, good Mormon kid comes out, and he's with us. And the Kuwaitis kept talking about how they wanted to take him camping. We're like, why do you want to take that dude camping? Like, what's so special about that guy? And you're like, after a while, you realize like that's not what they wanted to do, right? They were like talking about it like either a joking way or a serious way, but that's the first exposure. Yeah. And then
did it take you a while to figure that out?
Yeah, because you're so naive. Like, dude, I'm 26 years old. Like, I don't fucking know. I don't think this is a thing. I grew up in Idaho. Like, I know, it exists, but I'm so, blithely like moving through the world, like thinking everybody's an American male, right?
Right.
This is weird. And then, you go to Iraq, where I went to Iraq and multiple rotations over there, and you start to assimilate with the Iraqis you're either working with or you're training with, and then it kind of starts to fall apart, where it's like, oh, this is somewhat normal for them. Now, they don't talk about it. And I'm not saying it's like everyone, by the way. I'm saying like it's at least relevant enough culturally where it's somewhat normalized and not talked about.
Is it similar in Kuwait as Afghanistan, or do they vary? Iraq is different?
Yeah, they're all a little bit different. In the Afghanis, we had to have, depending on where we were in their barracks living situation, like you had to put really hard restrictions, like, no butt fucking guys for the majority of this, because this is a health issue. We weren't like, it's not like we were putting Bibles on their beds or something. We're just saying, hey, this is really unhealthy. You guys are going to spread a bunch of different diseases to one another. And like, we've got a mission to accomplish here. And every SF guy, every guy that's like been in Afghanistan knows what Man Love Thursday is, and it's kind of a thing that they do.
Is it just Thursday, or is it?
It's
That's just a thing.
It's just
to say,
yeah.
but it's just they fuck each other.
Yeah.
And so there's the kid with the blue eyes,
Mm-hmm.
and after a while you're like, hey, they don't really want to camp with him. They're trying to fuck this guy.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you start thinking like, hey, how much of this is going
Yeah.
on?
It's exactly right. Yeah, and then you're exposed to not more of it because you don't really see it. You hear about it. So as you build rapport, build confidence in your friendships, and people start to talk about, but it is fairly pervasive, and it's one of those things that you just kind of accept that's happening from a good portion of the guys. And
50%, 60%.
Well, what we talked about, when I kind of rewinding, the more disturbing factor is it's socially indoctrinated in the children, like the sexual exploitation of children. So it starts early and then it moves into the adulthood. Bachabazi is like a real thing, and it's dressing boys to look like girls, and they have some Afghanis. When I say some, I don't know how pervasive it is, but it's a big percentage. And the adult male stuff, that's like one subsegment of their culture, but it's the sexual exploitation of children. When you find that out, that's when things really turn for you psychologically. You're like, this place is really fucked, and it's very pervasive. If you go back and you read the Kite Runner, when I read the Kite Runner when I was in Afghanistan, I realized that it's not only a story about this kid, it's also the story of Afghanistan. It's very, very, those stories run parallel because children are sexually exploited regularly. And it's mainly the boys, from what I understand, to the point of which I was driving out on this op, I guess, from Kabul to Jalalabad. And when I first got to Afghanistan, I used to see these truck drivers, and I thought, my dad was a truck driver. It's really cool these truck drivers take their sons out with them on the road. That's such a really cool cultural thing. My interpreter turned to me, he's like, those aren't their kids, dude. That's how fucking horrible it is.
It's so horrible that they're on display.
Yes.
They're on parade.
Yeah.
You were saying the guys would parade around their harem.
Kandahar and different areas, they'll have parades, and they're on display as to, this is my harem, and they're proud of it. And that was one of the most disturbing things that we would talk about, specifically between like the departments, between Department of State, CIA, and the military. Is like when you're out with the guys from a tactical and combat role, you see them, you interact with the way they are from a tactical level every day. And you bring this up to management, and they would say, oh, that doesn't, what do you mean? That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. Or they pretend it doesn't happen. But if you were on the ground in Afghanistan during the times I was there, honestly, from 2001, we'll say, to the time that we pulled out, everybody uniformly would agree with what I'm saying. If you spent some time in Afghanistan, you knew it was happening.
Jesus Christ!
And
did you see these parades?
No. But National Geographic, I believe, did an article on it several years ago. Yeah, Bachabazi. I could be getting the pronunciation a little bit off, but it turns for you emotionally and psychologically, because you're like, okay, now I've got some hate.
Right.
Yeah. Makes your job a little bit easier.
Right.
Yeah. Makes your job a little bit easier.
Yeah.
It also makes it harder for you not to want to change the entire government system where you you want to completely, rewrite the entire DNA of the cultural infrastructure,
Right.
Because it's sad and it's evil and it's all of these like really horrible things. So as much as you want to help the Afghans and their plight, yeah, there you go.
Inside the lives of girls dressed as boys in Afghanistan, a cultural practice of bacha posh.
Bacha posh. I think that's the flip. That's the reverse.
Encourages parents to dress their daughters as sons for a better future, but often it only makes life harder.
That's a different. So it's boys is.
Oh, so that's the opposite.
That's the opposite. Yeah.
Girls dressed as boys.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a different thing. Why do they do that? What's that about? Girls dressed as boys.
Well, I think because one, there's a very low education rate when I come back to
so
Afghanis.
you get the kids educated if they become boys.
Women are really seen as in Afghanistan. I'm generalizing, right? I'm taking really big swaths of the Afghan culture. So I know this isn't every Afghan. I've got lots of different Afghan friends. And I've hired a lot of Afghans. This isn't everybody.
This is the dancing boys of Afghanistan. Go back up again. Show what's going on. These guys are throwing money at this dancing boy. Back that up, Jamie.
Just click somewhere random.
What the fuck, man?
Yes. So
those are like little boys, and they were dancing like strippers, and these guys are throwing dollars at them.
Yes. Yep.
Oh my God, this is so crazy.
And they're younger, so they go much younger. This is the thing that people didn't want to talk about in Afghanistan that we talked about regularly, which was these are very, what we feel are distinctly wrong. These are very wrong things from a American support, tactical and strategic intervention. Like, we should not encourage this whatsoever. And it made it very difficult at times for us to trust what the State Department or somebody else was saying. But I mean, this goes back to, Iraq, and honestly trust in policymakers in the State Department and their entire, position, either politically, philosophically. It's just fundamentally flawed.
So when you're hearing about this, one of the things about child molesting is that if these kids are growing up in this culture where they're going to be an adult, they're going to do that to kids as well, which has probably happened to all these guys, right? Like, this is, you're not going to fix that with all these people alive. Like, the culture gets to a point where it's so fucked that it's like, how can you ever fix that? How many generations would it take before the scars of all those people being abused wears off and normalizes, and people can be normal again? People can be like, what we would consider a Western civilization, like London,
right,
or New York.
Just how what we feel is the morally appropriate cultural boundaries.
Yeah.
That's like, how many generations would it take? And there's lots of different things that you can talk about, because the history of Afghanistan is, we'll say, post 80s and Soviet intervention, and then with the Taliban pushback with the Mujahideen, and like, they completely destroyed the education, the progress and evolution of Afghanistan. I mean, they had decades of war. Then you had basically a failed state with Taliban and extremist control. I mean, as the Taliban moved in, fundamentally, it's an evil organization. There's a soccer field in Kabul where the Taliban used to stone women to death because they weren't wearing their hijab, or the rule of a woman would be raped and she would be accused of infidelity on her husband, and they would stone her, or they would beat her with a stick. And they turned the soccer field into a place where they could have public displays for execution. It was completely insane. when you think about it from where we're coming from and then where we're going, and we're trying to nation build, which I have a fundamental disagreement with that as well. But you eliminated the educated portion of your population. You swung to a very extremist, fear-based religion, and then it was all based on the Quran as far as their education system. So they completely separated the women away from being able to evolve. They treated them as beasts of burden. You had to be an Islamic extremist to be acceptable. It was a completely hegemonic, theoretical state, or it's hegemony as far as like it's the theocracy ran everything, and it was a very extremist version of Islam. And as we came in, and I wasn't there in 2001, I came there much later. I came there in 2009, was my first real rotation there. It had been 7 years, but really it was almost like going back in time, almost 1,000. It felt like you're going back in time like 1,000 years.
That's one of the things we were talking about in camp. That when you hear about Socrates and all these ancient cultures, the Spartans, all these people that like had boys.
Yes.
And you see what's going on in Afghanistan, and you realize like how old a culture Afghanistan is. It's like one of the oldest civilizations in terms of like the way they behave. It's almost like they never caught up with the Western world. I think it was Michael Shermer might have wrote a paper about this. He wrote an article about how Islam is the only religion that didn't go through the Enlightenment, and that it's essentially maintains the same values and the same cultural values as when it was created. So how old is Islam?
1600. I think it's like 500 years past Christianity. So let's call 1,500 years.
1,500 years old, whatever it is. That's how people behaved back then. That's what it is. And when you think about like Alexander the Great who was gay, right, who conquered much of Afghanistan and giant swaths of the world, he probably like his army and his behavior and what he probably stained that area with like a type of behavior.
I think you're 100% right. I think that you had portions of the world that were culturally cut off from being able to evolve at the same rate as some of the other places within the Middle East. And those tribes essentially haven't had the opportunity to evolve because they've been very isolated. I mean, you look at Afghanistan, it's extremely isolated in the world. And if you go back to the 70s, it was relatively progressive, somewhat secular. And then the Soviet intervention, the collapse, the failed state led to the rise of the Taliban because they had eviscerated all of the intellectual and the economic class. And in order to succeed or live there, you had to completely capitulate to the theocracy and the fascist state. So you had to go back in time to live. You had to grow a beard. And when I say this, is it everybody's 100%? No, I'm saying like this is the way people live. They lived under tyrannical rules that provided zero opportunity for, if you had girls, sorry, they're beasts of burden. They treat goats and donkeys better than their girls, their children. The homelessness of children in a war zone is so heartbreaking. Like it strips away at the goodness in your soul watching desperation. And when you see homeless children every day in these cities that are dirty, starving, and there's really not a lot you can do because you have a war to fight. And you not only think about it from a homelessness position, you think about the exploitation position. Like these kids are so fucked. They're homeless. They don't have parents because maybe their fathers were either killed in the war. Their mothers they can't afford to keep them, and they continue to have more kids, and especially if they've been raped, then there's a cycle of not only exploitation and violence, but then it's also it keeps them down economically. So you have massive amounts of children that were homeless and exploited, and they're starving. And it's you from my perspective, you live in that environment, and you can't think about it. But you have to shut that stuff out, because if you think about it, it's like opening the door of the submarine. All the water's coming in, it's gonna fucking sink you. So you have to build a, for a lack of a better term, man, you have to build a callus on your soul, because you can't function and meet and exceed your mission success criteria if you get steamrolled by depression on what you're seeing every day.
Oh my God.
Time and repetition, which is one of the big problems, I think, with the GWAT community, at least what we've had in the last 20 years. I mean, there's lots of different compounding factors that I think contribute to the acceleration of veteran suicide, which I don't want to like launch into some like rant about the issues that I think we're all faced, but it's definitely something that I'm extremely passionate about.
Yeah, I'm really hoping, and we've talked about this a bunch of times in this podcast, but I'm really hoping that something's going to change with RFK and about psychedelics and veterans. I really, really am hoping that they open their eyes to this stuff.
Well, I was talking to Marcus Capone, and he runs VETS, which he's the guy, his organization is the organization that takes the guys to Mexico to do Ibogaine. And Marcus is a retired SEAL. I was talking to him yesterday, actually, and I'll go off on this, which is, we as a subculture from the global war on terror community, the veterans, we're under an epidemic of suicide and depression. And the VA has not been a help to us, like especially the war fighters, like the guys that we have rogered up time and time again. We've gone overseas, we've done the bidding for the country. We've watched our friends get killed and fucking torn in half in very ultra-violent ways. We've been exposed to overpressure and chemicals and all these other things. And then we come back, and within the VA system, their answer is, here's your pills, here's your retirement, shut the fuck up. And it's not working. Now, Marcus and I were talking about this yesterday. He was on antidepressants for 7 years. 7 years, like antidepressants, and they weren't working. And he, just by chance, his wife, I believe, said this might work. We need to go to Mexico and do Ibogaine. This might work. So here's a guy that went, did it one time. He's never been on antidepressant since.
Did he have to get off them before he went there?
No.
And did it?
I don't know exactly what the protocol is as far as like you have to get off and you have to get back down there. I know that most of my friend group now, they've done it, and they have an extremely high success rate. VETS has done 1,000 former warfighters, and they have an extremely high success rate where they're eliminating pharmaceuticals. So go down and do it one time. Maybe they've done subsequent sessions, and they have this really high success rate. And this is part of this is part of the issue.
Yeah.
Is we're under an epidemic of veteran suicide, like more so than we ever have. And the worst thing about this too is it's also affecting our family and our kids. Like our kids are 4 times higher to commit suicide than our peer set. So it's not just the GWAT veteran community. Now it's our families and our children. You have something that has such a proven track record to help heal vets. And we can't do it without breaking the law. We have to leave the country. It's insane. So you can send me to Iraq under false pretenses, and you can have Wolfowitz and Cheney and Rumsfeld and all these like orchestra of fucking idiots can send us all to Iraq for weapons of mass destruction. We can go fight the wars, come back, and now we have to break the law to go fix what's wrong with our heads, or our emotions, or not only our psychology, but people are broken. Like, we've been beat up and kind of shoved in a closet, and then we're sedated and told to shut the fuck up. And meanwhile, Wolfowitz and Bremer and all these other guys, they get to walk around and provide, public speeches about how fucking great they are because they're, strategically important. Whereas my peer set, we're under an epidemic of suicide. Our kids are committing suicide. The VA's no help to us, and we have to go break the law. It's like you get to go flip a fucking coin and paint some paintings, and you think that everything's okay.
And that one doesn't make any sense. Out of all the ones, that's one that mushrooms you can do recreationally. No one's doing recreational ibogaine. I've never done it before. Have you done it?
No.
I've never done it, but everybody that I've talked to, they said it is one of the most ruthlessly introspective journeys in your life. It's not fun at all. Dakota Meyerton is I fucking hated it. I couldn't believe someone made me do it. After it was over, it's like, what the fuck am I doing? It's not a fun time. It's not a recreational drug. It's not a drug of addiction. It's not a drug of dying. It's not. Let's find out what the LD50 rate is for ibogaine. It's probably bananas. It's probably just like psilocybin. Probably can't really overdose on it.
No,
I don't know that.
I don't know.
Ibogaine might kill it. It sounds really crazy potent.
Most of my close friends have done either ayahuasca or ibogaine, neither of which they would say is a good time, all of which have said, 100%. And they've come back and been not only fundamentally changed with batteries, and these are, my business partner, Jared Taylor, is trying to done ibogaine, and then multiple other people that probably don't want me to talk about them on the podcast, guys that have been on 15, 20 different pharmaceuticals can literally scrape them off their dresser into a garbage can the day they get back. Crazy. And the fact that we aren't trying to evolve this section of the medicine, I know that Stanford did a study. I'm not exactly familiar with all the data associated with it, but the fact that we aren't leading the charge as a country to come up with dynamic, out-of-the-box solutions for the guys that have gone overseas and done the hard and courageous task for this country, and they come back and they can't get help, and we're not pushing the envelope. That's a crime. I mean, I got lots of issues with Iraq at this point, right? I mean, it's fundamentally, and I've told this to people, Iraq is with me every day, right? Afghanistan was a part of my life, but Iraq fundamentally changed me for the rest of my life. And I think about it every day. It's not going away. It'll never go away. And
what about Iraq that was much different than Afghanistan that changed you?
Well, it's the first war experience I had. And, for me, I was like hook, line, and sinker. Regime change, move. We've got to find weapons of mass destruction. We've got to eliminate the threat. We've got to fight them there so we don't have to fight them here.
Everybody thought it was
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there was nobody more motivated to go to war than me. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there was, but you know what I'm saying.
You were in that.
Yeah.
You were gung-ho.
Oh, 100%. It's not only, hey, we're going to go to war, we're going to do something good for America. These guys attacked the United States. We're going to eliminate the terrorist threat. And war is such a strange and surreal circumstance because it changes you for good, it changes you for the bad. And I've looked at this a lot. And I looked at life experience like a radio wave, almost like a band, where you have highs, you have lows, and most people, we'll call it 90+% of the United States, their frequency only gets so high and only gets so low, and it basically stays within, we'll say, a fairly small band within the center, combat, what happens is you go really high and you go really low, and it forces you outside of social norms on a second-to-second basis. And then you do that over and over and over again. And so one person might get in a car wreck in their life, and that goes really low. So it's a really high adrenaline dump, and it goes really low because they have an injury. That's like one thing. Well, going out in a combat zone multiple night, like not only multiple nights a week, sometimes you're doing multiple targets a night. You might be getting it with the rough equivalent of an adrenaline car wreck. What the rough equivalent of a car wreck from an adrenaline dump and a high and a low, you might be doing that 3 or 4 times a night. And then you're doing that night after night, week after week. And it fundamentally changes you because you have to chop all of this down, because if you get too ramped up and too chaotic, you're going to lose control and you won't be able to complete your mission criteria. If you get too low, you also won't be able to achieve your mission criteria. Your survival instincts kick down, so it chops your ability to feel all the way down to a normal person's bandwidth because it's a survival mechanism. This is just my own assessment. So from a combat experience perspective, the first time you feel it, and I'll tell you, I mean, the first time I was in an ambush, I was losing my shit. I mean, anybody who tells you they're not fucking scared, they're either like fundamentally flawed. They're like Travis Pastrana, he doesn't have like a fear portion of his brain, or they're just lying. Like, you're scared out of your fucking mind. Like going north, like driving north into Iraq, you're looking into the deep, dark abyss of the unknown. And you're like, what the fuck? Am I going to be a coward? You know, am I going to live? Am I going to die? I mean, our projected casualty rates was that we were going to lose most of our ODA. So you're stepping into a situation where you're going, okay, well, I know out of this 6-shooter that I'm going to play Russian roulette with, there are 4 bullets in this.
Oh my God.
And you're driving north going, okay, let's fucking do it. So you've already capitulated and given yourself up to die, which is, it's actually a very cathartic, and I think personally an experience that you can evolve from. Because at that point, if you're dead, you can live uninhibited. Like, everything I do from this point forward is gravy on the steak, man. I'm already dead.
Right.
I was driving north in Iraq, and I through like the desert, and my best friend and I are like driving north, and you have like hours to stare off into the fucking sand. You know, you've got night vision goggles or whatever. I had a whole fictionalized funeral for myself. Just fucking, what else am I going to do, right? You're just like driving north, you know, and there's nothing going on. So I had a whole fictionalized funeral. I buried myself. And so I was already dead, or at least I felt like that. And then we get in our first engagement, and the world starts cracking apart, and your mind can't keep up to what's actually happening. You'll hear the gunfire, and you know, I felt the explosion. I looked in the rearview mirror of the Humvee, which sounds crazy. I looked in the rearview mirror, and I saw this like car-sized chunk of fire flying behind the vehicle, like so distinctly. Remember this? And I'm turning my team leader, and I'm like, we gotta get the fuck out of here. You know, I'm like losing it, right? It's so stupid. It's so stupid. We gotta get the fuck out of here. You know, like losing it, dude. I'm just fucking losing it. And he's like, and he's cool, man. He's like calm, cool. He's on the radio, you know, he's like, you know, vehicle 1, you know, or vehicle 3, this is vehicle 1, vehicle 3, this is vehicle 1. And we're checking to see if we have comms between us and the other vehicles. And I'm fucking losing it. I'm like, well, get the fuck out of here. You know, it's like, okay. Because, I mean, you know, you're used to like watching movies or whatever, and it's the first time anything like this has ever happened.
Right.
And at this point, you know, the full insurgency hasn't kicked off, that we were hunting Fedayeen. These guys weren't the most sophisticated cats on the planet. They weren't that good. So but we end up pushing through and then consolidating at the end of this. And fundamentally, this changed my tactical experience in combat forever, because my team leader, who I respect and love, he was killed 2 years later. He's one of my best friends. He was my best friend. He turns to me and he goes, "Hey man, if you don't have a solution to the problem, just shut the fuck up."
That's great advice.
I know.
That's great advice across the board.
Yeah. And I was like, okay, roger that. You know, I was like, okay, fucking roger that, man. And then it became a practice discipline. When shit's going super sideways and, bullets and when bullets are flying, right? I hate sounding like that. I don't want to sound like that at all.
But that's what it is.
Dude, you keep your shit together. And then I became, by the time my last ambush in Iraq I was in was I'll bookend this experience with an ambush. I was in Mosul, and I was in a little BMW trying to work my way, and I was working it was basically a low, like you're trying to fly under the radar, you're a little Vez, CIA at this point. So we're trying to blend in. We got hit at a checkpoint, and they light us up. And so now I'm alone in a car with another guy and the CIA chief. And the entire Iraqi army in Mosul, Iraq, is essentially pursuing us through Mosul is the size of Los Angeles, and I started at the north end of Los Angeles, basically, and had to work my way to the southern end of Los Angeles being shot at. And I'm trying to sort through the problem, man. Like, I got a fucking map sheet, and you don't know. I mean, this is Mad Max and fucking Thunderdome. I mean, Mosul was one of the most fucked up cities in Iraq. Like, it looked like going back to Stalingrad in different sections of this place. It was a complete shit show. And I'm alone with the guys with, and I'm trying to navigate through the city and help the driver. We're being pursued from literally north to south. Yeah, being shot at, and we're going, okay, right turn, right turn, right turn. And I mean, I have like the dragons are at the bumper. They're gonna pull me out of this car and chop my fucking head off. Like they're gonna turn my car into Swiss cheese. They're gonna fucking chop my head off. I'm dead. We're dead. And I brought up Kiowas. They were on station. We had a really good relationship with these guys. And I was like, hey, this is me. I'm in a black BMW, like, and I'm moving, from north to south, and the helicopter came back to, oh, I know who you are. You got everybody following you, because not all checkpoints are created equal, and for whatever reason, they decided they were going to kill something. And I mean, you don't have time. You're not going to sit around and be like, why do you guys want to kill us? Well, we're just good guys, You're just going to keep moving. I had to work my way all the way south to a bridge, and I had like one last fucking Hail Mary, man. Like, we had to get across a bridge into a place called Diamondback. And I didn't have a QRF because they couldn't pin us down, a quick reaction force. And like the Kai was like they saved our life, because they had the roads blocked off on the bridge, and I was basically smoking at like 100 fucking kilometers an hour. And the Kiowas came down and like literally dropped their fucking skids in the front of the front of the car and panned around like, we're gonna kill all you fuckers. Wow. And I looked over at one of the guys, and I looked over and like flipped him off, and I was like, you dead, and then like parting the seas like Moses or whatever, they moved the fucking cars, and we drove back in. That was it. So bookending, my point of that conversation was, I was losing my shit the first one, right? And I came back and I was talking to Kiowas, and they're like, Bro, we didn't know how bad this was because it sounded like you were ordering a pizza. But everything in between was like rep after rep after rep after rep was like calm down, keep your shit together. And one of my really close friends, this guy Jeff Kirkham, my first team sergeant, like awesome fucking guy, like one of the most tactically relevant people in my life. He's like, psychology is more contagious than the flu. So when you start losing your shit,
that's so
it
true.
infects everybody else around you.
What a great quote.
And
psychology is more infectious than the flu. That is a great quote.
Yeah, man.
That's so real.
So real.
That's so real. That's so real. With everything.
Everything.
It
controlled every piece of what I would do from that point forward. Like, lose your shit in a gunfight, and then you infect everybody else around you.
Yes.
Rise to the occasion, be the calm in the chaos, become, even if you don't feel like it, even if you're wigging out, man. Like,
of course.
Internally, you can barely keep your shit together. But what you do is you're like, okay, but I gotta project this, because if I infect everybody else with my chaos, I'm injecting more chaos into the equation, and we're all going to run the possibility of dying because of this, because of my actions.
I think that's why people gravitate towards inspirational figures, is because they're trying to get some of that psychology. They're trying to get it worn off on them. Great quotes and great feats and fascinating people. You want to absorb some of that psychology. That is such a great quote, though, because it's so true. If you're around someone that's freaking out, you're trying to keep your shit together. It's so hard to keep your shit together.
You can't.
Right.
If you're around a bunch of dudes,
just stoic
surgeons and stoic, and there's no flexion.
Mm-hmm.
What I would say is, like, in the time of repetition in the community, I mean, there's a default emotion that is acceptable. It's, anger. Right? So anger, and when I say joy, it's like joy from gallows humor typically, right? But it's like you have to, everybody becomes a stoic.
Yeah.
Nothing can faze you. And if you are a guy that's phased,
you're a liability.
You're going to get chopped.
Yeah, you're infected.
Yeah, exactly. And so Iraq, so going back to what I was talking about with Iraq, I'm supercharged, and my reality started to kind of crumble. Is we went up, we were on the first ODAs, and we did this joint op with the CIA to go meet this guy Muqtada al-Sadr. This is early on. This is like March of the war. And Muqtada al-Sadr became a prominent figure later on in the war. He was really relatively not known at all in the beginning of it. And I was working with the CIA case officer at that point, not just me, it was like my entire team. And Muqtada was like, he's a bad guy. Like, he's just a real piece of shit. And at that point in Najaf was his town. And we went out, did a meeting with him, and we came back, and all of us on the military, paramilitary side were like, this guy needs to die. Like, we need to actually go, and he has a small armed force. He's basically going to be the instrument of the Iranians. And we're having this big debate in the team room. And everybody that carried a gun, like, we speak animal kingdom. We know when there's a threat.
Right.
And then we have this case officer who's like a, adjunct professor at fucking Georgetown. I didn't know his ass from the hole in the ground. We're like, this guy needs to die. We need to go, like, get on him now. And case officer is like, no, he's going to work with us, And we're like,
they wanted him to be an asset.
Yeah. We're like, this guy is fucking stupid. Like, this guy's he's a Shia, supposedly Shia cleric. If you know Iraq, you got 60% of the country Shia. It's typically going to answer Iran. You've got 15, 20% is up north. It's the Kurds. And then you've got the rest is Sunni. And we're like, this guy's not going to fucking work with us. And this guy's a real piece of shit. He's already spinning up a militia. He's going to be a problem. No. And we're like, okay, like you're the big brain on Brad, you know, you're the PhD man, like sure, you know. So we acquiesce, and years later, I don't know how many guys died going back into Najaf trying to find this fucking guy. I don't know how many. I mean, it was a whole basically surge push or probably division to try to go find this guy, but we had the opportunity to kill him right there. Like literally, we could have, like, he had less than 40 guys in the compound. We could have like gone out and got him right like that night, and then he became a problem. And not only did he become a problem, it was like the decision makers were so poor at that point early in the war. It started to really affect me in the sense of like I was still bought and sold, that I sort of really think these guys might not know what the fuck they're doing when there's like Wolfowitz and Rumsfeld, Brennan, when they de-Baathified Iraq. So after we invaded, they did this thing called de-Baathification, which was basically they fired the military and everybody that was involved in the Ba'ath Party. And we're once again, we're in the team room. We're watching CNN, and it's Rumsfeld talking about we're de-Baathifying Iraq. We're firing everybody, and I'm not exaggerating. Everybody in the team room was like, "What the fuck? Like you guys are going to create the insurgency?" Like it was on the ground that moment, that second. Like I wanted to throw, like. I want to throw a fucking brick through the TV. Like I was like, these guys are paint by numbers creating an insurgency. They have no fucking clue what they're doing. And it was like that moment, which is fairly early, where I lost a lot of confidence in the decision makers. But okay, you know, the question is, well, why'd you keep going back? Well, because you want to try to search for meaning, and you're trying to find the actual purpose. Like, what is the purpose? Like, are there WMDs here? Like, are there, you know, like legit direct traces back to 9/11? Are there things that we're doing that are going to directly affect and protect America? And you're kind of searching for it, and not kind of, you are. Like that's what you're doing, or at least that's what I was doing. And by the time I left in 2009, I just figured I was gonna die. Like I was like, fuck this place, I lived Iraq, right? And then I was like, well, I think time and repetition in thinking that you're dead for that long, and then searching for not only some what I would say is good in the war itself, because there is good. You have your buddies, you have the camaraderie, you have the adrenaline, but you also think you're going to fucking die every day for years on end. And that's not, fundamentally, it turns out it's probably not good for you psychologically, I guess. And so I went to Afghanistan thinking, well, and I went to train Afghanis for a force up there. And when I went to train those guys, it was, hey, if I can train Afghanis to take on the war, maybe I can protect 18-year-old kids from getting their fucking legs blown off. You know, maybe I can protect the 20-year-old kid from Nebraska from getting a fucking RPG stuck through their face. And I was older and I was also willing to die. So the kids, when I say the kids, 18, 20 years old, like, man, it's not, it's not fun to watch this. When I say that, it's an understatement. It's so heartbreaking to watch a kid that's never been to fucking combat die. It changes everything in your life. And so you go from Iraq to Afghanistan, and I'm watching all this stuff unfold, and there's and I don't want to say it's all negative, because there were things that were very positive, but I'm so jaded by the time I get there that I'm like, well, if I can save some Americans, I'll save some Americans. And if not, at least this will be an interesting experience. And then, there's a laundry list of other things we can talk about. I don't want to get so fucking down, I guess.
It seems like it's impossible not to once you're going back on it. And how could you not? And the overwhelming negative experiences, the overwhelming horrific experiences.
Well, I think that's where I have this massive distrust in politicians. And I think that's part of the reason they have squandered the courage of the American servicemen in these forever wars that we've entered in under lies. So Wolfowitz and W and Rumsfeld and yeah. And sorry, man, I don't have any respect for those guys. Not only do I not have any respect for those guys, I have a profound amount of hatred for their arrogance. Because I'm in my 20s. I'm not making excuses, but there's plenty of guys like me that were not only hook, line, and sinker, and I'd still sign up for this country. I think service is a remarkable courage. It's courage and service back to our community is something we have to cherish, like we do. But when you have an orchestra of idiots that are manipulating the courageous men and women of our country to go into these wars based on a neocon pipe dream, and there's no consequences. You can pull out of Afghanistan only billions of dollars of equipment. Who the fuck got fired? But if I made a mistake, if me and my buddies made a mistake, we lost our lives. We go to jail. We lost our clearances. And I'm not trying to sound like a whiny bitch. I'm just saying, no consequences for these guys. Nothing. They get to go paint paintings and they think it's okay.
Imagine no consequences for lying about weapons of mass destruction. And has there ever been a large-scale investigation as to what led them to either believe or to push the narrative that there was weapons of mass destruction?
Well, I think if you read, there's a lot. I think there's a lot of books out there, obviously, and whether or not you have to kind of sort through the actual documents and figure out where these guys were at. And I've spent a little bit of my life trying to understand from their perspective, and I honestly think a big part of it is the guys who are making the decisions. Their hubris, their utopian belief that they were going to be able to rebuild Iraq like Houston, it's an oil country, and they really believed that if they didn't rein in this rogue nation of Iraq, that Iraq was going to eventually contribute to terrorism. And you had guys that were so consumed with their intelligence when it flipped to not only hubris, but they didn't have wisdom, they had intelligence. Wolfowitz is a smart guy. He's not an idiot. The problem is he's not wise. These guys weren't wise men. There's a difference between having a high IQ and having the experience and repetition, seeing death and destruction, seeing people's lives fucking torn apart and then understanding something from reading a book or thinking about it from an economics perspective. And, you know, I think Wolfowitz, Rumsfeld, Cheney, they had this belief that they could do anything they wanted to validate this. And they did. They had to data mine information and pull and pluck from different analysts that agreed with them. But most of the intel community didn't agree with them. They're like, we had defeated the Iraqi army to the point, when I say defeated it, like if we go back to the 90s, you say Desert Storm was 91. And then from that point forward, you can basically say, you know, HW to Clinton administration with the economic sanctions, and with the integrated bombing campaigns that they had led throughout the 90s, we had essentially stuffed that guy back into a hole where the only thing he could do was sell oil on the black market. He had a fascist state where he and his family had, you know, complete control out of the country, but he wasn't going to be a threat from an international terrorism perspective. That's just false. It's not only false, but it is patently false. And they had to mine the data to validate it. They had to lie. They had to sift through and find and pick and pull the pieces of information. And they really thought this was going to be a fucking cakewalk. They did.
Because of Desert Storm, you think?
They thought because of Desert Storm, and they were listening to these assets like Chalabi and some of these former Iraqi exiles, and listening to these guys who, by the way, were also manipulated by the Iranians and paid for by Iranian intel guys, their Iranian assets. They're listening to these people, and they were living in their own echo chambers, validating this idea that it was better for regime change, for the international, not only the international economy, but it was going to be a stable petroleum-based country where we could integrate democracy. And none of these guys were Arabists. None of these guys actually understood the Middle East, not one. They didn't have any combat experience. They didn't really have any combat experience from the long-term, low-intensity conflict, guerrilla warfare perspective. They were given not only the information, but they were given most of the information they were given was saying this is going to be much more complex than you think it's going to be. And they denied not only the opinions, but the information, and they went ahead with their fucking plans anyway. Rumsfeld single-handedly dictated how many people were going to participate in the war. Like, he was dictating how many divisions it was going to take, and he's like, actually, I think you could do it for half that. Like, he was like trying to negotiate how many guys that Tommy Franks was going to use to invade Iraq. And Tommy Franks didn't have the balls to say, actually, I need 2 more divisions. So a lot of this is just like fundamentally, these are professional politicians and bureaucrats drinking their own piss. Like I was saying earlier, you know, like you can drink your own piss once or twice before your kidneys start to shut down and it'll fucking kill you, right? These guys are all sitting around in their echo chambers talking to the same types of people, defining how they were going to send servicemen and women to Iraq, and they were wrong. Not only were they wrong, but they were told otherwise by lots of different people, to include, I mean, Tony Blair had a lot of different issues with this. Colin Powell essentially sold this and got the dominoes to fall on the entire thing, because they knew that Colin Powell was so respected that if he sat in front of the UN with Tenet, who was the director of the CIA, right behind him, and held up this little thing of you know, VX or whatever it was, that they could push it across the line from the international community. I mean, these guys were crooked, man. And not only were they crooked, they were so fundamentally wrong. And there's no consequences. Nothing. Zero consequences.
They put Martha Stewart in jail.
Yeah. Yeah, they go after Trump for fucking 2 years on, you know, Russia collusion. It's like, you spent $7 trillion in thousands of American lives, hundreds of thousands of lives in Afghanistan and Iraq. And you're saying you're going to put this guy through the ringer for 2 years because there might be some dossier that was paid for by the Clintons. Like, who's the criminal? And so for me, I get all wound up when it comes to this, because rep after rep, year after year, my two closest friends in the world were literally one torn in half by a EFP, which was a direct Iranian manufactured shade charge. My other friend was turned into fucking moon dust. And I mean, these are my two closest friends in the world, the guys I grew up with in the army that I spent every fucking day with. And since then, I've had obviously more friends, but I mean, those are the two closest friends in the earliest part of the war. So I'm so directly affected by this because it fundamentally changed who I was forever. It gave me a profound amount of mistrust in my government and the decision makers. I actually don't believe what they're telling me anymore. I have a lot of skepticism when it comes to the people that are pulling the handles in government. And I have to go to my peer set. And what I told people is, man, my currency is courage, right? It's like, that's what I broker in. So my friends that have gone through the GWAT, which I'm extremely happy for all these GWAT guys that are in, like, getting appointed to these positions. You've got Pete, you've got Tulsi, JD. Like, they fundamentally know what war is. And when you have decision makers that have never been to war and their kids will never go to war, and Cheney's kids never went to war, right. W's kids never went to war. Right. And none of these guys, by the way, they're all Vietnam era guys. None of them went to fucking Vietnam. So it's really easy.
Trump didn't either, right? They got a bunch of deferments.
But I think the difference is that when somebody's saying stop the endless wars,
right.
I am more than happy to go chips in on that narrative than I am to go, oh, we need to invest and put more time, money, energy into creating more chaos and destruction in the American service members' lives or the lives of other people.
Did you ever see that speech with Mike Pence and Tucker Carlson?
No.
Tucker Carlson essentially ended Mike Pence's political career.
Really?
The one speech, yeah. Because this was when Pence was running for president. And Tucker was sitting there with him, and Pence was talking about getting helicopters and tanks and weapons to Ukraine. And he was explaining how they were being incompetent because they weren't providing them with what they needed. And Tucker went on this rant. See if you can find it. I bet you could find it under that. Here it is. Listen to this.
Thing. You should make sure the Tucker part, because it's still 4 minutes long.
Let me hear what he says. Just start right where your cursor is. Click where your cursor is.
We'll let somebody transfer some jets.
I'm sorry, Mr. Vice President. I know you're running for president. You are distressed that the Ukrainians don't have enough American tanks. Every city in the United States has become much worse over the past 3 years. Yeah. Drive around. There's not one city that's gotten better in the United States. Right. And it's visible. Our economy has degraded. The suicide rate has jumped. Public filth and disorder and crime have exponentially increased. And yet your concern is that the Ukrainians, a country most people can't find on a map, who've received tens of billions of U.S. tax dollars, don't have enough tanks. I think it's a fair question to ask, like, where's the concern for the United States in that?
Well, it's not my concern.
What?
Tucker, I've heard that routine from you before, but that's not my concern. I'm running for president of the United States because I think this country's in a lot of trouble. I think Joe Biden has weakened America at home and abroad. And as president of the United States, we're going to restore law and order in our cities. We're going to secure our border. We're going to get this economy moving again. And we're going to make sure that we have men and women on our courts at every level that will stand for the right to life and defend all the God-given liberties enshrined in our Constitution. Anybody that says that we can't be the leader of the free world and solve our problems at home has a pretty small view of the greatest nation on earth. We can do both. And as President of the United States, we will secure our border, we will support our military, we will revive our economy and stand by our values, and we will also lead the world for freedom under my administration. I promise you.
Amen. Vice President Mike Pence, thank you very much.
Just that. That's not my concern. That's not my concern. What the fuck are you talking about? Why? How would you ever answer anything that way? That is not my concern. That's not your concern. You don't think he just made a really good point that we're really confused as to, first of all, aren't we like $1 trillion in debt? How do we have
$35.5 trillion in debt? Like, it's crazy.
Crazy. How do we have the money? How do we have the money to send to Iraq and we don't have the money to fix our cities? How can you say that's not my concern? What that is the opposite of what Trump is. That is nonsense talk. I mean, not that he doesn't have nonsense talk, but that is not a person's real feelings. That is just political speech. That's just, we're going to clean up our country. We're going to preserve the right to life.
It's memorizing sound bites.
Exactly.
And that's the entire problem with Washington right there.
Yeah, exactly.
They memorize sound bites. They say one thing, they do the other thing.
Exactly.
They've lost the trust of their constituents. They've lost the trust of the American public.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's administration after administration. It's politician after politician.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be a surprise if people don't like politicians. I mean, look at that guy.
Yeah.
He's a fucking robot.
He's weird.
He's a weird dude.
He's weird. They kept trying to say JD's weird. JD's not weird at all. I met that guy. He's fucking cool. He's normal. Smart as shit. I could hang with that guy. He could be my friend. Yeah. Like, he's not even a little weird.
No, that guy's weird.
I mean, I guess anybody who's that smart is weird. You know, people that go to Yale, people that, he's weird in that way. Like, that's an odd dude. You don't see a lot of those. But normal. That guy's bizarre. Like, his face doesn't move. Did you get Botox at 80? Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, you're weird.
I think they have low IQs and they're pushing that thing to the red. That's why they're actually so afraid to do anything, because they're like, I'm really pushing this thing. I've got like a Hyundai, like a 105, but my parents were rich. So I went to Yale. Right. And if I break outside of my box, actually people are going to know that I'm a fucking retard. So.
Right. Well, I also think that if you're that ambition, you have ambition at that level, and you are so driven to become the alpha that you want to be the president, the amount of work that's involved in that doesn't leave a whole lot of room for reading. Doesn't leave a whole lot of room for watching documentaries and having important in-depth conversations with people, expanding your understanding of the world. It's very narrow. They're basically actors. Most of these people exhibit a lot of the traits that I see in actors. This desire to morph oneself to please the people around you, the saying the things that you think people want to hear because you want to get ahead. It's all like very similar. They're actors. And the fact that these actors can rise to a position where they can actually dictate what these military veterans do and don't do when they have no knowledge or experience in it. Now, that's the fact that that's a real thing is fucking crazy. It's really crazy.
I mean, I think that's by the time I left, I was so jaded, and the motivating factor was, it's like no man will ever have control over my destiny again. Like I will not put a bit in my mouth.
Yeah.
For another man in the government who will not be making decisions for me.
Yeah, I don't think we can recall a time in our history where we did trust the government. But there's this, which is such a weird thing to say. You know, I used to think it was the Obama administration, but boy, Obama during this Kamala Harris administration, it changed my opinion of that guy.
Boy. Really? Did you have a high opinion of him before?
I did. Yeah, I did, just as an intelligent person, a statesman. I felt like he's probably like caught up in the system. It's very difficult to make real meaningful change. You know, you think you're going to do something, and then you get into office, and you're like, oh God, what a fucking quagmire this place is. But watching him just straight up lie about Trump, the thing that got, got me was that very fine people thing, the white supremacist thing. They just kept trying to say that he was a racist, which is this thing that I think worked in like 2017.
Yeah.
And I think it worked back then. I don't think it works anymore. I don't think people believe it anymore. I think that we've gotten numb to all this stuff.
It's the sky is falling thing. Right?
Yeah. Like,
cry wolf or whatever. It's like you guys can only call me a fascist so many times. I mean, like the New York Times wrote that article a couple years ago, right? Where I'm like, it was the front of the coffee cup. Where it was like, do you want Trump 2024? Do you want low taxes? Do you want this? Yeah. I'm like, I want all that. Sounds good. And like you can only call me a fascist, racist, asshole. I mean, to be fair, like I can float into the asshole category relatively easy, but you can only call prompted.
Yeah, only when prompted. Yeah, it's you know what my fucking favorite things of this whole election cycle has been? Yesterday. When Biden and Trump sat down in the White House, Biden voted for Trump. I guarantee it. I fucking guarantee it. I never saw that dude so happy in his fucking life. He lost. His party lost. He was happy. When Obama had to shake hands with Trump and do the whole transition thing, Obama looked like Jesus Christ. Look at look at his fucking smile, dude.
Trump's like, whatever.
Look at his fucking smile, man. That's like when your kid gets married.
That dude looks like a hairless cat. Look at it.
It's great. First of all, what have they done to him? What have they done to his face? Go back to the other pictures. There's more high res. Look at his mug, man. First of all, for sure he's got something going on with his forehead. They Botoxed the shit out of his forehead. They gave him a facelift for sure. There's a bunch of different things they did, which very ill-advised, by the way, folks. Look at Trump. He looks like shit. No one cares. Everyone loves him. You don't look better if you get your face pulled back like a lizard. You just look more like a lizard. Everybody thinks you're a lizard already. But look at that smile. That motherfucker's never been happier in his life. In his life. He's like, that bitch. She went down. You can't tell me he wasn't happy. Like when he put that MAGA hat on. You ever see that?
Oh, yeah.
He put the MAGA hat on. And he took it with him on the plane. I guarantee you, that motherfucker was happy. He had a giant smile on his face. He said, welcome back to him. I thought it was Hitler. I thought he was dangerous.
I mean, that's what they all said, right? It's like, hey, this is he's a threat to democracy.
I thought he was a Nazi.
And then all of a sudden it's like, hey, we're going to have a smooth transition here.
This was the guy that you said was sharp as a tack. He was going to up until 4 months ago. 4 months ago, that guy was going to be running again. And now here he is, smiling like a Cheshire cat. How big was his? That's a crazy smile.
Man, he looks like he's wearing a mask.
He might be.
Yeah.
There was that one fake Biden. Did you ever see the fake Biden?
Yeah.
The tall guy? Yeah. That guy was so much taller. The guy was like 6'4". He was a giant Biden. It made no sense.
They're gonna smoke that one by us. Like it's like, dude, this guy's like, 6'7", could be playing in the NBA.
He was so much taller. They showed Jill and him together. Jill's like, what happened? That's a different human being. It's so nuts, man. It's so nuts. All the different things that happened during this election are wilder than anything you've ever seen in a fucking movie.
It brought so many more people into politics too. And people, the more people pay attention to what's going on with politicians, with the country, I don't think that's a bad thing, because I think bureaucrats and politicians alike, they directly benefit from people not paying attention.
Yes.
And so they only want you to pay attention once a year when they're going to try to get everybody galvanized around a couple little stupid things and then get them out to the voting booth, but not too many. And we don't want a lot of complex thought out of the voters. We don't really want them to think about too much.
Right.
Because we still got a national deficit that we got to increase, and I got to line the pockets of all my buddies.
Yeah.
Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, and Lockheed Martin. Like we don't want them to get in too far.
Yeah.
Like don't start talking about the reserve, or don't start talking about any of that other stuff.
Yeah.
Like I think that's what it is.
Well, I think that's also why politicians some of them at least, are terrified of podcasts.
Yeah.
Because you do have to talk about them. But that's what makes guys like JD and guys like Trump unique. in that they will just sit and talk with anybody. I mean, he sat with Theo Vaughn. Theo talked to him about doing coke.
It's awesome. It was so funny.
Theo's amazing. It was amazing. Theo's an ability to be himself no matter who he's talking to. And him talking to Trump about how he used to love to do coke.
It was like, and Trump just sitting there, which was super funny, by the way.
Sitting like this poor guy. Like you see Theo falling apart in front. Funny, like, Jesus Christ, I thought I was running for president here. I think I might have to help this young fella.
Who do I need to talk to about this?
But, like, you know, Kamala didn't have the ability to do that. Or if she did, nobody brought it out of her. I was hoping I could. I really was. I was hoping I could have a conversation with her. There's all this talk now that the reason why she didn't do it is because of progressive people in her party to push back.
Right.
Which might have some truth to it, but for the record, they offered me 2 very specific days and in different places in the country to travel and then go do it and do it for an hour. I said I didn't want to do that. And especially after Trump had done it. Here in 3 hours, I'm like, this is the only way to do it. And Elon said it best. He goes, you can kind of bullshit someone for an hour. He goes, hour 2 and hour 3. Like that's when the real you comes out.
Yeah, you're gonna get
it's the real you.
You're gonna tear the layers off the onion, right? So
100%.
it's like
100%.
It might make you cry.
Yeah.
And the more you peel it, the more you might be like, oh, this person's fucking stupid.
How much are you bullshitting the world, right? And
Yeah,
the quote about Trump or the narrative about Trump has always been that he's bullshitting everybody. He's a con man. He's definitely very persuasive. You know, Scott Adams has wrote about this pretty much in depth about how well Trump practices the art of persuasion.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the art of the deal. He's great at making people his friend and making relationships. And if you're his enemy, fuck you, scorched earth. You know, it's like this. And there's fear of that. You don't want to get on his bad side. There's all this, like, there's this art of, like, how he negotiates. And he's gone through this years and years and years of business. But that's him. That's the guy's right there. You could talk to him about everything and anything. He's right there. He's not protecting any of his ideas. He called a girl he allegedly slept with horseface when he was the president on Twitter.
That's so funny.
It's the wildest shit. So you're getting what you get. That's who the guy is. And you love. I like him. I've grown to like him. I had a much more negative opinion of him back in the day because it was. There's only so much you can pay attention to and do deep dives on before you lose your fucking mind. And with him, I was always like, oh, that guy, they grab him by the pussy guy. It's probably not good for the country. That seems crazy. But as time went on, I was like, oh, you need a guy that is completely crazy to expose how corrupt the whole system is and how they all collude together and how they all say this. There's all these montages of clips of news organizations saying the same narrative outright, over and over, verbatim, word by word. They're getting fed this by someone, some entity, they're somehow or another they're collaborating. And they're all choosing this very specific narrative, and they're running with it, and they're trying to destroy people with it. And I saw them do it with me.
Yeah.
I saw them do it with me during the COVID thing. And it was all motivated by the pharmaceutical drug companies and the profits. And they were terrified that someone's going to come along and somehow or another put a notch in this little thing that they've created, which is a devious little thing that they've done, where they eliminated all sorts of other remedies. They cut out all these generic drugs that possibly could have been used to help people. They denied people the use of monoclonal antibodies. They pushed the fucking shit out of this one thing so they could make money off of it. And they did it in collusion with the media. No one acted like a journalist. No one looked at the excess deaths. No one looked at the instances of myocarditis in young people. No one looked at any of that. There was no journalism. It just showed everyone that the whole system is bought and paid for. It's all corrupt. And the only way you could find out who a person really is to listen to them talk for long periods of time. It's the only thing, it's the only truth serum we have left. Right. And even that's not 100% effective, but it's pretty good. It's pretty fun. Your brain knows bullshit. You know, you ever like met some guy and like he's dating this girl that you know, and there's just something about that. It's like, what, he's shaking my hand, he's being nice to me. And I'm like, I don't trust this motherfucker. Like, something's gross about this guy. And then you find out he's a piece of shit. But it's 100%. Always this thing, like you feel something. If you talk to someone long enough, there's patterns in the way they talk, the way they think, the way they consider things. whether or not they can admit that they're wrong, or whether or not they can tell you why they changed their mind, how do they form their narratives, like what bad paths were they on, and what personal correction did they make, and how long did it take before you got to a better place? You learn about people when you hear them talk for long periods of time. You can't fake personal growth. You can't fake like stuff you've learned. You can't fake flaws that you're willing to expose to people so that they could perhaps see them in themselves. You can't fake that. And all those people like Mike Pence, he's got zero of that. You can't sit that guy down and have a conversation, a real conversation with him.
He's so afraid. Honestly, I don't think he even knows who he is. Guys like that don't even know who they are.
An actor.
Yeah. They're like actors. Like my buddy Dave, we were talking yesterday. You met him the other night. I've known him for 20
Great
years.
guy.
Like,
he was a lot of fun.
Dude, we met in Kabul back in the day. Like Dave and I, like, we go way back. And
he's good friends with Bruce and with my friend.
Yeah. Crazy. Like, because he's a team guy, right? So he's like former SEAL, CIA guy. And Dave and I were talking about this, and when you can just be authentically engaged with people, where you can just be yourself, and that's part of the issue with I think a lot of vets, and why they connect really well with vets, is because you can just authentically engage with people and say, this person knows I'm a little bit broken. Person knows that I've probably done shit that I'm not super proud of, and they know that I've got a dark sense of humor, that I can like just kind of I can open my heart and just have a real conversation with somebody. And that's the shit you chase.
Yeah.
Where you can just be yourself and you can talk about stuff and you can like try to evolve the way you're thinking and feeling.
Right.
In these artificial bullshit conversations that we have throughout our day with people we don't give a shit about, or these like, inauthentic, unreal, veneer people. I have no interest in having a conversation with a fake person.
That is stupid. The best thing that I took out of moving to Texas from moving to LA, I have way less of those conversations. I have almost none of them. Well, my conversations here are with normal people.
Right.
They're normal. So many people are infected by the rhythm of Hollywood, which is just about people trying to become successful. And the way you become successful in Hollywood is you get chosen because you have to go on auditions.
Right.
That's the primary, right? The number one top of the food chain. Well, I guess rock star and movie star are number one and number two. So maybe interchangeable. Maybe they're the same. If it's a 10, like biggest stars in the world, it's 10 movie stars and rock stars. And movie stars, everything you do is about your relationships with people and whether or not people think you align with them politically and whether or not you support the right causes. You wear the bow tie at the Oscars, you act proper, you do all the things that you're supposed to do. And if you do all the things you're supposed to do, then you get into the club. And if you don't do all the things you got to do, then they're not going to use you. They're going to use Daniel Craig. They're going to use this guy. They're going to use that guy. They're going to use Dave Bautista. They're going to use The Rock. They're going to use. There's so many guys that want these roles, and there's only so many good roles,
right?
Especially if you're going to be a male movie star, so no one can color outside the lines. And Dennis Quaid is like one of the rare few, like male movie stars who just fucking completely gave up. He's like, I support Trump. I'm a Christian. I sing gospel music. Like, fuck you. I quit. And he did this Reagan movie. It was a Reagan movie. Okay. Yeah. It's about a 1980s president. They wouldn't let him advertise on certain social media networks because they said it was during the time of the election and it could affect the election. What was it? Was it Facebook? Like what kept him from? Was it YouTube or Facebook? One of the social media outlets kept him from advertising this movie, which is a great movie about Reagan, where he plays Reagan. He does a fucking amazing job. It has nothing to do with today. It's about a guy who is dead. He's dead.
He's been dead forever. Right?
He was dead his last year in office. He was at fucking full Alzheimer's.
That's the thing with this whole social media, censorship, demonetization, like the way that they honestly, and I want to say they, like, there's a big group, and you were talking about it the other night, even with your show, with the Trump show, and then it's not trending, you can't even find it. The firearms community on YouTube deals with this all the time.
Oh yeah.
You know, the guys that have huge YouTube channels from the firearms perspective,
sure,
they're demonetized. They have to upload multiple times. They're like a constant
my good friend
battle.
Collins, Coleon Noir, his fucking show, he can't get it to grow. He can't get his Instagram to grow. He's like completely stifled.
And they're keeping the lid on this.
Yes.
I mean, like Brandon Herrera,
what was it? After he was on the podcast, Facebook acknowledged the mistake and lifted the restriction.
Yeah, he acknowledged it. Look at this. He expressed his belief that Facebook labeled the content as an attempt to sway an election.
Yeah. Like the entire.
Thank you, Facebook.
Firearms.
It was just a mistake, Jamie. Jamie, it's just a mistake.
Yeah. The entire firearms community, and it's weird because when I say we talk about it all the time. Like whether it's, you know, the biggest YouTube channels on for the firearm space, they're constantly battling, trying to keep their channels up. This is a constitutionally protected right.
Right.
And because there's a difference in political opinion, they can tip the scale.
Right.
Which is completely insane to me. Right? And there's a lot of traffic. I mean, you think about some of these really big channels that are out there. These guys drive millions and millions of views.
Mm-hmm.
People obviously want to watch, and they can't increase their reach, or they get demonetized, and they're constantly screwed with over and over and over again. And that's the way that I think a lot of us have felt we've been living under the thumb of, you know, our social media oligarchs that are deciding whether or not our information is agreeable to their political opinion.
Did I ever tell you the time that I was having a conversation with a Facebook YouTube executive, and my wife had to grab my leg under the table and stop me?
Seriously?
In Hawaii. Okay, so I'm with a friend, and my friend was an executive at Google, a very nice person, great, no problems with them. We're all having a good time. We're sitting down drinking and talking, and I got a couple in me. And this lady who's a bigwig at YouTube sits down across from me, and we start talking. And I said, when it comes, so we get into this conversation. It's a very friendly conversation. Nothing problematic at all. I don't think she even knows who I am. And this is a long time ago. So this is like 2015, 14. So my podcast is not that big.
Right.
It's not that big at all. I can tell you exactly when it was. When did Sam Harris and Douglas Murray have a conversation? When did The Strange Death of Europe come out? Tell me about that. That's Douglas Murray's amazing book that has been proved now to be absolutely accurate in his assessment of what was going to happen to Europe with Muslim integration. Essentially, the guy nailed it. And him and Sam Harris. Okay, so you have two public intellectuals who are having a conversation about cultures and about what is different about these Islamic cultures and their desire to impose Sharia law, like at least in certain areas. So they're having this conversation, and it gets labeled as it gets flagged off this guy's account. So I find out about this video because this guy has an account, and I don't remember where he posted it, maybe Twitter, but he said, I got flagged on YouTube for having this in my playlist as something that I watch, like not even something he hosts on his channel. So I asked the lady, I said, why would someone get flagged for a conversation? She goes, it was hate speech. Just like that. Just like that. It was hate speech. I go, do you remember the conversation? Because I watched the conversation. I don't think it was hate speech at all. It was definitely hate speech. But it's between two public, and then my wife just glanced on that because she sees I'm rabid. Now I'm like, it's two public intellectuals having a conversation about a real thing that's happening in the world, and there's no hate speech in that. There's no slurs. There's no degrading of people, in a generalization of people. There's no racism. This is they're talking about real cultural differences and how they're going to affect Europe. And this fucking lady it's hate speech. The arrogance of the way she said it to me. She was a big executive. And I was like, oh boy, I was just boiling. I was boiling, and thank God my wife grabbed my leg. She fucking, she grabbed the shit out of my leg because I was ready to go. Because the lady was going to engage with me. And I was like, oh, okay, this is a podcast. You're fucked. You're fucked. You're fucked. You're just lucky there's no cameras here. What you're saying is absolutely crazy. Like, who are you to make that distinction? And do you have any idea how that affects us culturally? When a person like yourself who lives in this fucking San Francisco, this whole bizarre tech cult bubble, that's what you live in.
Yeah.
And you want to impose this crazy leftist perspective on everyone in the world to the point where you're not even allowing two world-renowned public intellectuals have a public discussion about this in front of an audience.
Dude, I would deal with that all the time where people, I would talk about the Middle East. I spent most of my adult life in the Middle East. I was in Iraq, I was in Jerusalem, I was all around the Middle East and Africa. And I would just say, I just don't agree with the way that Saudi Arabia runs, right? I don't agree with the monarchy. I don't agree with Islamic Sharia law. I don't agree. Oh, you're a fucking racist. And you're like, what? No, man. I just don't think that it's the best way to go about it, right? Like,
there's a bunch of different ways people live.
It's like, no, I'm not a racist. I've lived there. I've been there. I've spent a ton of time there. I think this is better. And these are the reasons why. And people didn't even want to have that conversation with, oh, you're racist.
But this is what's crazy. You have to be able to have those conversations, even if that person's wrong. Like, if someone wants to get on YouTube and tell the world why Sharia law is better, I think they should be able to do that. Let them do it and let someone counter it and let them have debates. And Sam Harris has had a bunch of debates like that. Mm-hmm. You can watch them online. They're amazing. Let people figure out who they agree with. And if you just shut down discourse and say that it's hate speech, and you're defining hate speech as no slurs, there's no, like, we got to kill all these people. There's none of that. There's no hate in this conversation. You're saying hate speech is disagreeing with a narrative that all leftists must ascribe to, regardless of any objective assessment of the facts. And you're just sitting down and looking at it and go, I don't think I agree with this aspect of it. Like, I think that, like, telling women they have to wear a hijab everywhere, that's you're not giving them the choice. You're not giving someone choice is just fundamentally bad for the race, for humans. It's oppression.
Anything outside of a meritocracy in the context of being able to evolve a conversation based on the best idea wins. And when you're chopping out 50% of your population and saying their beasts of burden and where they belong is just essentially
basket of deplorables.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, this is the problem that I have with this.
Yeah.
And anytime that I've had this conversation around the Middle East, where, like, these are the things I don't like about it. I mean, there's lots of different things. It could be the Arab men will typically wear this very long, open bottom garb, right? It's typically referred to as a man dress. I'm like, God, I hate that thing. This thing's stupid. Like, I've had to wear it, and I fucking hate it.
Did you wear underwear?
Yeah, sometimes, I've worn a hijab. Like, we were talking about it.
Really?
Yeah, I had like a tiny little, like, belt-fed machine gun, and I'd have to wear, because I'm a small guy, right? I'm 160 pounds, and so I would often be the woman, because I could be the fucking. I got a feminine frame, man. Yeah, I've got, birthing hips, of course, but I could get a little saw with, which is a squat automatic weapon, a little belt-fed machine gun, a couple frags underneath a hijab, and I could sit in the back seat.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's like, surprise, bitch, I'm not a woman.
Picturing you with a hijab and a belt-fed machine gun under your dress is fucking hilarious.
It's so much fun, man. Like,
did you have like a thing where you could pop it up, like a Loki jacket?
Yeah. So you Velcro. So we had a whole department in the agency where they would, like, design costumes and shit for you. So I had this fake mustache. I got a picture of it. I'll fucking send it to you. But I had this fake mustache, and like they would put tanner and fake mustache and like sunglasses. So I'd like drive around looking like Saddam half the time.
Like that fucking American World Police movie?
Oh yeah. Full on. And it's so funny because like you'd have like no shit, a person putting makeup on you before you like go out to do something, and you know, got a fake mustache, and you know, or for me, I'm like, just give me a job. I already know what I'm doing. Give me the fucking, put me in the lady thing.
Be the fat girl.
Put me in the lady thing.
Are we allowed to wear makeup at all? Or are the Islamic women allowed to wear makeup under their hijab or not?
Yeah, they can, depending on where they are.
Some parts they don't let them do it.
Some parts, yeah, depending on how extreme they are. But if you went to like Kuwait or something like that, they would flash it. You know, it's like it signifies that they're like racy. You know,
sassy,
little hussy.
Yeah. Oh my God! I saw her nostrils.
Mm-hmm. Saw her ankles.
This is wild. Isn't it wild though that religion, the absolute most suppressive religion when it comes to women and gays, are the ones that the progressives are so vehemently defending? Like that's the one they defend over all religions. You can be like a leftist will accuse you readily and quickly of being Islamophobic. It's a great thing. They can shut you down. It's a great pejorative. But no one ever accuses you of being anti-Christian. No one. It never comes up. No one, there's not even a word, right? You can have Islamophobic. Is there a Christianophobic? I've never heard it. What is a word, like a disparaging word for someone who is prejudiced against Christians? Does it exist?
I don't know. I mean,
it probably doesn't even. It's like honky.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a racist term for white people. Cracker doesn't work.
Caucasian cis male. I don't even know what that means. But
Christianophobia or whatever.
Christianophobia. See, that's
I've never heard anyone utter that.
That's too much gobbledygook. You can't say it fast.
No.
Islamophobia is kind of fun.
Yeah, Islamophobia flows. It sounds like you're intellectual.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this podcast is filled with Islamophobia. First of all, let's just discuss this. This is really important. We need to direct them to feminism.
But I think that's so funny because when I listen to academics, you know, I'll pull up a YouTube and I'll go down the rabbit hole on a certain thing and I'll listen to an academic, and then half of them, I shouldn't say half of them, like a good portion of them, they're talking about things they've never actually experienced. Right. So for me, I've lived in the Middle East. Like I've lived in Jerusalem. Like I've lived and interacted and been in these cultures and seen them in a very vivid way. And when I say this, like tactical and combat experience, specifically in these countries, it's very vivid. And part of the problem with this differentiation, let's go back to it, but this differentiation between the decision makers and the people actually implementing the tactical execution on the ground, is that there's a huge disconnect from the reality. They don't have the wisdom to understand what it is. And what I used to tell people is like I was almost like a zookeeper, where I would usher, depending on the person, I would usher them through the fucking zoo so they could see what's going on, but they would see it from afar. And I kept the lions from eating them.
Right.
And there's this very clear differentiation between the people in charge, and most of them shouldn't have been in a combat zone, specifically in the agency. They should not have been in a combat zone. And when you unpack the agency and you look at, you have paramilitary guys and they're more than qualified to be there. And then you have like the cocktail circuit guys. And they're just trying to get their combat tour so they can get promoted to another fucking spot. But they actually have no business being there. Meaning they need guys like me to keep them alive. Like
so they're just like getting in days for
that's all they're doing.
The ledger.
There's a very famous, infamous case officer from Coast back in the day, and I was on the ground there. Not in Coast, in Kabul at the time. And she was being groomed to be the assistant director. There's a great book on it called Double Agent, but I was on the ground when it happened. And she had this asset that she was trying to get in, which is an agency asset that she was trying to get into a basin coast. Once again, this person has no, they should not be here. They should be in Germany going to a cocktail party, like pretending like they're really cool because they have high intellect, but they have no context to going down to the basis of reality. And these are like rules of the jungle. Like this power is the only language they speak. Like, you can't intellect your way out of this thing, because a fucking bullet is a bullet. A bat is a bat. Like, it will win over your articulation every time. If you want to win a debate and you just put an axe handle through somebody's fucking head, that's how you win, right? That, like, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. So, like, they bring in this asset, and she's like, oh, you know, this asset is the guy. He's going to give us the coordinates to bin Laden. We've been working with him for a long time. He's an amazing guy. It's his birthday. He wants us to bring him a cake. So she bypasses all the security systems, bringing in a guy from Pakistan. So she gets him, because he's like, I don't want to go through any security. I'm your trusted guy. I don't want to go through first. I don't want to go through any security. So she tells security, stand down. She doesn't tell anybody about it. She brings this guy in through the gate, like blows him through. Now the security guys, mind you, are like, what the fuck did you just do? They're running down to the situation to try to get ahead of it. He steps out and he looks like the Michelin tire man and fucking clacks off. Oh, and 3 of my friends were killed in that suicide bomb. She was killed ultimately. But that's a perfect example. I mean, there's like multiple different examples of, there's a different cadence, mindset, and capability associated with what I would say is the paramilitary guys versus the case officers with spots. They're just totally different guys.
Right.
And they tried to intermingle because of capabilities and, more importantly, promotions, to try to get people like promoted, which is another reason why some significant things have to change over there. And they got
they
guys
just
hurt.
send people to you just to, you were supposed to protect these people.
Yeah. And so they could be collection officers on the ground. I mean, like time after time, example after example. I had this guy in this town called Rothschild, out in the middle of fucking nowhere. And before we go there, so let's rewind to Iraq. I had a spy that we were working with, and they're called case officers in the agency. And we go out to pick her up from the airfield, and we're like bringing her to where she needs to go. And we pick her up, and she gets in the car behind. She gets in the car behind me, and she takes out her pistol. She points it, and I'm in the passenger seat. She's right behind me. She takes out her clock. She puts a magazine in it, racks the slide right behind my head, like directly into the back of my head.
Oh my God.
And I turn around and I'll tell you exactly what I said. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? As I turn around, I'm like, give me that thing. And I called her some like very rude things, right? So I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Don't take your pistol out. I go, if both of us are dead, then think about it. But I'm going to keep this. You just don't have it anymore. So I actually gave her back the empty pistol. I was like, listen, if both of us are dead, feel free. Take one of our guns, take both of our guns. I don't give a shit because I'm dead. But I get back in, and the chief of base at the time pulls me in. He's a fucking super good dude. And he like calls me. He's like, hey man, heard you had quite an exchange with somebody, and we don't really appreciate this, and I might have to send you home. And I was like, did she tell you what she did? He's like, no, I just thought she got in the car and I told her like, you fucking dumb whatever, and give me your gun. I was like, no, she racked her slide into the back of my head. He's like, oh God, get out of here, I'll talk to her. It's like, oh God, get out of here, I'll talk to her. Like, Jesus, she forgets. But it's like
Do they even have to show competency in weapons use?
Yeah, but it's
do they go through the same sort of program?
Everybody thinks there's like this Jason Bourne type person, you know, like spies are Jason Bourne or something like that. It's like, it's just not fundamentally correct. Like any soft guy is much more proficient at firearms. I taught a selection and vetting course for former soft guys that wanted to come into the agency, and I taught it for a couple of years. I was one of the main architects behind the selection criteria, and we would have to go out and train spies, and I would shoot their qualification course with my left hand, like on 2 hours of sleep, still half in the fucking bag. Like, it's just so like ridiculously
ingrained.
Yeah, and more importantly, that's not their job, right? They're collection people, and I'm defending them to a certain degree because they're very high IQ. Their selection criteria in their courses
They're
is
not
very
prepared
difficult.
for that.
No, they don't belong in those places. Like when you go into a combat zone, and when it's a very complex, because there's different areas in combat zones, and some of them are more dangerous than others. You can't have some of those people there. It's too dangerous, man. You've got to have collection people that are on the military side that can handle themselves unilaterally. And you can't have like your regular humdrum spy. This isn't Jason Bourne. They're not competent. More importantly, it's not their thing. It's the thing of proficient artisans in combat collection and the art of war. And that is a very subset niche profession of guys that are extremely competent and very dangerous.
Why do we want to believe in a Jason Bourne?
I think
people love that.
They love it.
They love that narrative. Some super spy 007 dude that can fuck everybody up.
It's fun, right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we noticed you're a really good boxer in your local gym, and you went to Yale. We're gonna recruit you. Like, get the fuck out of here. That's just stupid.
He's a judo champion.
Yeah, he's a judo champion. You know, it always starts the same way. Oh man, we noticed you're hitting the bags, and you're a political science major in Yale.
There's a guy with the glasses and a hat on watching you run around the track. I think we found our man.
If they only knew the bureaucratic steps that it took to like get into it, where it's just like so much paperwork and interviews, and it's like, who is this guy? What has he done? And,
well, what's wild to me is the spies that infiltrate terrorist organizations. Like, there's people that are in the IDF that have infiltrated Hamas. They live with them. They're in there.
Lots.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
And you imagine
so
that life? That life is nuts, man. Worried you're going to be found out, and these guys Hamas knowing that a certain percentage of these people have to be Israelis? Well, that is so crazy that they do that.
When you have those guys, and we need those guys. Like, I'm not.
Oh yeah.
Like, we need those guys.
Must be so exciting.
The non-official cover of the Knox.
Yeah.
That's that. I mean, that there's so much respect.
Well, you were explaining that one guy that's a professor.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So.
Yeah.
I mean, out of all the guys, like I had such a unique ride in history in times, right? Where, looking out the window, kind of just being a passenger in history, and then being able to talk to some of these guys. And I would sit down, and I would always find like the older guy that's in we have like dining halls where the agency has their own separate dining halls and bars and shit like that. And I sat down with a guy one day, and this is like, hey man, what's your story? And he was telling me he was an anthropology professor at the University of Washington, and he was finishing his PhD, and he was crossing the Mackenzie Traverse in Canada, and he did it in era-appropriate clothing and a canoe and the whole fucking thing, right? It's just completely insane.
Oh my God.
He's like so insane. And I was like, oh, how'd you get in, you know? And so he's making his way across. He gets to a cabin. He's starving. He's going to die. He's explaining this to me. He's like, I'm going to die. I break into this trapper cabin. I find a bunch of old canned food. I just like engorge myself. And now I have the screaming shits. And I'm like wiping my ass with this National Geographic, and I pull out this ad, and the agency used to have ads in National Geographic. And he thought to himself, wow, that's really interesting. I should apply. So he applied. When he got back,
imagine this scenario. You're fucking starving, then you're eating botulism filled cans of beans and pork and shit, wiping your ass with a National Geographic. You see that? I mean, it's a fucking scene in a movie.
It's insane.
That's a scene in a movie.
So
right?
He goes back to the University of Washington, becomes a professor. The agency, he goes through the entire process. The agency recruits him. He goes through training, but still he has to keep his double life going. And
so he starts a life as a double life, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
Becomes a professor while he's in the agency.
Correct.
Wow. So from the jump, he's got a double life. Mm-hmm. It's not like he gets recruited. He's some Nobel Prize winner, and they say, we need you to be for America.
Yeah.
Wow.
In his first job, I'll never forget him describing this to me because I didn't know. I didn't know any of this. So it's part history, part just agency history. And he goes, my first job was I flew to Angola. And I just had a suitcase full of money. And they dropped me off in the middle of nowhere. And they're like, go kill Cubans. That was his job.
Jesus Christ. Just a bag of money.
That was it.
One straight directive.
Okay. And so in defense here, that's cool as shit. Like,
yes, they trust that guy.
Hey, here's a bag of money.
Yeah.
Go kill some Cubans because you had, it's a proxy war, right, between South Africa and it was the Soviets and the Cuban by proxy. They were both supporting each other. They were both supporting the Communist Revolution in Angola. So we were pushing back, from the state's perspective, we were pushing back against the Soviet intervention, which was driven from the Cubans. So he had a huge Cuban intervention, which is something most people don't realize. And I just thought it was fascinating because it was the first time I heard about it. And here's this guy that his job was, here's a bag of money, go kill Cubans. That's your job.
Wow, he's a
pretty
professor.
Cool. While he's a professor. So he'd be like so he would go back to, whatever university and go, okay, kids, I know I've been out on a dig, and I've been building, atlatls in Australia trying to do this, but really he was in Angola hunting Cubans.
Holy shit.
That's pretty badass. That's way better than Indiana Jones as far as I'm concerned.
Oh,
it's
pretty
cool.
Right now, the chalkboard and shit. Thinking about gunning dudes down. Okay, and then plus the 5.
Yeah.
Who here can answer this?
Nobody can know.
That's so.
He never tells anybody. No, and he's still.
So I guess with a guy like that, if you can find a guy who's willing to wear era equivalent clothing, would you say an era correct?
Yeah.
Clothing, and make his way through a trek that was most likely going to kill people in the 1800s. You know who did something like that? He didn't do the whole thing, but Ranella, the way I met him was he had a show before Meat Eater. It was called The Wild Within, and I got really addicted to it.
Seriously?
Yeah. I used to love, way before I ever went hunting, I still love watching hunting shows.
Yeah.
I used to watch like Ted Nugent's Spirit of the Wild. My wife was always like, what the fuck are you watching? But I was always obsessed with hunting shows and wilderness shows, people in the wilderness. Because every time I'm in the woods, I feel like it's a vitamin. I'm like, oh, yeah. So I was like, I wanted to like experience more of that in my life, so I was watching on TV. So there was a show called The Wild Within. And what Ranella did was I think he used like era correct weapons too. I think he used like a musket and he shot a bison and he turned the bison into like I think it was a bison, whatever the animal was. He turned it into a boat. He made a boat out of it and drifted down this river. He did like all these things that these pioneers did back in the day when they were making their way across the country.
This sounds awesome.
It was pretty dope. And that's how I got to meet him. That's how I got him on my podcast before Meat Eater was ever a show.
Okay.
Yeah. He was super dismissive of the podcast. Now he's got one.
I feel like there's a lot.
What am I doing here? I'm in this comedy club with this fucking dude who's smoking weed. Like, this is ridiculous.
I feel like there's a lot of people that probably dismissed it. They're like, oh, what the fuck is Joe doing?
But now he's got a great podcast of his own. I love that guy.
Oh, he's awesome.
He's such a smart dude, too. He knows so many things. He's a fascinating guy to talk to because he's super well-read. And he can talk to you about all kinds of shit that you would not expect from a guy who's a professional hunter.
No.
You know, he talks like a PhD. It's very good, but also like a hunter. Very unusual dude. And like one of the very best guys to explain hunting. Like I saw a debate that he had. It was like I think it was a book that he had released. And he was doing one of those talks they do at bookstores. And this guy was a vegan. And the guy in the audience was a vegan. The guy got upset with him. And the Ranella handled it so perfectly. It was just the way he communicated with the guy and explaining his perspective. And you have a different perspective. And I'd love to have a conversation with you. Didn't do it with any of bullshit. Ted Nugent's like, you pussy, grow another vagina. But Ranella's like the perfect answer to people that objectively they look at it and go, wait a minute, I do eat meat. Like, I am a hypocrite. I am hiring a supermarket hitman. Like, why am I upset at this man who not only hunts his meat, but cooks it and writes cookbooks and cooks it on television?
Yeah.
And, like, this is the same thing. Like, what are we doing here? This is so stupid. You know, and then you get the people that really believe that you shouldn't eat anything but plants. And my problem with that is I think plants are smart. I think they just move real slow, and I think they have a way of interacting that is noticeable and measurable. I think there's probably a consciousness to plants. I think life eats life, and I think that's the only way it survives, and I think that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. And you can choose to just eat plants, but I don't think you're going to be as healthy. I think it's too hard. I think people can kind of survive on vegan diets and do well on vegan diets. There's athletes that are on vegan diets. I don't think they hit peak performance and thrive. I think that's all people who are consuming nutrient-dense meats and fish and eggs. Those are the people that, when you look at athletes, the best athletes in every sport are all consuming protein. They're all consuming animal protein. There's so few that are vegans that hit elite status and maintain it. A lot of them get injured when they switch to vegan too. There's just so much in there. It's collagen and B12 and fucking, there's so many different aspects, the different amino acids. You can have this ethical thing in your head, and I get that ethical thing. Like, I don't want to see a thing suffer. I think plants suffer, you just don't feel it. Right. I really do. I think there's a communication with them that's probably similar but different to the way we feel about animals getting killed by other animals. I think it's just a part of this whole process. I mean, they've shown that you can take the recordings of beetles eating leaves and play recordings of beetles eating leaves near a tree, and the tree will experience distress to the point where it changes the profile, the flavor profile of the leaves. It releases chemicals, these phytochemicals into the leaves that makes it disgusting for the bugs. And they do it with giraffes. Like when giraffes eat, I think it's acacia trees. When giraffes eat acacia trees, the trees downwind all become disgusting to the point where the giraffes will starve because they won't eat it. They change their flavor profile to protect themselves. They release some sort of chemical that makes them inedible.
Well, I think it's so interesting. Because you can see it with who's that? Paul Stamets has, like, you know, when the fungi is like talking and communicating, and the health benefits to fungi and different plants. Like, I think anytime you have this edict with no meat, no plants, no, I think it's just another version of religious extremism.
Yeah.
If you were just to say, what makes sense? What's morally, what am I going to have to coalesce in? From me, I don't want to be a hypocrite, so I hunt. That's the way it is, and we eat a ton of wild meat. I'm not a hypocrite. We eat meat. I love fish. I love fruits and vegetables. But I think if you're making this determination that there's no meat, this is the only thing I'm going to eat. Well, one, that's a lot of time, effort, and energy that you're spending specifically on your diet constraints that could be allocated to being a better dad. Or
maybe they can do all those things too. So
maybe.
I think their philosophical point is a good one. I think their ethics, the morals, their perspective is that I want to live a life with the least suffering possible. I think that's noble. I really do. I think the problem is life eats life. And I think that's the real problem. And I think the problem is if you're buying just vegetables in the store, boy, you need to take a good look at monocrop agriculture because it's fucking bananas.
Yeah.
You know, there's Taylor Sheridan in Yellowstone. There was a scene where Kevin Costner was talking to the hippie lady, was trying to like shut down ranches and shit. I forget what her thing was. But he was explaining how if you're on a vegan diet, you want to kill the most things, become a vegan. Because you don't understand, like if one life is one life, okay? If the life of a gopher and the life of an elk are the same thing, and why wouldn't they be, right? You have no idea how many things have to fucking die to make monocrop agriculture. It's a bloodbath. They kill everything. They kill groundhogs, ground squirrels, you fucking name it. Ground nesting birds, fawns, everything gets gobbled up by combines. It's an enormous industrial operation. It's not natural. So now you're limited to organic plants, okay? So if you're growing all of your own food and, you know, you're growing a lot of soybeans, a lot of different things, like if you go hemp, if you're in a place where you can grow it legally, hemp is actually a really good source of protein.
Right.
It's actually got a really complete amino acid profile. You can survive. You can do it that way, but if you're a regular vegan, if you're just a person like I get vegan pizza at the supermarket, shut the fuck up. You're contributing to this mass slaughter of small animals. You're just not aware of it.
Have you watched that Netflix docu-series on? It's basically vegan propaganda. I forget what it's named.
Is it The Game Changers? That the one?
Yeah. Did you watch that?
Yeah, I know the
guys. I thought it was fascinating, like from a wide variety of reasons, but more importantly, so I went and got some vegan cheese. And I was like, tried it. I was like, okay, it's not bad, but I mean, dude, it's a laundry list of ingredients associated with making this, which seems pretty insane to me versus what's the ingredient on a good cheese?
Milk.
Right. This thing's like a dissertation of ingredients.
And it's so processed.
Yeah.
That is literally what it is. If you want to be, I said it a million times, you want to be a vegetarian, eat Indian food. They make delicious vegetarian food. You don't have to eat fucking vegan cheese. Stop pretending. Stop lying. Stop eating tofu or whatever the fuck that shit is. Get out of here.
Get out of it.
Get the fuck out of here. That's nonsense. What are you eating? And also eat mollusks. People should look into that. Those things are so primitive. They're way more primitive than plants. We just have a problem with them moving. That's all it is. If people, like, they don't even have nerves. They don't feel pain.
Right.
They're fucking the simplest of organisms. Yet their protein is like animal protein. It's really good for you.
Do you eat oysters?
Oh, yeah. Eat the fuck out of oysters. Never down there.
Snails?
Dying. Yeah, I eat oysters. Every now and then I hear about a dude dying from oysters.
So we were in Normandy. This is super funny story. So I went out to the 80th anniversary for the Normandy invasion, took a bunch of dudes out there. And my kids and I are out on this beach. And I'm taking my pocket knife out and I'm just chopping the oysters off the rocks and eating oysters straight out of the ocean.
Oh, wow.
And my girls are running away from me. They're like, this is the grossest shit I've ever seen. And then pretty soon they got into it. So then they're trying to find me the oysters to bring them back and show me where they are. My wife was like, you're gonna fucking die. Like, you're gonna poison yourself. You're eating these like right out of Normandy. Like it's one of the beaches out there.
Some of the
like,
munitions are in the water.
Yeah, my ass like shit. And then I had to. I'm eating them, and then I quickly searched. Hey, are there any toxins? After I've eaten like 3, are there any toxins in the oysters in Normandy? Thank God, it was like 99.9%. I'll live on the edge here.
Yeah, when I lived in San Francisco, you could collect mussels. It was like mussels that were on the rocks. But then I think I brought them home once, but then I found out that there's like a couple months out of the year that they're poison. You get like red tide, right? Yeah. So I was like I dodged the bullet, but I was like, what's that bullet? Because you could just go find mussels and pluck them off of things.
Let me ask you this, like, so if you were to move back to California, okay, but to take Texas politics with you,
that's not really possible.
But if it were, I'm taking you on an imaginary journey. Yeah.
No. I like it here.
You like the weather?
I like everything. I like the size of it. I like the way people behave. People are super friendly. I like the scene here. The restaurant scene's amazing. The comedy scene's amazing. Live music. A bunch of cool people now. So many of my friends moved here. I love it here. Yeah. I just love the vibe. I love that it's, I love that we're not connected to the Hollywood machine. There's like a pull of deals and shows and things that you get roped into doing because you think about the money they'll pay you.
Right.
And then you wind up like becoming one of those people. Like you have to say what they say. You have to be, if you're not politically aligned with them, you're going to lose gigs, change your behavior. I see it with so many comics. They're really good comics coming up. They're like, wow, this guy's going to be good. He's really good. He's getting better all the time. And then they get a fucking show. They get a show, and then they tone everything down, and everything gets softer, and everything, you start seeing some like bullshit jokes in there. Like, oh, you decided to cover this joke, cover this subject just for street cred, progressive street cred. And like you see it happen. You're like, you got called into the rocks. The sirens, they call you into the rocks. That's what it is, man. They call you into the rocks. You stop being you. You stop being you because they dangle that carrot in front of your face. And there's no carrot out here. The carrot is just podcasts and other comics. Right. So that's way better. There's no control. There's no manipulation. There's no someone's dangling this over you. You have to agree with what I agree with. No one cares at all about any of that stuff here.
It's freedom. And we were talking about it the other, I think it's today, right? Where it's like, another comic was like, oh, can you believe they're Democrat? No, it's weird, like, or whatever, right? But it's fine in the context of, I think, being conservative, because I don't necessarily say like, I just believe in less government. Like, I don't like bureaucrats at all. I have a high degree of skepticism of anything that they say, and I typically will question anything an elected official will say. So for me, I'm like, I don't care if the guy next to me is going to vote for, whatever alternate politician. I care about, like, what are their ideas? Why do they think a certain way? What are they doing? What kind of human are they? And what is the character of the individual? Am I going to disagree with them? Yeah, but who the fuck cares? Like, it's kind of fun. Like, it's kind of fun to disagree with people and debate them and have a different opinion versus being in an echo chamber where people all agree and they're all kind of lockstep in their belief system. It's kind of fun to have some wingnut talking about socialism half the time. You're like, what the fuck are you talking about? You believe in that? It's like some Orwellian nightmare, man.
And if you can have a conversation with someone where you're friendly with each other and completely disagree, it's a beautiful dance. It's a fun dance to talk to people that have just completely different perspectives. But you're not rude to them. You just ask them, well, why do you think that? Well, do you ever consider this? And you have conversations like two normal people just having a conversation. Okay, all right, so that's what you think. Huh. What was your childhood like? Like get into this. Like, what are we dealing with here? Like, why do you have this perspective? You know, and you have to be able to talk to each other. And there's a bunch of people that we hang out with that have totally different opinions on all kinds of things. Like my friend Josh, who was here the other day, loved him to death. He told me he voted for Jill Stein. So he voted for Jill Stein just like a protest vote. Wow. I think the two-party system's stupid. I'm like, yeah, okay, right. Yeah, I get it. Look, I voted for two libertarian candidates in a row. So I voted for Gary Johnson, and then I voted for Joe Jordan. Why? Because I was like, this whole thing's gross. But that's like California. I knew it was going to be blue anyway. California is always blue. It was like a legitimate protest vote. And I guess he was in Florida, so that's a legitimate protest vote. If you want to talk to me, it's going to go red anyway, whether you like it or not.
It's going to go red.
Yeah, Florida goes red hard. When they saw Miami go red, they were like, oh boy. Yeah, oh boy. One of the things that they were saying, it was like the whole, like what goes red and what goes, like if you look at the country, like California is way more red now than it's ever been in the last 4 years.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a big difference. If you look at, there's a map of California, how it voted from 2020 to 2024, it's a giant swing. It's like, the red's going like this. See if you can find it, Jamie. It's very interesting. And that's not because people have been radicalized. That's because the left has gone fucking cuckoo. You guys are going crazy, and you're authoritarians. You want everybody to behave and believe and think and talk the way you do, or else. I've always look at that. Look at the difference. Holy shit, dude.
That is wild.
Yeah, it's most of California by landmass. By far.
Yeah.
It's probably 70% by landmass.
What is that blue up there on the east side? Like, what is that supposed to be? Is that like
that's probably where they grow the weed, son.
Oh, yeah.
What is that?
What is that? Where are you? You guys got to be like Tahoe.
What is that one?
Like, it's got to be like Truckee or something.
You got to shut up and walking. These fuckers. Here it goes. Oh, these fuckers. Oh, you have to get a signature.
Yeah.
Go to the other, just the image.
I've thought about this because I always tell people California is my favorite climate in the nation.
It's the best. Yeah, that's it. So what's the one in the upper? Well, it's not the one that's blue. Yeah, I guarantee that's where they grow the weed.
Yeah.
They want to keep everything nice and quiet up there. Shut the fuck up. Everybody shut the fuck up.
Hey, man, we don't want these guys to, like, criminalize weed again. That's
where's Humboldt, Jamie? Where's Humboldt?
North
up there. Yeah. That's where they grow all the best weed. That's where they have problems with the cartel, too. Cartel grows weed up there, too.
The cartel grows weed in California?
Oh, yeah.
That's what I wanted to ask you was about the cartel. Do you think that they're really going to...
That one was Humboldt.
There was Humboldt.
Oh, shit. Okay. There we go. You're right.
Yeah, they grow all the weed, son.
There you go.
Yeah, there's a dude named John Norris who's been on the podcast. He wrote a book called Hidden Wars, and he was a game warden. So he's just thinking he's going to go around checking fishing licenses and shit like that. And then one day they find a creek that's been diverted, so they have to follow the creek. They thought maybe a farmer had like dammed the creek somewhere and done something to get water illegally. He goes up there and he finds these PVC pipes and it reads this giant grow out, and it's all cartel guys. And so this guy's job changes from being a game warden, let me check your fishing line, to running a fucking tactical unit. They had attack dogs. They had fucking shootouts with the cartel in the woods over weed. Because here's what happened. California made weed legal in the state, but made growing it a misdemeanor if you grow it illegally.
Okay.
So if you are a person who's doing it legally, you can grow it and you can sell it if you have a license. You can open up a shop and you can sell it. They tax the shit out of it. It's great for everybody. But The problem is you made growing it illegally a misdemeanor. So then the cartel just starts growing it everywhere in the national forests because even if the guys get arrested, nothing happens. It's a misdemeanor. So it's nothing. Yeah. So they're using these crazy toxic poison pesticides, all this shit that's totally illegal to use on regular crops in America. And 90% of the illegal weed that's being bought around the country is coming from them.
Holy shit, I didn't know that.
And they're doing it all in national forests, and they're doing most of it in California. Dude, they find these girls. My friend found one. You know him, Cody.
Oh, yeah.
He found a fucking blowout on Tajon Ranch.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, that's right. Yeah.
Yes, he found a cartel grow-up on Tajon Ranch where this guy carried in pipes on his shoulder
and diverted
deep into the woods, diverted a stream, and then there was this whole field of weed that these guys had planted out there. They were camping out there. They had little religious symbols and shit they kept by their bed to protect them, like the Virgin Mary and shit.
What do you think? I've heard this. This is what I want to talk about because it pertains to the cartel. It's like, what do you think about releasing SEAL Team 6 and Delta Force in the cartels? What do you think that looks like?
Well, I think you've solved one problem.
Okay.
What's the problem? You no longer have distribution, but you still have a demand.
You still have a demand.
Yeah. The real problem is there's always going to be a demand. The real problem, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that idea, by the way.
Okay.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
But the problem with that idea is you're always going to have a demand. And if you're going to have a demand, someone's going to fulfill that demand. And who the fuck is that going to be? How are they going to get the coke in? You're not going to just not have coke. So here's the question. By having prohibition of alcohol in the United States, it's widely agreed that led to the rise of the mafia.
Right.
Bootleggers, the mafia, criminal organizations that were organized crime that went on to do a bunch of other horrible things inside our country, and they were built up with money because alcohol was illegal. The moment alcohol stopped being illegal, you still have these people with all this money now. You fucked up. Now they're organized gangsters. Now, okay, alcohol's legal now, so they're just going to sell it legally.
Right.
And they have millions and millions of dollars from all that crime. You've already done that with the cartel. You got to do something. You got to do something. And you probably also should legalize drugs. I don't think you should take drugs. I think coke is probably terrible for almost everybody. I think meth is probably terrible.
Do people still do cocaine? I thought.
So really?
Like it's really a thing still?
Do it. The growing Chinese investment in illegal American weed. Of course. Why wouldn't they get in on it?
Check out this number that it says here. Of the 800 farms the OBS in Oklahoma, the Oklahoma Bureau of Narcotics has shut down in the last 2 years. 75% were linked to China.
Oh my God! China's growing weed here. They're growing weed here. Oh my God!
I was thinking about that. I was thinking about this from the thought exercise, where I'm like, because I know these units. I'm intimately familiar with them. Bro, if we declare war on the cartel, if these dudes are not going to understand what the fuck is going on.
No, of course not.
They are going to be, because God,
you'll stop the distribution. That's going to be,
They are in for a world of like ultra violence they've never actually felt before, because obviously this is a very capable ultra violent organization. They have fucking no clue. If we organize these tier 1 units against them, this is going to be what I would be doing if I was down there. Like, I know all those shoe boxes in my fucking, my walls that I'm going to have to collect up. I'd be getting ready to retire right now. That's what I would be doing. Because if Delta Force was hunting me, bro, I would be so terrified.
Is that a real thing that they've proposed doing?
Yes. That is a real thing.
Who proposed that?
I'm almost positive either JD or Trump had said something, like the new guy from ICE, like we're going to mobilize tier 1 units against the cartel. The only thing I thought was like retire. If you guys got some money, man, I would like put that away. Like maybe move Jamaica. I don't know, go somewhere. Yeah, buy a restaurant. Like try to go legit, because
go legit,
dude. If those guys are hunting you, by the way, like, you're done. You're fucking done.
And it's a weird thing that's going on right at our border.
So
it's a weird
strange.
thing. because it's so close to us and it's so ultra violent and dangerous, and it's just completely shaped the way the entire economy of the country works. You know, they have so much power and control, and it's a criminal organization that is almost entirely, at least, funded by us, by our desire. Trump declares war on cartels. President-elect said notorious crime syndicates and drug kingpins will never sleep soundly again once he launches his plans to tackle the issue.
I thought about this for a long time, where I'm like, if they turn loose Delta Force and SEAL Team 6 on cartels and pedophiles, we could just kind of like erase the problem in about 2 years. It's be gone.
He wants to send troops to Mexico. He said we make appropriate use of special forces, cyber warfare, and other overt and covert actions to inflict maximum damage on cartel leadership, infrastructure, and operations. Oh, Jesus. Bro, it is going to get wild come January 20th.
It's going to get wild, man.
It is going to get wild. Very interesting. But the thing is, like, people, inaction is action as well when it comes to this. Like, you're going to continue to prop them up. They're going to get more and more power, more and more money. And we got to figure out why everybody wants Coke. What the fuck is it?
Do you think it's Coke?
I think that's the big one. I'm pretty sure it's the big one. I'm sure a lot of it is pills. They have fake pills. Like, they sell, like, street pills, different, like, anti-anxiety medications, Molly. There's a lot of stuff they sell that's also laced up with fentanyl, which is responsible for, who knows how many tens of thousands of.
It's like 200,000 people is what they're saying. That fentanyl is responsible for that.
Crazy high.
It's insane.
It's a horrific thing, and it's gotten to the point where people are scared to try any kind of drug because they're thinking fentanyl. They found fentanyl in weed. What? Yes, they found fentanyl-laced weed. Yeah. People are dumb as shit, man. You don't think they'll try putting fentanyl in weed? People are dumb as shit. They'll try all kinds of things. People are retarded. I know people that have mixed MAO inhibitors and mushrooms and acid all together. Like, what are you doing? Are you trying to go to space? Like, what are you doing, man? Jesus Christ, you're just experimenting.
What was an MAO inhibitor? What did you just say?
An MAO inhibitor, monoamine oxidase inhibitor. It's the ingredient in ayahuasca that makes DMT orally active. So monoamine oxidase breaks down DMT in the gut. That's why when you eat, like if you eat a salad, that's why you don't trip balls.
Got it. Okay.
Because otherwise, like, most plants, some crazy number of plants have DMT in it. So, like, how many plants have DMT in it? I think it's like 1,000 or something nutty like that.
When you think about the legalization of psilocybin, So, Texas, and this is what I know about Texas because they're leading, I think, a lot of research specifically related to vets.
Apparently, the former governor Rick Scott is really into this.
Rick Perry, because of his relationship with Marcus Luttrell and some of the other guys in the community. He has been leading the charge on this. Do you think that from psilocybin being legal in the United States, do you think it would be an issue? Do you think it would be an issue at all?
I don't know, because you're going to get people trying it that wouldn't try it before. You're going to get people that use it irresponsibly, just like you get people that drink irresponsibly. I think that's the situation that we find ourselves in if we're going to give people personal freedom. They're going to make bad decisions. You can buy a Corvette, right? You can go to the Chevrolet dealership, buy a Corvette right off the lot that goes 0 to 60 in 4 seconds, and you're flying around corners. You could be a fucking maniac and kill people in a Corvette, or you could just enjoy it on the highway and be responsible and say, "Wow, what a great car! This thing's awesome. I love it."
Right.
And you don't cause any problems for anybody. Both things are possible. That's what's going to happen if we make drugs legal. You're going to have people try those drugs that probably shouldn't be trying those drugs. You're going to have people get addicted to those drugs that maybe wouldn't have gotten addicted if those drugs weren't available to them, especially if they weren't legal. If you could just buy it somewhere. But if you don't rip the fucking Band-Aid off of this, like, infantilization of society and let people know that there are things out there that they're telling you can't do, and the people who are telling you can't do them haven't even experienced them. When it comes to things like psilocybin and psychedelics, like, if you haven't experienced them, you really shouldn't be talking about them. You have no idea what you're talking about. You can't possibly know. You can't know. And if you have experienced them, then you're probably going to agree with me. you're probably going to agree that there's some serious benefits to it. 50.
Yeah.
God, I thought it was a lot more than that. At least 50. I had read something that was like in the hundreds.
I can't find a solid number. I mean, it's in a lot of stuff.
So the point is, like, I know phalaris grass is like really rich with DMT, and there's that's also the acacia tree. That's what when they connected, there's like a university in Jerusalem that connected this idea of Moses and the burning bush to a DMT tree.
Oh, right.
Because the acacia tree is like rich in DMT, and the idea of burning it, you see God, and God gives you this message and tells you what to do and what the rules of behavior are. I think anybody telling you that these things should get you locked up has clearly never experienced them.
No, they never have. Like I spent all of my life with a top secret security clearance. Like most of my life, like from my 20s to like my 40s, right? And my personal experience with them, this is before we went public, but my personal experience with them was my problems were rep after rep, cycle after cycle, combat after like relatively high stress scenario after scenario after scenario. And I was having a really, really hard time trying to directly connect with love. I actually could not connect with that experience. It was really difficult. And my wife and I were going through this ongoing debate and dialogue with it. And she was like, you need to try it. And we tried it. It fast forward probably 20 years of talk therapy for me personally. And it gave me this like direct connection with this feeling that I hadn't felt for years. And this is the feeling, and this is my point with vets, and especially from the combat vets, the guys that got rep after rep after rep with overpressure and explosions and a lot of violence, is that they lose context with this really important feeling that you have to have. You have to have direct love for your family, for your spouse, for yourself. And if you killed that by all of the things that you've done, you built a scaffolding, this artificial scaffolding on top of this, it creates a callus. And you got to be able to break through that. From a psychological perspective, an emotional perspective, it accelerates that back, and you can kind of reset. You really can. Yeah, I can't imagine. I was thinking about this for like my dad's like 80 years old, right? I'm like, man, if he's got lung cancer now, I'm like, gosh, if he could like coalesce around killing ego and past and try to understand himself from a different, more introspective way. This would take decades, maybe, of talk therapy or a session where you could really accelerate your growth as an individual. And I think that's what for GWAT vets and for vets in general. I mean, I think that's what they're missing. This key component is being able to retouch with their emotional strength and be able to balance these things out where you can evolve and live your life. Do you think, you've said it before, I don't know if you said it on a show, but do you think society would benefit from it?
I think a lot of people would benefit from it, but I think a lot of people wouldn't. I don't think people with real psychological disorders should be doing it.
Right.
You know, I think people that are really fucked up and having a hard time with schizophrenics, people, I don't know. I think it's probably dangerous for you. I think it's probably a bit of a stress test for your psyche. You hear about these stories, like the guy from Pink Floyd that dropped acid and freaked out, never came back. There's those stories. Like, we hear those stories of guys who just go out there and kind of, you lose them. I've kind of seen it with some people. I've seen it with one kid who was just like smoking a ton of weed and just lost his mind and became schizophrenic. And you don't know, like, did he have a tendency towards schizophrenia already? Did he fall prey Was it just his unique biochemistry and how he interacted with weed? Was it just inveterate weed? I mean, he was every day he was smoking weed constantly. What is it? Like, what caused him to crack? You know, I don't know. But I don't have that problem. And I think it's very beneficial. And I don't like when people tell me that because someone has a problem with something that I shouldn't do it. I don't agree with that. I think you should be allowed to take chances as a person. I think if you want to do BMX jumps and fucking do flips on your bike, you should be allowed to do it. You want to do jiu-jitsu and have grown men try to kill you? Go ahead, go do it. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. I don't think anybody should be able to tell you what you can and can't do. But why does that change when you talk about substances that someone puts in their body? Well, because those people could do those and then they commit crimes. But those are already crimes. Like, you already go to jail for those crimes. So if you do something violent because you're on a drug, you're going to jail because you did something violent. Like, there's a crime, you committed that crime, you go to jail. So like, we already have laws to fix, like, that address all the problems. And you're assuming that more problems would occur. We don't know that. We don't know that more people won't chill the fuck out and won't have a dramatic decrease in violence across the country. Imagine that. Imagine you have a few people that lose their fucking mind, but you have a dramatic increase in consciousness through the entire country, where people develop like a mushroom culture and people start like microdosing all the time, and people get way more comfortable with talking to each other, way more creative, way more like community oriented and love oriented. That's not a bad thing. Yeah. That's a real possibility with something that exists right now. There's a happy pill. It's out there and it's illegal, and God made it. God made it, and it's probably the source of most religious experiences. There's probably some sort of a connection to a lot of those religious experiences, and what was probably some sort of a psychedelic adventure that they went on. And who's to say that that's not even how you talk to God in the first place? We don't know, because it's been held back from us. It's been kept from us like we're a bunch of babies. It's something that human beings have used for thousands and thousands of years. The Greeks used psychedelics to start democracy. And yet here we are in the greatest democracy the world's ever known in 2024 with full access to the internet, all the data that's available, all the anecdotal stories, and it'll get you locked in a fucking cage. That's nuts. That's really crazy. It's completely insane. That doesn't make no sense. I've tried to look at it from all different ways. I do agree with you when people say if you make cocaine legal, people are going to die. Unfortunately, I agree with you. But if you don't make cocaine legal, people are also going to die. I don't know which one is more. And I don't know if it was just real cocaine versus cocaine mixed with a bunch of other horrible shit. If like the real cocaine wouldn't kill as many people. I don't know how many people are dying just of cocaine and how many people are dying of fentanyl-laced cocaine. I bet it's way more fentanyl-laced cocaine. So if you have just pure cocaine and the same amount of users, you're going to get way less deaths. So that's a net positive. Then you take taxes from that sale of that legal cocaine and you use it to sell rehabilitation centers where you give them Ibogaine. Give people the ability to break addictions. It's possible. People do it. They go to Mexico, kick opioids. People do it all the time. My friend Ed Clay did it. That's how he got into it. He started his own clinic because he went down there because he had a pill problem. You get an injury. You're doing jiu-jitsu. You're always fucking hurt. Right. These guys get a disc problem. Their arms all fucked up. They take a little pill. You feel better. But then you need 3 pills. Then you need 4. Then now you're fucked. And now there's nothing to help you other than Ibogaine. And that's illegal. So you make that legal too. So with those two together, who knows? You might have way less deaths. And then you would have taxes that you could take from that stuff and use for all sorts of things. It would be horrible for taxes from cocaine sales to fix the schools. But what if that's what did it? Right. What if that's what did it? And what if the exact same amount of people buying cocaine are still buying cocaine? What if that is the fix? And what if responsible use of drugs, all kinds of drugs? Sure, don't drive a car when you're coked up. Don't take heroin and fly your plane. Right. No. Responsible use, just like responsible use of alcohol. Why is that so crazy for us? Why is that so alien? Because we've been turned into babies. We've been turned into babies where you're allowed to take pharmaceutical drugs that make you high as fuck, Whether it's high as fuck on Adderall or high as fuck on opioid, that's fine. But you can't go out and get yourself some mushrooms. That's just crazy. And for these people that are the ones in charge that are making all the money from these decisions to keep up with this insanity in the internet in 2024, in this tide of change, I feel the same way about them as you feel about those poor cartel members. Like, you probably should be doing something else. What is this? What, weed and fentanyl? Short answer is they're false. There's no solid evidence that marijuana is being laced with fentanyl. Here's some of the reasons why. Because didn't someone get caught with it though?
This at the bottom it says that there's been a few publicly stated like media stories that have said that's what the case was.
I think we were talking about one, and they said there was weed that was laced with fentanyl that someone got arrested for.
Lab test claims that they were errors, and then the corrections don't make the headlines.
How do you get an error? How much fentanyl is out there that's an error? Oh, we just contamination. I think it wasn't the weed that had fentanyl. Fentanyl's all over the place.
It could have just been a field test. They could have just been like, does this have fentanyl on it? They rub the weed, and the weed comes back like, yep, someone touched fentanyl, and they touched the weed, and now you've got fentanyl-laced weed.
Wow.
It could be that.
That actually does make sense, right? Because if you think it's some cracked out dude working in the weed fields for the cartel, he's probably going to be doing fentanyl.
Yeah, he's going to be doing fentanyl. He's going to be all on everything, basically. So he's going to pop positive on everything.
The guy's in a tent. He's on a tent in the fucking woods with a little Virgin Mary statue. Like, for real.
I know.
He's
going to get candles.
Bro, having shootouts with the cops. It's so crazy that's going on. And that there's hundreds of them, and that the Chinese are running them.
Like, this is the most insane part, where it's like everybody knows what's going on. It's like all these chemicals are coming from China. They're being offloaded in Mexico and South America. They're being produced and then they're pushed across the border. Everybody knows.
Did you ever talk to Mike Baker about any of this stuff?
No, I've never actually talked to Mike Baker.
Do you know him? You never met him?
I've never met him.
Oh my God! I got to bring you two guys together. I love that dude. But one of the things he was telling me was about the Chinese cell phone towers, like cheaper.
Right.
They're like, you just buy ours. You're not going to listen to it. And they put them all around military bases.
We promise we're not going to listen to you. Hey guys, the Chinese said they're not going to listen to us. I mean, that's good enough for me.
They're around this nuclear weapons facility.
Of course.
They're all over the place. And then they buy land. Like Dr. Phil was highlighting that. And they buy land right next to military bases. Like, how fucking silly are we? We're so silly. Like, someone's moving our chess pieces around like, oh, this isn't happening. This isn't even happening.
Don't think like that.
There's no way they'd be buying up all the weed. There's no way they'd be buying up all the farmland right next to the military.
There's no way they would be exporting chemicals so they could manufacture fentanyl to come in and basically eviscerate 200,000 fucing people. There's no way. There's no way they would do that.
Way. That's crazy to even think. Meanwhile, the only way you get those chemicals from China. The only way you get it is from China. They send them to Mexico. They cook it up. They send it our way. Woo.
But no, there's no way the Chinese are thinking that maliciously.
There's no way. There's no way. Well, aren't they still mad at us for like the opium wars?
I think the Chinese are not necessarily mad at us. They're just thinking about themselves from a 100-year vision, and they're saying, okay, where and how do we ascend to being able to take America's place as the international superpower.
Right.
So I don't know if they necessarily have an opinion-based axe to grind. It's more about how do we put the pieces together to take the whole position away from the United States.
I'm sure that's their primary goal. But I do remember reading something where they were talking about, was it British? There was people that introduced opium to the Chinese, like on purpose. It was like a campaign. The first opium war, 1800s. Okay. Britain, the war was triggered by China's efforts to enforce its ban on opium. The British responded by sending a naval expedition to force China to pay reparations and allow the opium trade. Yeah. So the British wanted to keep that fucking dope flowing. Isn't that wild? They went to war to keep the dope flowing. This is what people have to recognize about Afghanistan, too.
Yeah.
This is something that it sounds so conspiracy theory that no one even wants to touch it. But the troops had to guard the poppy fields. Afghanistan heroin went way up when we went in there. Went way, way up. Their production went way up. They were supplying at one point in time. What was the number, Jamie? What
70%.
percentage? Was that what it was? 70% of the world's heroin was coming out of a place that we had occupied.
Well, and the other issue is that the Taliban was using the opium and essentially to fund their growth in their militia. So the DEA was out there. So you had the DEA out in Afghanistan doing direct action ops. And you had soft guys that were going out, walking through poppy fields, marijuana fields, and all these other things. Then you pass it off to the DEA.
90%.
No, 95, yeah.
In 2021, 90%.
90%.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
You destabilize the entire country. You deter everyone from actually focusing on the opium. You focus on terrorism and the Taliban, and then you allow it to flourish. And the dirty secret nobody wants to talk about from that perspective is that we as a country have dealt with a lot of shady opium dealers, like drug lords that were essentially exporting opium. And if they weren't part of the Taliban and or if they were anti-Taliban, you do business with them. It's the same story.
Yeah.
It's what's your triage priorities? So, we need to get, we need to fund our army in South America. So, hey, how do we do that? Let's import some coca. Let's invent a market because we got to get, we got to push back against the commies in Nicaragua. It's the same story. It's a deter.
I've had Freeway Ricky Ross on.
Like, seriously?
3 times. I had him on recently. Yeah. And he was the guy. He was the guy who's making millions and millions of dollars. He couldn't read. He was making millions of dollars selling coke for the fucking government. Myanmar overtakes Afghanistan, the world's top opium producer. Violent political turmoil in Myanmar in the years since 2021 coup has contributed to a production increase. Wow, so they took over that quick? What's that?
Check this out. Meth is cheaper than beer there.
Whoa.
There's a lot of drugs going on there.
Whoa. 25 cents each? That's all? Imagine for a quarter you could do meth.
The golden triangle. Like,
imagine doing meth. Imagine doing that quarter meth. What kind of judgment do you have? You pop that 25-cent meth and fucking chug it down with a Budweiser. What are you doing, man? What kind of life are you living?
I guess he took 10 pills his first time.
Oh,
10
boy.
pills?
How did it work out?
I took 10 pills and I was totally lost. I recognized my family.
Whoa.
I recognized my children.
Son. Couldn't sleep at all. I didn't drink. I didn't eat. I felt powerful. The last one's so perfect. I felt powerful. Yeah, look, I don't think that should be legal, but, here, I don't think you should do it, but I think it should be legal. I think if it's not legal, the cartel sells it. You just have to figure out what to do with the money that you're going to make from it, because that's devil money. Like, you're selling meth money. Like, that's devil money. You're ruining people's lives. So there's going to be a bunch of, like, slippery people that are kind of hanging on, but doing their best, and you're going to meth them down the road to oblivion. That's true. That's true. But that's not going to happen to me. I'm not going to get methed out. I'm not going to try it. I haven't even tried Adderall. I'm scared of it. So some people are going to figure it out, just like most things in life. Just like drinking, just like driving, just like doing jiu-jitsu, just like riding a BMX bike. Some people are going to get hurt. So we have to decide what's more valuable to you, nerfing the whole fucking world or people figuring out what's best for everybody. And the only way to do that is to give people freedom. That's it. It's the only way that works. If we figure out what works, what doesn't work by successes and failures, and we all adjust along the way. But you got to give people freedom. Freedom and information. Those are two very important things. When you're suppressing either one of them, you can't be the good guy.
No. You're not the good guy. You're not the good guy. Freedom has to be sacred across the board. Which freedom comes with accountability, which means responsibility. And that's the problem, is that when freedom I think when you can distill it down and you can create control, then you can create profit.
Yeah.
So power, control, and profit, those things, like, they directly have this confluence where people in power obviously manipulate that, and they'll restrict our freedom.
Yes, especially if they can make more money.
100%.
Have more control,
Like a pimp.
have more power.
And if COVID taught us anything, it taught us that we can't forfeit freedom to low IQ, power hungry bureaucrats that want to affect our life because they're stupid. So why would we ever give away our freedom to a bunch of stupid bureaucrats? Like,
Exactly.
that to me is the fundamental difference between the entire election process. It's like, how do I maintain or increase my individual accountability, which comes with freedom, right? And how, if we want to capitulate that, that's the other side. I think that's a referendum on freedom. Like,
Yes.
I don't want to oversimplify it, but that's kind of where I think it is.
It's where it is. You're not oversimplifying it. If you don't have that, you don't have any of these things.
No.
You don't have any growth. You don't. You're going to have people that are in power that stifle discourse. They're going to stifle debate. They're going to stifle it because they only want their side to be heard. It's that lady at the table telling me that Sam Harris and Douglas Murray was hate speech. It's those people. You're going to have those people dictating what you can and can't talk about based on their own morals. And you don't even know how they think about things. You don't even know them. They don't do podcasts. They're not hanging out with you at the bar. You're not going to dinner with them. You don't fucking know them. So you don't know if they're making good judgment calls. You don't know if their assessment of something is something you agree with or if it's even rational. You don't know. You just, these weird strikes you get on your account. You get like this fear-based letter that comes to you. If you do this again, you're fucked. You're like, oh no, now what do? Well, I better self-censor and go along with the machine and stop misgendering people and stop doing this and stop doing that and stop saying this and then you're fucked. And then you're fucked. And then you might as well be living in any other country that's controlled by a dictator. It's just a dictator by a different name.
Right.
It's all it is. It's fascism, but it's not right-wing fascism. It's left-wing fascism. It's adherence to the state. They want you to go along with the mandate. The way they talk about things, the way you have to talk about things. And to think of anything, this election was like giant fuck you to all that. Where everyone was like, fuck, you guys are fucking crazy. We see where this is going. You're going right off a cliff, and you're running. And if anything, showed you about that, the Harris budget, which has spent $1 billion, 580 million of it or something like that was for staff.
Yeah.
580 million. And there's all this money that went to all these outreach groups and all these different and celebrities and like, what the fuck is this? And then they're $20 million in debt at the end of it, and you want to manage the economy? This sounds crazy. This is what did you do? Like, what happened here? Who went crazy with the checkbook?
Yeah.
Who went hog wild? Who went hog wild?
Nobody in the administration has ever been business, right? I mean, nobody.
Find out what the numbers were to staff, because I want to be accurate about that, but I think I am. I think it was 580 million. And I was watching this on Fox News, and they don't lie.
No, they don't. No. They never lie.
Then they had a giant lawsuit, right? The Dominion lawsuit. Yeah, that was a big one. They got hit.
I had a piss.
All right, let's take a little break here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. Yeah, they said it on Fox News, Jamie, so it has to be true.
It has to be true. Yeah, that's way better.
Oh, no, better than Fox News. Patrick Bet-David.
I know. I'm telling you, I see the tweets that say that, but Fox News' website says the campaign spent $56 million on payroll and payroll taxes.
So what's that other money? But wasn't there all the money that they had spent on activism?
Yes.
Didn't they count that in staff?
But I don't know. This all comes from like Twitter. I don't know where.
Well, if it comes from Twitter, Jamie, it's real.
I'm just telling you.
Stop being a fucking party pooper.
If people asking for their
scroll up and let me see what this says. It says. But no, so I'm sorry. Scroll down a little. I just want to see what it says. So it says Kamala raised 1.003 billion. She spent 1.37 billion. She spent 582.53 million on staff.
That doesn't add up because I saw she spent 680 million on ads. So those two numbers, there's no money left over for everything else.
Right.
So one of the two isn't correct.
One of them. How much did she spend on ads?
680 million.
Oh my god.
That's like the
should have done my podcast for free,
dude. That is like the secret. It's not even a secret when it's campaign time and you have all these ads, these ad guys that are out there.
Yeah,
they're buying up all the ads, and it's a wash in money. It's hundreds of millions of dollars, and they're just pipelining campaign donations into ads, and it's like loading up their money guns and just shooting it into space. That's what they're doing.
That is what it's like, right?
I know.
And they've been telling people that this is effective.
Yeah.
And so they have this business going.
It's just complete absurdity. Which, don't get me wrong. I actually, politics is so fun for me because I think it's really interesting, and it's like I can't get into football or anything else because I like the data associated with things, and if I got into football, I'd be like one of those fantasy football dorks, and I can't get into it. And so politics is one of those things where I'm like, I follow it, I love it, it's interesting. Just trying to understand the strategy behind it.
I've changed my opinion of it a little bit since the election. I don't think the control, the grip of the control of the country is as strong as I thought it was. I thought this concept. So everyone has a concept of they don't want you to know things. They're controlling things. I have a feeling that in times of crisis, like what we find ourselves currently in, it's like when the lights come on and roaches scatter. That's what I have a feeling. I have a feeling there's no way that they can trust each other, and that they all know that a certain percentage of people are going down for corruption. There's a certain percentage of people that did some dirty shit.
Yeah.
There's some connections with organizations and corporations and some emails. Save your emails. It's one of the things that RFK said. Yeah.
That was one of the
Preserve
best.
your records and pack your bags.
Dude, so epic.
Yeah, that's epic. Preserve your records because we know you're all a bunch of liars.
Yes.
We've caught you already on emails lying about stuff. So you've all perjured yourselves. Like Fauci perjured himself. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. This is just a definition of gain of function. Like, shut the fuck up. You don't change the definition and make it ultra super nuanced so that it fits in your little excuse box of why you didn't fund gain of function research. The fuck you didn't. That's what you did. That's what it is. And when Rand Paul was confronting him with it, that was like one of the craziest moments. You said, do not know what you are talking about. It's like an evil villain.
Yeah.
An evil villain that just lied to everybody and got away with it. And no repercussions.
Well, I think that's like the story over and over for these guys that are in power. There's no repercussions.
Yeah.
There's no accountability. I oftentimes think of Dick Cheney as a guy sitting back in like a high back leather chair in a big black tile office. It's completely shiny with a white cat on his lap, like just petting it. That's the way I think about that fucking guy. Like, fuck that guy. Like how these guys, got to keep flashing back to this, but it forever fucking changed me, right? Where I'm like, these guys fucked up so many people's lives, like countless lives, and the fact that they still think they have public trust with zero accountability, man.
How wild was it when Dick Cheney was endorsing Obama, or was endorsing Kamala?
Of course he was.
And everybody was like, yeah, look at that, right-wing people.
Yeah. Like you might as well have painted. If you would have been a NASCAR driver, he would have had a Lockheed Martin fucking jersey on right there at that point.
Or Satan.
Yeah, Satan, Lockheed Martin, fucking working together.
Sponsored by Satan.
He's got patches on his uniform like that Chappelle. Fucking Chappelle skit where it's like politicians were there, NASCAR drivers.
Yeah.
How do you like that?
Satan would be amazing. It's just all caps on the back, Satan. And the liberals would still find a way. It's not, you know what? It's not. It's like Satanism in the classical sense. It was just like the rejection of the norm.
I mean, think about it. He's a fallen angel. You know, I mean, think about how bad that is. You know, we have to think about it.
Yeah, Dick Cheney's basically a fallen angel.
Have you seen those Babylon Bee skits where it's like Satan talking to the Democrats about like, dude, you guys fuck, you guys jumped the shark on this. What are you doing? It's so good.
Did you see the Babylon Bees one recently where they're talking about criticizing Trump's new appointments in comparison to Biden's appointments? Have you seen it?
No.
It's just images.
I can
see you can find it.
Because
on the Instagram.
It's that one dude.
It's the bald dude with the dress. It's the other dude who's the first female admiral. It's the first female admiral. Imagine if you're a woman and you're trying to become an admiral. This motherfucker just jumps the line.
He's like, okay, yeah, cool.
Have you seen it?
That whole thing with like the it's like the Avengers United.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Biden administration declares Trump cabinet picks unqualified. Oh god.
Yeah. Like if you just look at that thing and then you look at like, and when I say things, right, it's just like you look at this thing and then you do a direct comparison. Like, okay,
you know who scares the fuck out of me?
Who?
That new border law.
Oh, dude, he's a bad motherfucker.
He scares me. He scares me. I imagine myself with a backpack sneaking across the Rio Grande and that fucking guy's there.
No. Yeah. Like, what did he say? He was like,
about families? Is there any way to not separate families? Yes. You deport them together.
Hey, you know what it reminded me of? You remember that?
It's just like he said. I was like, whoa. Well, this is getting dark.
Yeah.
See, I'm like a bleeding heart. Like I want people from another country that are poor to make their way here and make a better life. I want them. I just want to be scammed. I want to know who the fuck is coming over.
Right.
I want to make sure they're not cartel members. I want to make sure they're not terrorists. But I'm all for people that want a better life because I would do it. I'd be a complete total hypocrite if I said I lived in Guatemala in some village and there's no power. And I found out that I could walk to America. And if I did it, it'd take 3 days. And then I can get a job in the fields. And then I make way more money. I could send money home. And everybody could have clean water. I'd fucking do it. You would do it. We'd all do it. So I get we'd all do it. That's so part of me is like, man, I don't want to send anybody back. But the other part of me is like, what about terrorists? Like, what about checking for cartel members? What about the fentanyl that's coming through? Like, you can't have an open border.
I believe in it. Like, I believe in a meritocracy. Right? It's like, may the best idea prevail. May the hardest workers prevail. The problem is when we export all of our manufacturing to China, when we have like South America, we have a border crisis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, obviously I'm a coffee guy, so I think about coffee all the time. And I think about Nicaragua, El Salvador, like all of the South American, Central American countries that grow coffee. And I talk to farmers, and all we have to pay them is 5 or 10 cents more a pound, depending on the coffee. And most of the time, when I'm talking about coffees, I'm like, yeah, no problem, 10 cents more. Who cares? What that allows them to do is build schools, pay a livable wage, all the things that they need to do to be successful in Guatemala, Nicaragua, wherever they're going, or wherever we're talking about. So I think about this, like, okay, so we're exporting these manufacturing jobs to China. And if we're just concentrating on economic policies in this hemisphere, where from a national security perspective, if we're exporting jobs to South America, we're creating economic opportunity and mobility in South America and Central America. We're creating jobs, economic stability, generational wealth, and we're also solving one of the issues that we're having, which is a border crisis. It just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me to say, hey, we want to export, and I know this started with the Nixon administration, and you have essentially slave labor, which I'm 110% against, which I don't think in any way, shape, or form we should support economically. So if we're to export and look at this from a manufacturing and industry perspective from this hemisphere, how do we align ourselves around strategic stability? How do we protect against our border crisis? How do we still import? Because, I mean, I know Americans love their cheap goods. Like, they love their shit. You know what I mean? They still want to have this decreased labor cost. I think investing in South and Central America is just not a bad thing. If we're not going to invest in America because of the cost, then we have to invest in this hemisphere.
Well, it makes sense that if you want to make the world a better place and you want less people trying to sneak into our country, one of the best ways is to make their country better.
Right.
But we got to do it ethically. The crazy thing, and we've beaten this horse 1,000 times, is that everybody has a phone, and everybody's phone is made by slaves.
Right.
And if it's not made by slaves, the cobalt that's in it, there's a real high chance that it came from someone with a fucking stick poking it into the ground and digging it out for you.
Right.
And that's everything. We have to take a hard look at all this stuff. We should be making our phones in America. We should be making our phones in America with American minerals. That they're sourced for people that get paid a fair labor wage. They get health benefits. There's OSHA. People check on things. Make sure that regulations are in place. Make sure that people make sure that they're making enough money to make a living, to live a livable wage. That you have to do that in America if you want to do it legally. The only reason to do it somewhere else is so that you can do something legal because it's legal there, but it's not legal where you live. It shouldn't be legal to have people working in another country for you for fucking 15 cents an hour. It's just, it's too crazy. It's too crazy that you cross this dirt path and now you're allowed to be a piece of shit. Like, it seems crazy. But if you're doing it the right way and you're paying people well and you're allowing people to thrive in a place where there was nothing before, yeah, you can give people a pathway to do a lot of different things. Economic success opens up a lot of fucking doors, especially with education, especially with safety, with schools, with better communities. People have money. There's not so much tension. Yeah, it's good. It's good to have a thriving industry. It's good to have a thriving economy. It's good for everybody. It's just not good for everybody. There's always going to be people that suffer in every kind of economy, in every kind of situation in the world. There's going to be people that suffer. And like we were talking about on the way here, like, some of it's just luck. There's a lot of luck, you know. Luck's a real thing, you know, good and bad. And that's one of the most important things about having some success in this life, you know, is having the humility to understand that you just got lucky as fuck. You're lucky as fuck if you're alive, especially you, right? You're lucky as fuck you're alive.
You know how lucky I am is like tenfold on it. I got all my fingers and toes. It's
great
so
family, incredible business.
I think
good friend of mine.
God, man, like, it's so incredible when you think about like the birthplace lottery of hitting the jackpot. Like, holy shit!
I think in this time too.
Yeah,
I think we're so lucky in this time. I think I'm particularly lucky because I grew up before the internet was at all. Like, how old are you?
47.
So I'm 10 years older than you. So when I was like I think I was 27 when the internet became like a normal thing to have in your house. And you had a dial-up. You turn on America Got Mail, or You Got Mail. Yeah. You've got mail. AOL. So from that point on, the fucking world changed so wildly and so quickly that we weren't even really noticing it while it was changing. And now here we are. Here we are in 2024, where it seems like the most chaotic, the most weird. Trump just won again. Somehow or another, I helped him. Like, all this fucking crazy. Like, this is the wildest timeline ever.
This is the most, we're talking about, this is the most optimistic.
Yeah.
I've been in our country.
Yeah.
This is the most optimistic I've been in my adult life.
Yeah, and the moment that he won like that in a landslide, I was like, maybe they don't have such a grasp. And maybe this will open up the door to making things more rational and balanced, right. And we can stop a lot of this fucking awful corruption that's just intertwined, like the mycelium that's under the soil.
Yeah,
the corruption just intertwined, and a lot of it's legal corruption.
Dude, it's insane when you think about Yeah, obviously, I'm super interested in the military-industrial complex. But when you think about, we had, we'll say, 50, 60 military-industrial contractors at the start of 9/11, and then now we're down to 5. When we think of $860 billion of annual debt associated with the defense budget, which has gone up since our height in the war on terror, and we have 5 big companies that are basically taking 50% of that 860, and then 50% of that is profit. And how is it happening? When you think of this triangular effect between the military-industrial complex and, okay, you have the revolving door between the Pentagon, so every star that comes out of the Pentagon goes back in the military-industrial complex with X amount of years of disassociation, blah, blah, blah. It's okay. Then you go back to the military-industrial complex, so you go into like Lockheed, Raytheon, one of the top 5. Then you have congressmen and senators that are making decisions specifically related to the budget and the military, the defense budget. They're lobbying to increase defense spending, but then they also have factories that are related to like the F-35 or some big military contract where they're making 40, 50% in profit. So they're the guys that are lobbying to increase the defense budget. Their campaigns are being paid for by the military-industrial complex. They're directly increasing the military budget. It's a self-licking ice cream cone. It's insane. It's completely insane. And the fact that we don't have any strict firewalls and separation from an ethics and I'm not against people creating jobs in their state. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the fact that there are not strict firewalls between the fact that you're going to directly profit and or your campaigns are paid for by the people that you will lobby to go in and increase the taxpayers' liability. I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, if the taxpayer had an itemized look at where their taxes go, where they just like came out annually or once a month or whatever it is, and they looked at what they were paying for, I'm pretty sure they might have a more vested interest into how much they're paying, what they're paying for, and saying, you know what, maybe we shouldn't be asleep at the wheel. Maybe we should probably pay a little bit more attention.
Isn't that amazing that you don't get an itemized list, but you're required to give an extraordinary percentage of your money to the government? Like, what is the tax bracket of someone who makes $1 million a year? What is that?
40%.
40%?
43%.
Okay, let's imagine you're paying 40% in income taxes. Then, if you live in California, you pay another 14.4, I think it is, something like that. And then I think it's another 1% if you live in the city of Los Angeles.
Yeah.
So now you're down to 34%? What do you get there? Somewhere in the high 30s. So then you have sales tax on everything you buy. You have property tax. You have insurance. You have whatever your house costs. You don't have a lot of money left over. And the government doesn't even have to tell you what they're spending it on. Like, you probably get less than they do, if you really think about it. If they get 40%, let's just say you don't have tax shelters and all that good stuff. But if you pay 40% in income taxes, and then after all the shit, like after all property tax and state tax and this tax and sales tax, like what do you have? How much did you get? What did you get? How much money did you actually get? Like, I bet the government got more than you got, Vince.
70% of your time at work is working for the Fed.
Yeah. That is so bananas that you don't even get an itemized list of what they spend it on.
I have to file on my audited financials, right? I think about this all the time. I have to. It's a requirement. I have to pass it.
Right.
The Pentagon hasn't passed an audit in decades. They have like 60%, we'll just say 50% of the Pentagon's expenses. They're like, I don't know where we went. Sorry. Shit out of luck, taxpayer. So how is it? It's this rules for thee, not for me. That's the rule.
Always miss their audits.
Yes, there's.
How many times they miss their audits? The Pentagon. How many times? I think it's crazy numbers too. Like whoopsies.
Oops. I just forgot about that $300 billion.
They've never passed an audit.
Yeah, there we go. So it's rules for thee, not for me. They've never passed an audit.
Never?
Yeah.
Come on, never?
Never.
The Pentagon's accounting records are so convoluted that billions of dollars cannot be accounted for, charges a new government report. Oh my God. That is so crazy. Never.
Yeah, and you'll go to jail if you don't pay these. You'll go to jail if you're not paying your taxes. You haven't survived an audit. And
funny. It's so funny. Despite having trillions of dollars in assets and receiving hundreds of billions in federal dollars annually, the department has never detailed its assets and liabilities in a given year. For the past 3 financial years, the Defense Department's audit has resulted in a disclaimer of opinion, meaning the auditor didn't get enough accounting records to form an assessment. Like, sorry, we don't have any paperwork.
Yeah.
Where'd the money go? I forgot. Gotta go.
I'm just a military guy.
We are just trying to keep America safe.
Yeah. That's what it is, man.
What if all of it's going to UFOs?
Huh?
What if all of it's going to UFOs? What if all of it's going to some propulsion research thing that they're doing? They've got UFOs and just not telling us. What are they spending it on? How much of it is getting greased to the side pockets of people?
But even then, from a transparency perspective, does it not shake out for us? Because if you're saying, hey, we're going to spend, I don't know, let's just call it $100 billion on like black fund experimental technology to maintain our strategic hegemony. Okay?
Yeah. I like it.
Do you think that we would all be like, no? I mean, it's better than not passing a fucking audit where you're like,
right.
I don't know where it goes, man.
Yeah, I'd rather you tell me that you can't tell me than tell me you don't know.
Right.
Just tell me you can't tell me.
Tell me you can't tell me.
Despite costing more than $1.7 trillion in its estimated life cycle, attempts to audit the program have run into major hurdles. The F-35. So this is just the F-35?
The F-35
has some propulsion money.
It could. 1.7 trillion? It probably. I'm sure. Look, if Area 51 exists, and now we know it does for sure, it was a real base. They said it wasn't a base forever, and then during the Obama administration, they had to expand the boundaries because surveillance equipment and binoculars and telescopes were getting better and more sophisticated, and they were filming things that were flying around that shouldn't have been filming. So they expanded the boundaries. They had to say that Area 51 existed. Right. So what was that? Where'd you get the money? What'd you do? What are you doing down there? Why do people say you have UFOs? What the fuck are you doing? Why do you have a base in the middle of fucking nowhere that's built into the side of a mountain? Like, why are you guys acting like this is an Avengers movie? What are you doing out here?
Once again, it goes back to just transparency.
Yeah, or you can't tell me because you think I'm a fucking baby. Like the same reason why you think I can't have mushrooms.
The same reason why we can't have full disclosure of the JFK assassination. Right? There's 4,000 documents. Have we talked about the JFK assassination on the show yet?
I think we have.
Have we gone down the rabbit hole?
I went down the rabbit hole with multiple people, including
have you heard my theory?
No, maybe not. I don't know. What's your theory?
So my theory is it all goes back to the Bay of Pigs.
Mm-hmm.
It's all Bay of Pigs. It's all Cuba. It's all Bay of Pigs. And so I'm looking at it from a paramilitary CIA perspective and thinking about it from Alan Dulles, which obviously, he's in charge of the Warren Commission after Kennedy fired him. So I'm giving everybody kind of a summary explanation. Yeah, Dulles Airport, which is the Dulles brothers, is some of the most 2 powerful fucking people in Washington, even during the Truman administration. But either way, so what happened, I think, was Operation Zapata, which is also George H.W. Bush's first oil company that he supposedly left fucking Connecticut and went out after his Yale tenure after World War II. Was like, I'm going to be an oil guy and start fucking a Zapata Oil. Yeah, of course, right? Even though his dad's best friend with Alan Dulles, sure. Anyway, so So Operation Zapata, which it turns into the Bay of Pigs, and Kennedy gets read in on this. He says, yes, let's go. And then when it comes down to the day, like, I mean, you've built 1,400, let's say, 1,300 man force. It's a CIA former Cuban exile army. You've built it, and Alan Dulles has been the main architecture. He's been the main architect behind this. You've got all these guys. So let's even go back. These are all OSS World War II guys. That let's create a clear delineation between what they're doing and what they think the president is doing. The president's like, yeah, he's elected. Fuck that guy. We're the agency. Like, that's the way Alan Dulles actually ran things. Half the time he wouldn't even brief the president on what he was doing. So he puts together this thing, clears it through Eisenhower. Eisenhower says, yes, let's go take this fucking, Cuban commies out. They put together a 1,100 man force. They've been training on this. They've got secret bases in Guatemala. They've got all these paramilitary CIA guys. They're ready to take the beach. They're expecting air support because without air support, that changes the entire tactical equation. Like, if you don't have air support, there's a lot of things you just don't fucking do, period. So the morning of, Kennedy denies air support for the Bay of Pigs. So the morning of. So these dudes are taking the beach. These are hardcore, like, CIA trained paramilitary guys, Cuban exiles, and World War II hardcore regime change combat veteran. Like, these are the hardest motherfuckers on the planet that we have. He pulls air support. He left 1,100 guys on the beach to die, basically. These guys all get rolled up, so they lost about 60 guys. 2406 is the name of the brigade. 60 guys died. 1,000 plus got put in Cuban prisons. Now you got an axe to grind. You just pissed off the entire CIA paramilitary organization. I don't know if I'm the president. I don't know how I don't end up with a move, to be honest with you. Like, I just pissed off the guys that are actually in charge of, like, assassination, paramilitary, all of the dirty deeds around the planet. I fire Alan Dulles for this catastrophe of the Bay of Pigs. I've got 1,000 plus guys that are in prison in Cuba. I've got the entire former OSS, hardcore, anti-communist, anti-Castro organization of CIA pissed off. If you don't think they're not going to tee a guy up like some pro, commie Oswald guy in a multi-story building in Dallas, if you don't think you're going to end up with a hole in your head, you're crazy, to be honest with you. That's the way I'm looking at this. So they end up getting these guys out, but man, he pissed off a lot of super capable guy. Means opportunity intent. Means opportunity intent, which is now you left me and my buddies on a beach in Cuba. Bro, you are not going to get out of here unscathed. That's my theory.
I think that, along with all the other stuff, means there was probably a bunch of people that did not want him around.
Oh, yeah.
He wanted to get rid of the CIA. Yeah. He had his eyes on the Federal Reserve. There was a lot of crazy talk about secret societies, and you've seen that speech about secret societies.
Oh, yeah.
And he's a real threat. And as soon as you can get those killers to want him out too, well, now you got a problem solved.
Well, you had a bunch of guys that thought he was soft on Cuba. He was soft on Russia. They had a bunch of dirt on him because he was banging a bunch of chicks. All of which, okay, well, maybe it's true, maybe it's false. I don't fucking know. But I mean, I think it's fairly validated at this point.
I think it's pretty true.
And you have a collection of people that are thinking this is a zero-sum game. This is a Cold War. If you're weak on Russia and you think that the guy's going to bend his, he's going to bend a knee to the bear, you've got a lot of you've got this confluence of interests where it's inevitable.
He was also not universally loved. We think of him as being universally loved because he's dead.
Yeah.
But when he was alive, like there's a lot of people that were not fans of his in the red states, probably particularly in Dallas. Driving through Dallas.
He had OBJ that's from.
What's amazing about it really is how sloppy the whole
sloppy as shit.
The whole thing, from autopsy to the fucking magic bullet laying on the gurney to having to come up with a magic bullet theory because the ricochet in the underpass, the whole thing is so clunky. It's like such a shitty explanation. You couldn't kill one extra guy and say there was another guy over here. We killed him too.
Yeah.
But you guys this is such a shit job, you guys. Do you have one other idiot you can get out there? One other idiot give him a bad rifle and just fucking shoot him?
But they don't have the context of what we have, which is social media.
Right, of course.
I mean, when did the Zapruder film?
It was like 12 years later.
Yeah.
And it was on the Geraldo Rivera show.
Which is completely insane.
Dick Gregory, who is a stand-up comedian, brought it on the Geraldo Rivera show.
Are you serious? I didn't know that.
Dick Gregory, who is a stand-up, he's a lot more than that too. He's an activist, but like a real one. Not in any way some sort of a social value grifter. Which I think a lot of people like gravitate towards activism because it gives them a chance to be really shitty because they're right. He was a brilliant guy. But it was also a guy who was a truth seeker back when it was really hard to get to the truth. Yeah. And this guy had to acquire a copy of the Zapruder film and Time Life got a hold of it, apparently right after the assassination. And they just kept it. They just kept it. And when you watch it, you realize why they kept it, because you see his head go back into the left. And it looks like he does get shot in the neck from the front. He holds his fucking neck like this. He doesn't hold it backwards.
No.
He holds his neck like this. Like, that's impact. That's where it hit him. And then his fucking head goes back into the left. And we're supposed to think that this fucking guy did all this from the school depository. Maybe he did take a shot or two from the school book depository. I don't think he was innocent. I'm not of the camp like it's a binary thing. Like it's either Lee Harvey Oswald was a patsy and the CIA killed him, or Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. But that's a stupid way to think. I think for sure they used him. They probably gave him a rifle. He might have been in that window. He might have just been in the building. He might have been in the area. Who knows? I think he probably did shoot that cop. Like when they were chasing after him, it seems like he did kill that cop. I think he was an asset. But I also think there was a bunch of people shooting at the president. And if you look at that area, you've been to deal with, you've been there, right? Yeah. But it's a weird street to drive down, right? It feels weird. It's like, oh shit, it's a lot smaller than I thought it was.
It's tiny.
It's really little.
Yeah.
Like when people say you couldn't have made those shots, like shut the fuck up.
He's right there.
He's right there.
Right up. Like literally, you look up in the building.
And he had a scope. At least he had a scope. That's what's crazy about the kid that tried to kill the president, that tried to kill Trump. He had iron sights.
Which is insane.
But it's not if you just go and center mass. But this dude's doing it for a headshot, 140 yards. And he's probably never shot anybody before. No. He's a 20-year-old kid that they just somehow or another, Operation MK Ultra, mind fucked him into shooting at him, or he's on some crazy medication, or China, or who knows? Who knows what there's a chip in his head? Who knows? Who knows what the fuck happened? But,
and then some mobster, some like happenstance mobster is so passionate about Kennedy. He's like, I'm going to shoot Lee Harvey, and people are letting him in with the pistol. Bang!
It's so dumb,
dude. It's.
Then you know what happens to him, right?
Yeah, he dies of cancer.
Like hard before that.
No, huh?
Jolly West visits him in jail, and he goes crazy. Jolly West, who's the head of MK Ultra.
Oh yeah.
Jolly West was the guy who got Charles Manson the acid, allegedly, from the book Chaos. He goes into it. Jolly West went to visit Lee Harvey Oswald, Jack Ruby. Yeah. Jack Ruby's on the ground underneath his bunk, crying in the fetal position that they're murdering the Jews with fire, and he's tripping balls. This guy dosed him up with acid, blew his fucking brains out, and then they probably injected him with cancer.
100%.
See you later, fuckface.
I think you have this outside. So if we want to go all the way back and you want to just know my 2 cents on this.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dulles knows that eventually the president is going to they're going to snuff him out. They're going to fire him. Dulles decides that he's going to have this whole separate CIA. That's CIA guys, but they're all really very trusted in internal, external guys. And I think those guys are essentially his guys. And they get hung out to dry in the Bay of Pigs. They're not attributable to the CIA other than loose affiliated documents. I think Dulles gets fired, and they're like, okay, let's go. Alan Dulles didn't want to be answering to the president because he didn't answer to the people. He was answering to a bigger call in his mind. He's answering to, this is an imminent threat. The big communist bear is going to come and eat our lunch. So he's answering to the greater good, which is a reason for, the backdrop of the Cold War is a reason for a lot of this nefarious activity. Like Angleton, all these directors, everybody looks at these guys as really nefarious characters, but you have to paint everything in the backdrop of the Cold War. We're doing all this stuff to save America, right? And I'm not validating them. I'm just telling them
we have to understand that perspective.
Yes.
That was a big thing even when I was in high school.
This is the Cold War. They're going to fucking kill us.
Did you just say what's going on?
They're going to nuke us.
They're going to nuke us.
Yeah.
So we will do. It's very Machiavellian. The means justify the ends.
Right.
Anything and everything to save the nation at any point in time. So you have guys that are baptized in extreme patriotism, and their belief is that they are doing things for the best of the nation. And that if they have an elected official, they can't be trusted. They can't be trusted. And these are guys that are in, I went out to Omaha in for the 80th. These are, it's so interesting for me to think back on this because these are guys that are World War II vets that they saw everybody die. The Soviets lost tens of millions of guys in World War II. They were defeating fascism, which is, they were defeating the Nazi Party, the Japanese army, and they've seen thousands of men die. And they're serious guys. They're not lighthearted. They're not full of love. These are guys that are baptized in ultra violence to the point of which this is a zero-sum game, and we have everything to lose and nothing to gain by being nice. And nobody will get in our way to being able to maintain the sovereignty of the nation. Once again, I'm not justifying it. I can just get into the mind of them because if I'm jumping into Nazi-occupied France in 1940X because a lot of the OSS teams went in there, and I'm watching my friends get fucking mowed down by Nazi machine guns, and I'm killing Nazis, and I'm moving my way to overthrow Hitler, and now I feel like Stalin is the next thing that I have to defeat, but the American public just doesn't understand. I'm 1945, man. I have been quite literally baptized in blood, and I'm not going to let it happen. Now, you think about a high intellect, type A driven, ultra violent guy that may be semi-coherent based on their copious consumption of alcohol.
Probably, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, a lot of these programs start to make sense because these guys are they're fucking serious guys, and they think that we're going to die in a nuclear holocaust.
Right.
And everything, the means justifies it. It's a very Machiavellian. I don't necessarily, once again, I'm not trying to say that every evil deed is justified. I'm just saying I've seen the beaches of Normandy. I understand greater than a lot of people with combat and the direct psychological and emotional effects what it'll do to people. And I can kind of see myself going like, hey man, if I'm a 26-year-old guy that just went and fought the Nazis, and I think that the big bad bear is coming after me,
Right.
yeah, you're a pretty serious character.
That feeling of the big bad bear coming after us got lifted with the fall of the Berlin Wall, the fall of the Soviet Union. All that stuff went away. The fear. When I was a kid, that fear was everywhere. You know, I've talked to so many people that are like my age or around my age that remember being a child and being worried about a war with nuclear bombs with Russia. It was constant. It was in the air. When Khrushchev banged his shoe on the table and said, "We will bury you," I watched that video on YouTube just like a month ago, and it's still scary. The dude fucking banging his shoe, and when he said, "We will bury you," was that a direct quote or was that propaganda? That one feels fishy. I bet that's one where it's like a little bit.
Well, I think
more
that was
slippery than "We will bury you," because you know what I mean. Like when you get your translations.
That was a direct response to when we agreed. We have this mutual agreement between the Soviets, and Khrushchev wasn't actually a Stalinist. He was making very big reforms in the Soviet Union. And so he felt betrayed by the U-2 spy missions that were taking place when after they shot down the U-2 spy plane in Russia, and because we lied, he was like bang, 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 and I'm fairly certain that's what that whole thing was about, because I think Khrushchev was a man of honor, and like, these fucking guys are lying to me. And I mean, Stalin was a shitbag. Of course. But Khrushchev was like making significant reforms within the country. He was he was broadly condemned by a lot of the Stalinists as.
Here it is.
I don't see him banging a shoe in the video. He's banging.
He's banging his fist. Yeah.
I thought he banged his shoe.
The video says, "Did he bang a shoe?"
Мы живем на земле не милостью Божией и не вашей милостью, а силою и разуму нашего великого народа Советского Союза и всех народов.
That's a scary language when they're yelling it.
No.
Не заглушить нам.
Put that under a couple pints of vodka.
Someone was saying this, but it's so true. There's nothing scarier than Russian Muslims. Like the fighters, fucking bad, but fighters, Russian Muslims are the fucking scariest fighters, dude. I think if there's like one group that I would categorize, like what's the scariest? It might be Russian Muslims.
From the CIA's website.
"We will bury you" threat, widely attributed to Khrushchev in Western press, was reported to have been made at a send-off reception to Poland's Gomulka in Moscow, November 1956. According to Time magazine, Khrushchev was overheard to say at the final reception for the Polish leader, "If you don't like us, don't accept our invitations, and don't invite us to come to see you. Whether you like it or not, history is on our side. We will bury you." So he said that to Poland. But that was wasn't that in a Police song or a Sting song? The Russians love their children too. Wasn't that
Scorpions?
No. I think it was a Sting song.
Really?
Sting song called "The Russians."
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was saying Khrushchev said "We'll bury you." So it was probably some fake news, just like how they said about Trump, saying very fine people on both sides.
It's always been it's been fascinating to me, because I think about the Russians and how many tens of millions of people they lost in World War II.
Yeah.
And I think about very empathetically how they got fucked. They really did. You know, I think, and I'm not saying we did anything bad. I'm just saying, like, what we did was we delayed the invasion of Normandy, and we felt like a lot of people think this was that we were trying to soften up the Soviet Union because we felt that they were a follow-on threat in World War II, but we delayed the invasion intentionally, essentially, to let a lot of Russians, millions of Russians, essentially die on the Eastern Front. And when you really think about it, when from those men, from my context in combat, from how I think about combat, how I think about death. Like, those guys had a significant accident because they're like, we need fucking help. We need you to open up the Western Front. I'm not validating Stalin because, once again, I think he's a complete piece of shit.
I know what you're saying.
But,
yeah,
as a Russian
right. And
population, knowing that we delayed the opening up the Western Front to go and take over, essentially, Hitler, Nazi Europe, because at that point, obviously, it wasn't just one person. Yeah, we have a significant amount of mistrust with you guys because we lost, 20 million people plus the civilian population. I mean, some estimates 30 million fucking people. And you guys opened up Normandy, came through, and then you're telling everybody that you won. You're the reason you won World War II. You're not even giving us any validated credit. They had invaded Japan before we dropped the bomb, and the Japanese were just as terrified of the Russians as they were the Americans. However, I can see from the Russian perspective going, man, we sacrificed millions of people to defeat the Nazis. And you guys are basically giving us no credit. So I think back, man, 1945, where these guys were at, because they're all about my same age. We went to combat roughly the same age. And there were a lot of people that were debating all of these issues back then. 1945, 1946, they were talking about, not only Stalin, but, Patton was talking about, like, we need to just keep going, right? Patton was talking about, like, we need to keep going. We need to defeat Soviet Russia. And Eisenhower was like, actually, no, you're crazy. Fuck, dude. I think that's what he said. I think that's what he's like, hey, fuck, dude. Like, what are you talking about, Patton? You're crazy,
that's what he
man.
said when he addressed the nation.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And that was right after that.
So I keep thinking about myself and those guys. I think about myself a lot of times too, where 20 plus years after the fact, like this is 1968. This is 1968, man, from our war. So from 1945 to 1968, give or take, you think about all these GWAT guys that are being appointed.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of a cool revolution, but 68 was a very important year in American history. I think 24 was a really important year in American history.
Yeah. 24 is a big one. The one we're in right now is a big one.
Yeah.
I think when people look back at history with these great moments of change, I mean, think about how, people look back at the Reagan administration. Like, when Reagan got elected, dude, what a landslide. Like, they look back at those days. Like, they look back at, like, these historical moments. But I think this one is crazier than any of them. This guy gets kicked out. They try to put him in jail multiple times. He gets shot at. He says, fight, fight, fight. And then he wins. He wins in a landslide when they were all saying that it was a close race. And the whole thing is just wild to watch. It's like, this is nuts. It's like, this show's nuts. If you're watching this show on TV, like, these writers are fucking amazing. Whatever they're doing, like, keep doing this. This show's crazy. There's twists and turns. You got your crazy billionaire character who doesn't even seem real. This guy's making rockets and electric cars. There's no way. Buys Twitter because he wants to save free speech. What? And the people that used to love him now hate him. The people that are driving their Teslas around, like, God damn it, they're angry, but you still have a lease, you still have your Tesla. You hate Elon, you hate X, and Don Lemon said, I'm leaving X. There's no good discussions to be had here.
Yeah, it's fucking boo-hoo.
You don't like criticism. You don't like criticism. If you want to get into this game, okay, you want to get into the online game, the online game's different. In the online game, you get judged by who you fucking actually are, dude. It's not about your producers and your teleprompter and shut up. You're on your own. And if people think you're stupid, you're going to hear it. And it might be because you're stupid. It might be. Look, people say a lot of people are stupid that are not stupid. I've seen people say brilliant people. I've seen people say Elon Musk is stupid. I have seen that.
Yeah, I've seen that.
You're going to get it. No matter what, you're going to get it. Everyone's going to get it. But if everybody's saying you're stupid, Maybe. You might be stupid. You might be stupid. You might have been protected from that stupid by these network shows. If you want to exist online and you don't like criticism on Twitter, or you think there's disinformation on Twitter, community notes on Twitter is the greatest fucking thing that's ever been created. Because people get to look through the community notes and find out, oh, that is bullshit, and here's why it's bullshit. Or, oh, that actually is true. Even though it sounds crazy and people are protesting, it's actually true. That's fun. That's good. We learned something. If you can't handle that, well, you can go wherever. Where do you go now? Where do you go? Where do you go? Threads?
What?
People go to Threads.
Nobody goes to Threads.
But they work for a while.
Crazy?
They
Seriously?
work for a while. Yeah, it's not going to work, I don't think.
No. Have you ever had, I don't know, have you ever had
Instagram
Zuckerberg on?
Yeah, I like Zuckerberg a lot.
Yeah?
Yeah, I like him a lot. I think he's a weird guy. But you have to be a weird guy if you're a super genius, 100 billionaire who's into jujitsu. He's a weird guy, but he's cool. I like him. I've had fun with him. Yeah, we played a fencing game together with virtual goggles. It was fun. Yeah. We both put on. He fences, so we both put on.
Got online when he was like in Hawaii or something.
No, we did it in the same room.
Okay.
It was fun. The new Oculus is fucking cool, and you got to wonder where that's going to be, because when I first tried the very first Oculus, it was kind of cool, but kind of crude in a way. And with each new version of it, you get like, it's much smaller now. It used to be, we had a cable, and the cable was attached to the ceiling on a wire, so it can move back and forth to all these wires connected to you when you have the Oculus. So you had to be plugged into the computer, actually. But now you're not. Now it's just on your head. And now it's fucking resolution's pretty goddamn good. It's weird. Like, you do things like you can go to a comedy club, you sit in the audience, and there's all these other people in there. There's a comedian on stage. It's fucking strange. There's all these little online games you can play with other people, 3D shooters and shit, and you get goggles on, you feel like you're in the game. It's real weird. And most people are kind of freaked out by it. So I don't think it's like, they went with that whole meta thing. They thought everybody was going to dive into the metaverse. But I think there's this uncanny valley between, like, you put the goggles on and you're in the world and you kind of feel uneasy. Like, this is weird. This feels weird. VR feels strange. Like, a lot of people, it makes them dizzy. They want to take it off.
Yeah, my wife is like that.
Yeah, mine is too. But I think they're going to get to a point where it's not going to feel weird. Like, there's some commercial applications. Like, there's a company called Sandbox, and they have this fucking amazing game called Deadwood Mansion. And in Deadwood Mansion, you go into, like, it's a warehouse space. They have one in Austin. They have one in Woodland Hills, where we used to go. It was right down the street from the studio. You put goggles on, and all of a sudden you're in a mansion. You got a shotgun, and zombies are running at you from everywhere, and you're blowing their heads.
Seriously?
Oh, yeah. It's fucking amazing. Dude, no one in my family wants to play it anymore.
Why is it too intense?
I get very intense.
Oh,
very intense when I'm killing zombies. They don't like it. It's gross. I'm like, come on. Let's kill zombies. Like, for Father's Day, I made them come kill zombies with me. I fucking love it.
That was your Father's Day present?
Yeah.
You told your parents?
We'll kill zombies.
Yeah,
Daddy wants to kill zombies with everybody.
Awesome.
It's fun. You got a shotgun, and they're running at you, you're blasting their heads off, and you get attacked from behind.
It's fucking awesome.
You have a haptic feedback vest. You see red when they're attacking you. You see black splatters of red in front of your face when they're attacking you. You're shooting them in the face.
Everybody wants to do that, dude.
Oh,
everybody
so
wants
fun.
to. I mean, if we were like, oh, we're in a zombie apocalypse, how many of you do you know they're like, oh my god, awesome. Awesome.
This is going to be fun. They're so slow.
They're so slow. Like,
but these ones are pretty fast. The ones in this, some of them run at you. They run at you. Yeah. It's like,
it makes it more fun.
Remember that movie 28 Days Later where the zombies are running?
Yeah.
That's the scary zombie. Yeah. Running zombies that's the real zombie. The Walking Dead zombies, get the fuck out of here, bitch. You ain't getting me.
So disappointing. Like, the first, like, 5 seasons were great.
How are they not all dead?
But
how are not all the zombies dead?
They just keep going. It's just more and more zombies.
How's that possible? Kill them all. It's so easy to kill them.
I can't get enough zombie movies.
Oh, I love them. I love
the post-apocalypse.
You know what I don't like? Daryl using field tips.
So stupid.
Why is he using field tips on his crossbow? That drives me crazy. Drives me crazy.
And he's like pulling them out, loading them back up, and you're like, dude, come on, man. Like,
you're
maybe like
me angry. You don't lose any fletchings. You don't get any pass-throughs.
No pass-throughs. It's all just like sticking in their heads. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck are you talking about? This is the dumbest weapon ever.
Yeah, Daryl.
that fucking field tip's got to go, son. You don't have any broadheads?
You got to put like a solid like tri-blade or something on there.
Yeah,
Like, get some good, like get a really
Muzzy
good
car. Yeah, that's what you want.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like a Montec, those Montec carbon steels.
Yeah.
Send it.
What was that one? The hide? What was that?
Yeah, the hide. Yeah, man, that did a lot of damage.
Yeah.
I'm very impressed with that one. Because that one, I got the 125 grain one, which has the steel ferrule, and it's got a 2-inch cut with the mechanical blade and a 3/4 inch cut with the fixed. So it doesn't make a big hole opening going in. This is all technical talk, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, 2 3/4. It's a broadhead for archery. When it goes in, that's when the blade's open. So the Rage, which I used to use, for the T2 now, the Dudley version, that opens up on the way in. So it leaves a big hole all the way in.
Right.
But this one opens up inside. So really, you're penetrating with the fixed head, and then once you're passing in, the pressure is what makes those other two blades go. So they really makes a pretty small entry hole. But the exit hole is a crime scene. The exit hole is a crime scene because you're going out with 2 3/4 inches. And it's just instant death for the animal. It's like super ethical. I think when it comes to like the amount of damage they can do, those mechanical, they put animals down so quick. Yeah, there's something to be said for that giant cut that they make inside. It's just so different. Like Cam's he's using a catapult. It's basically a catapult.
Yes,
that 4-blade carnivore thing.
That's insane. But Cam changed my life. Like he really did. He's like created a really big goal.
Yeah,
because I don't care what you do, just create a giant hole, and that's because you're going to put the arrow in the right spot. If you create a giant hole, then you're going to have a great blood trail, and you're going to find your animal. He rewrote my entire hunt sequence this year.
Because you were, before that, you were penetration.
Yeah.
Right. Which is another way of looking at it, right? If you're thinking about a cut that goes through the entire body is a very long cut and is always lethal if you get them in the vitals.
Yep.
But you don't get a blood trail, and they don't die as quick.
No.
The dying is quick thing is the one in Tajon last year, that bull died in like less than 10 seconds. I mean, how many seconds was it?
7, if that, maybe 5.
Ran up to the top of the hill and just
5.
fell down.
I've never
so
seen
quick.
anything die. I've never seen anything die that fast.
And that's those big mechanicals.
And I'm not saying that because you're Joe. Like, you're just the dude on the side of the mountain that was shooting the elk that I was watching. Like, it fucking died faster than anything I've seen, even shot with a rifle in the chest cavity, right?
Right.
So clearly differentiating between
a headshot.
A headshot and a chest cavity. I've never seen anything die that fast from an animal. It was dead.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for those giant holes because it's just, especially if you have a strong bow. So if you have a bow that has a lot of kinetic energy and a lot of speed, and you're shooting a heavy arrow and it's hitting that rib cage, like there's something for that big cut. It just stops them.
Because are you at 80?
84?
80 or 84?
Yeah, the new bow's 84. Oh, the new Hoyt is so smooth.
Like
it's so smooth.
I got it. So they just came out yesterday.
Yeah.
I gotta go. I gotta go find the new one.
I felt so special. I had one for a couple months and I had to blur it out when I took pictures.
I know. I felt like such a chump. I was at 13. It's like I just got the old one. It's not a big deal, man.
Well, I used to think that when I saw Cam shoot his, I'm like, how can it be better? These are so good. How can they be better? And then you shoot the new one, you're like, God damn it, it's better. It's super accurate, like so dead in the hand. Like the way the shot breaks, it's just like they keep making it smoother draw cycle. It's faster.
So you're doing 84.
Yeah.
What are you Garmin? What's your feet per second on it?
Oh, it's 293 or 294.
So what are you shooting? 450?
475.
475. Okay.
Yeah, I bumped it up because I went to those 125 grain heads, but my bow went from 80 pounds to 84 with the new one, and then it kind of made up a difference. So the 25 grains, and it was basically the same kind of speed as with the last one, which I had a 450 grain arrow. So there's like I think there's probably like a number you shouldn't go below. I don't know what that number is. Like grains. Like some people, they'll hunt elk with like a 300 grain arrow, and a lot of people don't do that. Don't do that. You can get away with it because they're like, well, my daughter shot an elk and it was a pass through, and she's got a 50-pound bow. Okay, she got lucky. You need some force to get in there.
Like if you're shooting 500 on an 84 on an 84 pound, 85 pound bow. So let's say you're doing, and even if you're doing 270,
right?
That's still boom, massive penetration,
massive kinetic energy, especially if you have carbon arrows.
Yeah,
I love those carbon arrows with the victories with the slick outside. So you pull them out of target so much easier.
Who's making those?
The VAPs. What are they called? The TKOs.
Yeah, I love those.
RIP TKOs. That's it.
RIP TKOs.
Yeah,
those are great.
Their coating that they have on it is like it's so easy.
I got like a Teflon or something.
Yeah, but you got to think that aids in penetration too. It has to, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, isn't that why guys like the thin diameter? Like Cam shoots those. I don't know if he's doing it now, but he was for a long time. He was shooting those 4mm arrows.
Right.
Those real skinny ones, but.
The 4mm,
I like lighted knocks, and the 4mm with the lighted knocks make me nervous. Like
why?
Because knocks break sometimes, and they're more vulnerable because they get that little light inside of them instead of being a big solid piece of plastic.
Right.
You know, like I always change them before hunts. I always put fresh ones on. I never trust ones that have been sitting around. Never trust ones that are shot already. I'll shoot them a bunch of times, like for practice, but they break sometimes, and especially I'm not paying attention, so I might be accidentally touching arrows.
We do the same thing. Like I have fresh arrows for hunting.
Yeah,
but they're the exact same setup for practice. So that's why I like the Sever or something like that, because the Severs you can pin them, and then I can just shoot the shit out of those, and then just not use the pin.
Yeah, no, that's huge.
That's why I like them, because I can shoot the same exact weight and dimensions, and I know the flight characteristics are going to be the exact same. Versus sometimes when you get those
practice heads,
yeah, they're different. They actually have different flight characteristics because the way that they're put together is not exactly the same. And I believe in the fact that it's like, hey man, if you got a slight fin on the front and it's a different fin on the back, even though it's only an inch, you still have to be 100% consistent to maintain the same flight character.
Yeah, that's why when guys get real nerdy about like what helix, like what kind of helical you have on the veins, like what kind of twist you put in your veins, and you have to have a single bevel blade that twists for the broadhead in the exact same direction. Don't get a right twist with left veins, then you'll get all fucked up. But their idea is that you're trying to get the broadhead to spin through the animal. That's the whole idea behind the single bevel.
Do you think that's true though?
There's something to it. Yeah, there's something to single bevels because of the cut, the way the edge is cut. So for people listening, single bevel means the edge angles in on one side. Double bevel means it comes together as a point, right? So think of a blade, but a blade with only one side that you can, you see like where the steel is ground down to the edge. The other side doesn't have that. So the idea is that creates this angle, and that when you're spinning, your arrow is spinning because the helicals of your vein, it goes into the animal's body cavity, and the bevel in the broadhead accentuates that spin, and it continues that spin through the body, causing like a whirlwind of trauma inside the animal. And that it almost acts as multiple blades because it's kind of spinning around. It's not just cutting a straight line; it's twisting. But the question is like how much twist, and is it more effective to have like a 4-blade thing, like a tooth of the arrow, like one that you could, those are.
I don't think it's true.
You don't think it'll spin the bevel spin?
No, I don't think it does.
I think it does a little because there's a guy named Lusk Archery, and he does these tests on these things, and he actually shoots them into ballistic gel, and you can see them spin. So some of them do spin, but
I think it's too complex though. Once you have a rib cage,
right,
and let's just say
you go through the ribs,
even the consistency of the rib cage. So let's say a perpendicular shot from the rib, and perpendicular shot from the rib cage,
right,
at 40 yards. So we'll just keep all the variables basically the same. Even then, there's no nicking of the rib. There's no variation of the actual animal skin. There's no slight quartering away, start quartering towards. There's no. So ballistic gel, I think, there leaves a lot of questions for me. So even though it's twisting in the ballistic, Joe, because it's consistent. You're
Right.
shooting it
Right.
directly perpendicular into a very consistent format,
Yeah.
and you're getting a consistent result. You're not going to get a consistent result. I just don't believe you're going to get a consistent result through a rib cage.
Well, that's the reason why a lot of people like mechanicals. It's one of the things that they say is that the cut is so large when you get into the body cavity that you take out all the other variables.
Yeah.
It's going to do so much more trauma than something that's just a slit blade. That let's say you do hit that rib cage and it does slice and only hit one lung because it deflected off of it and it doesn't spin at all, and now you lost the animal.
Right.
Whereas you get a mechanical, it goes in there, it creates this massive fucking hole. It does all this trauma, going through 2 3/4 inches of trauma going through the animal. The odds of that animal surviving are gone. If you get him in the body cavity, they're gone. And I've seen people hit people with really good shots with small broadheads and not do much damage. To the point where the animal runs off, they have a hard time blood trailing it. Even if the animal dies 30 minutes, 60 minutes later, you might have a hard time finding it, especially if you bumped it.
100%. I've had that exact experience like multiple times.
With those little broadheads.
Yeah, man. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. Cam, like I said, he changed the entire
way you thought about it. Yeah.
Because he's like, create a big hole.
Well, he changed his thought about it too. He was always a fixed blade guy. Always.
Yeah.
And then who told him to do that? Oh, Wayne did it from the boat ride.
Really?
Yeah, Wayne
Yeah.
said you got to try these carnivores. So just trust me, just try them. So these things are crazy.
Yeah.
It opens up these 4-blade catapults.
It looks like one of those turkey broadheads. You
Yeah.
know? That's what it looks
crazy.
like.
And because of the design, it's just like the hides. It opens up from the front.
Yeah.
So once it's inside, then it's doing all its damage. So you don't have to worry about it getting destroyed going in through rib cages and stuff as much as you do with other things. Because it's really just going to get a little hole going in, and then once it's in, then it's opening. It's kind of a perfect idea. The only thing that people don't like Dudley doesn't like, it doesn't leave a big hole in the outside. Like I talked to Dudley about it. He's like, I want extreme trauma. I just want extreme. I want it one big giant cut with all that energy just going through he just think of it like sticking a samurai sword like through the animal's body.
Right.
And obviously he's one of the best bow hunters on earth too. So there's a bunch of different philosophies on it, but I think the idea of the mechanical blade is legit. And I like the hybrid idea the best because then you always have a fixed blade no matter what.
I like the hybrid. Obviously, this year it's great because I like the hybrid a lot more than going either pure mechanical or pure fixed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you feel like you got a little insurance policy.
Yeah. It's like the best of both worlds. You're like, okay, cool. Let's keep consistent with this. And everybody I talk to, they have throughout the past several years, they have all different opinions, which is. Broadheads are like, assholes. Everybody has a fucking different opinion.
Sure.
And, John has his opinion. Cam has his opinion. Everybody has their opinion.
Yeah.
Like my buddy Dan, Elk Shaped. You ever watch that?
Sure.
Yeah.
He's got his opinion.
Yeah, he's got his opinion. All these guys have opinions. So I'm just trying to
and they're all successful too.
Exactly.
That's the crazy thing. It's like you're trying to sort it out. Like who's right?
And so I'm just trying to create the data and put it down into what works for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have any sponsorships, so I'm just which allows me to be fairly empirical in the way that I'm actually selecting the criteria. But I also don't have the reps these guys do either. So you have to kind of rely on their data and then collect all of it and then kind of put it in one case. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm always fucking around with things. That's one of the cool things about archery is all the tinkering. There's so many different things you could try. Like this year's the first time I tried a 15-inch front bar. I went to a 15-inch front bar with a 12-inch back bar. Ooh, I like it so much better.
Really?
Because I was using that quivalizer, and the problem is with wind, it's a sail. That sail just pushes your pin around too much.
Bro, I love that guy.
Oh, yeah. It's a great look. The quivalizer, I used it for years. It's a great invention. But I find that with wind in particular, on the balance that I would get from that quivalizer, I can get from I'm using a cutter stabilizer with a 15-inch front bar and a 12-inch back bar.
Right.
And it's perfect. It holds so good. It holds so nice. It feels so dead on. And this year I went with a 10-degree downward angle of the front.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Why did you go with it down versus what matters whether or not it's
I know it doesn't make
perpendicular to
any
the ground.
sense. It doesn't make any sense. But I was talking to these archers who do it, and Levi Morgan does it. His goes at a downward angle too. And I was talking to this archer, and he said it actually, for some reason, it helps you hold better. Like you feel it locks in better.
Really?
Yeah, the slight downward thing with when you're pulling back. There's something about the slight downward angle of it that it lets you hold better with the same amount of weight.
Right.
Because it's going in a different direction than just straight forward. It
Right.
doesn't totally make sense, but I really believe in it. Like when I started doing it, I was like, ooh, there's a little different feel to this. I love that. I love all the tinkering.
No,
You
that's-
know? I love the tinkering.
That's
so
my
much
favorite
fun.
thing.
It's so much fun because it's like there's all these different ways to do it. You know, there's all these different releases. There's all these different styles of releases. There's so many different things you could fuck with. You could just go down a rabbit hole after rabbit hole.
You know, that's what I did. You and I would say like 90% of their texts are around releases.
Release were you
Yeah,
doing?
like what release
Yeah.
am I doing? And I think I bought 20 releases this year, like over the course of 23, 24 after, the hunting season.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fun. It's just
fun.
pure fun.
Yeah.
Because, okay, dude, I know I got it. It's like $250. Sure, you buy a release. And I fuck with it for, a couple weeks. I get the pros and cons about it. And then I pass it over to the guy that runs my little bow shop there at Black Rifle, Isaac. I pass it off to him, like, sell it on eBay. I don't give a fuck about this thing. And
I got a box of them.
Yeah, I
got a box of different releases. I've tried everything from 4-finger releases to 2-finger releases. What I really like is that one with the clicker, that onyx with the clicker. It's got this little click, and then I feel like I can shoot that as good as I can shoot a hinge. So you get the best of both worlds. You get like the ability to make it go off if you have to.
Mm-hmm.
If there's some weird situation where you have like a literal split second to make a very close shot, you can get away with that. Or you could shoot at a long distance target and feel just as comfortable as you do with a hinge. Because there's something about having that little click and that onyx clicker. Like once you feel that little click, it's about to go off, and you just pull through it.
It's so funny. I'm the exact opposite. I hate that fucking click. Like when I'm on the click, I'm like, click, like I just want it to go off. I just want it to go off.
It does fuck with your head. But one thing it does is it puts all your concentration in the shot process instead of like hammering the trigger.
Right.
It just you hear that click, it's right there. You just pull through it. And it's such a delicate little click that once you get it in your head and you shoot with it a bunch of times, you like welcome it. Like, click.
Okay. So you're like looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm waiting, and the click is like settle in. We're right there. And it's like that one extra step that gives you this one extra little piece of concentration. Joel Turner talks about it in that whole shot IQ process, and he developed it. He developed it on his clicker. So that
he developed it.
Yes.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
So that one little thing, that one little click, is what separates it from a regular trigger. And then you get all your thought process into the shot process and just making sure you do a good shot.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I've used it.
It's a thing you got to get used to, like everything else. But then you talk to Cam Haynes, he just fucking hammers that trigger.
I know.
He shoots everything. So it's like some people can't do it that way. It's weird. Everybody's got a different way they like to do it.
It pisses me off so bad because I see like some of my buddies, like, do you know who Chris Jensen is, the country music singer? They were like, he and I hunted together a few times in Colorado. He just hammers the trigger. It's the craziest thing you've ever seen in your life. It's just like, pow! Like,
that's kind of how Cam does it.
And I look
he
at
does
him,
that. Touches off the trigger.
I look at him every time, I'm like, oh my God, man, how are you like hitting the target? And he's like, just center mass, just over and over again.
But
And
I think it's a mind fuck that a lot of people put their head into, that you're going to get target panic and that you can't control your emotions during the shot process to the point where you could command trigger. But that doesn't make any sense to me.
No.
Doesn't make any sense from like, I can understand the psychological aspect of target panic, but I have a feeling that it comes from two different things. comes from buck fever, which is like you're freaking out. You never shot a buck this big before. Oh my God, he's right there. And you're like, ah! And you freak out. That's normal. But that's an experience thing. And you have to learn what that is. And if you do it a bunch of times, then you get to the point where like, oh, I know how to control myself. I know what this is. And the more often you do it, like if you can go on a couple of pig hunts and then go on an elk hunt, you're way more in the groove. You're like right there. You know what to do. You know how to do it. And you could touch the trigger off 100%. Cam does it every goddamn time. I think it comes from the target archery community. Because I think those guys are staring at these fucking little tiny X's from 20 yards, and they got to shoot 30 of them in a row.
Right.
And I think you get mind fucked. And that's why those guys have hinges and all these crazy and 40-inch fucking stabilizers and V's that come out the back. And it's all about not moving, plop, plop. But that's not bow hunting. And we were talking about this, that I think the difference between bow hunting and target archery is like the difference between doing free throws and playing basketball.
Right. Yeah.
Free throws, nobody's fucking with you. You're on the line. You can measure it. You can sit there, and you can throw it.
Different sport.
Basketball, you're running around. You got people
different
trying
sport,
to
same sub skill set.
Right. That's hunting. Hunting
exactly.
is basketball. Target archery is free throws. That's what I think.
Yeah.
That's what I think. And I think you can't tell a guy like Cam Haynes is doing it the wrong way. That if the best guy does it that way, you have to go, okay, why do we think you can't do it that way? Well, it's psychological. It's all psychological. It's all panic. It's all not being able to control your nerves. If you can shoot perfectly that way at a target, you should be able to shoot perfectly at an animal. You should be able to. The animal isn't like some fucking invulnerable thing that like you have to do it a certain way or the frequency is not correct. No, it's an animal. It's like just like a target.
The Army marksmanship team is not Delta Force. Like that's like
right.
Very different. Very good shooters. Army marksmanship team, probably extremely proficient shooters, maybe even better so than Delta. However, it's a different scenario-based activity, completely different.
Yes. Yeah. Just because you shoot accurate at a stationary target doesn't mean you understand how to the freak out.
When you have a horse coming in with swords on its head,
the freak out.
It's a fucking different thing, man.
It's screaming.
It's like, I'm super horny. I'm gonna fuck you. I'm gonna kill you. I don't know. And you're like,
could you imagine if you came over from Europe and there was no elk over there and you were camping in the woods? You were one of those first guys, your stupid fucking burlap tent, and you hear you'd be like demons.
This fucking, you don't know. You're like, is this thing gonna is it gonna run me through? Am I gonna die?
100% gonna kill you.
I would be more scared of that than a bear.
Yeah.
Because it has giant swords on its head.
Well, if it runs straight at you and just impales you.
Yeah. I had one come in.
I'd be more scared of a bear though. I feel like I'd grab an antler.
If I hadn't seen any one of these before, and like something comes in and it's got giant pointy things on its head, and I'm like trying to be completely blank slate, and I've got this other fuzzy thing that I can't really see its like claws and teeth. I'm like, my God, I'm way more afraid of this thing with swords on its head.
Depends on the size of the bear. Depends on what kind of bear we're talking about.
Yeah. Like if it's a little black bear, I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care about these things at all. Like it's so they're kind of obnoxious.
Did you see that one that got shot in New Jersey? That's 880 pounds. 770 pounds dressed.
It's fucking crazy.
In New Jersey. Dude. In New Jersey. That's
in the East Coast. How is that possible?
They have the most. They have the most black bears per capita in the whole country. We played 100 times the video of the bears wrestling in the middle of a neighborhood in Far Rockaway. Big fucking black bears just going to war in the middle of the street.
I grew up in this middle of like logging community out in the middle of nowhere. And there was this dude that used to keep it's I-5. It's out in the middle of nowhere, dude. It's like so hill jack, but it's awesome. And my grandfather, everybody, they're all hardcore loggers. But I'm not exaggerating. We had a guy just outside of town had a pet bear, a pet black bear.
How old is it?
I mean, he's a full-grown fucking black bear, dude.
Oh my God.
And he would just, this is the sad part, like he had like defanged it because it would slobber on people.
God.
But he had a full-on black bear that would suck on his arm basically
Whoa.
And yeah, I mean,
He
these are,
fanged a couple of people accidentally.
he what?
He fanged a couple of people accidentally playing with them. Oh god, so he made them gummy.
Yeah, gummy. Yeah.
What did he feed it?
Who the fuck knows, man? Like
Donuts.
Like these. When I see this, these are loggers. Yeah, these are.
How long did he have this bear?
Probably 10 years, I would imagine, man. Like, you know, I tend to like, you know,
what a crazy fuck.
Turn down the volume on my like redneck upbringing.
But hold on, how did he keep this thing in his yard?
Yeah,
run
we would
loose?
drive by it on our way to another town, and he had a fucking bear in his front yard in a cage. It was insane, dude.
Cage? Oh no! I thought it was just running around.
No.
Oh, he kept it in a cage.
Big cage. Just imagine.
He never let it out.
No, he'd let it out all the time. He's like fucking walking around. The guy was a complete insane person.
Oh my god!
And my uncle, my great uncle, was like 80 years old. Complete crazy person too. Taught himself how to fly back in the day. Came back from World War II. He was on Navy. He's a Navy ship guy. Taught himself how to fly. He would fly around this Piper Super Cub. And back in the day, you get a bounty for cougar tails. So he had a Walker hound, and he would put him in the front seat of his Piper Super Cub. He would fly around looking for tracks, land his plane in the middle of fucking nowhere, kick his dog out. And so he'd tell me these stories, and I mean, I hunted this guy forever.
And the dog would find the bear.
Yeah. He'd punch him out on the bear or the cougar or whatever it was.
Tree it,
shoot it with a 22 Hornet, because his whole thing was, you let them bleed out in their lungs, and then they fall out of the tree. You don't want to shoot them with too big of a caliber, because it knocks them out of the tree and they run around. If you shoot them with small caliber and penetrates both lungs, their lungs fill up. Oh, they drown and then they fall out.
Jesus Christ!
This is what, like, my Cecil Ball was my uncle back in the 90s.
Did he have a backup gun?
Oh yeah, like, this guy was completely insane. He had when I was hunting with him,
comfortable with a cougar and a 22.
Dude, this guy was 80 years old when I was hunting cougars with him back in like the Panhandle of Idaho, and he would tell me stories, and I would only go hunting with him to listen to the stories, because they were the best fucking stories on the planet. He crashed his plane. He got fired from the sawmill. He was buzzing the tower, crashed his fucking plane into his boss. So his office. He was like, "Fuck you! I'm out of here." Dude, he was a complete insane person, and he was telling me this other story. And these are like the summarized version, the clip notes of it. But dude, he would bay cougars in the middle of the mountains by himself. He's fly his plane, land it in the middle of the snow, find a spot for him, bay cougars, and he had this cougar up in this log jam above a creek, and he was telling me this cougar had tucked himself underneath the logs above the creek, and there's snow on top of the logs, there's logs, and then he was like crawling in underneath in the middle of the mountains with like a 357 snub nose.
He climbed into the cougar den?
Because he's like, this cougar is eating my dogs, and he's like reaching around. My uncle, who had like 3 strokes by the time that I was talking to him, he's like, and he'd stutter a little bit. He's driving like 80 miles an hour around like crazy logging roads in the middle of nowhere. I'm white knuckling his Toyota Tacoma with cougar hounds in the back of the Toyota, going, "Oh my God, I'm gonna fucking die any moment." And he's like, "Yeah," and I got my, he's like, he had a slight stutter. And pull out his snub nose 357 like a gangster, and reach underneath the logs and start pulling the trigger once he found the right fur between the cougar and his dogs.
Oh my God!
This dude was completely insane when it came to doing things. This is my uncle. This is like the guy that I'm like hanging out with.
Reached into the logs and felt his way to the cat?
Yes. With a snub nose, whatever, 357.
Oh my God.
To kill the cougar because he was pulling up his dogs and eating his dog.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Like when you talk about where I grew up and like the guys I grew up with, because I'm a Green Beret, It's like, oh, you fucking pussy. Oh yeah. Oh, you're not like walking around in the woods with a saw on your back, and like, yeah, just jumping on planes, I guess,
That's hilarious. They look down on it like that's an easy job. You're not a fucking lumberjack.
You're not a fucking lumberjack. You're kind of a pussy.
That's so crazy.
If I go home, my dad would make fun of me. Like,
isn't it interesting that there's like levels of discipline and hard work in the world? Like there's like, if you want to be a logger, there's no easy logger job. They don't exist. That is a hard fucking job. Those are hard men.
Yes.
Yeah, you want to be a logger and you're going to do it for 30 years? You're going to chop and carry trees for 30 fucking years? You're going to be living in the woods, chopping and carrying trees for 30 fucking years?
And like falling trees,
Yeah.
wrapping big cables around them, and they'd be like, "Oh, you carried a backpack through the woods?" And that's pretty cool. Man,
I mean, you think about the different like groups of people that live these extreme lives, and how many people are at the coffee shop with blue hair that are totally oblivious. And they think hard work is like, I'm dealing with my trauma, and I'm going to Starbucks today to protest. It is a guy with a log on his back, and he's 75 years old, and he can't wait to get off work so he can kill cougars with a pistol.
With a fucking 357.
And we all exist on the same landmass.
Yeah. There's like some dude that looks like he's like building bikes in the 1800s with a fucking curly cut mustache that's like waxed up, and you've got another guy that's like 80 years old that's had 3 strokes. It's driving around in the mountains. It's running up a mountain at a 6-minute mile, chasing his dogs to go kill a cougar. Nah, not the same person. Not the same order of priorities. You know what I mean?
There's probably a lot of those guys back in the day.
Yeah.
I bet that was a common type of human in like 1820.
Yeah.
But you ran it all. That was like how you had to stay alive. You lived to be about 40, then you had a stroke. Everybody died. Nobody got any vitamins. You're eating fucking cornmeal and gruel and trying to eat squirrels. You're barely getting by.
You're eating a bear.
Yeah.
That's how fucking nasty.
They preferred bears.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy. Apparently, they thought it tasted like beef. They cooked a lot of bears. Some of them were gross. The grizzlies apparently are super gross. I asked Cam just released a new video, Redemption, a grizzly bear.
Yeah, I saw it.
And it's good. Great video. But he ate the bear. I was like, how did it taste? Like, it was okay. And then I talked to James. He's like, it's fucking horrible. It's horrible. It tastes disgusting. But black bear doesn't taste that bad if you get it from a good spot. Apparently, like Ranella says, that blueberries, bears that have been eating blueberries are the best tasting meat ever.
But I think that's also relative to bear meat. So they're saying...
No, he says it's like a great tasting meat.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
You don't think it was like flavored with like all they ate was blueberries? I think the problem is they eat so much rotten shit.
Yeah.
That affects the way they taste. But I think if they're eating only blueberries, like, did you ever see his video?
Mm-hmm.
With the blueberry fat?
Yeah.
It's like purple fat. It's crazy. He said that's delicious. He said it's so delicious. I believe him.
I love
You think
Steve.
he's a fucking liar.
I love Steve. He's awesome. He's so much fun to hunt with, and I just firmly disagree with him on this. So I'm like, bro, no.
What is the best tasting game animal for you?
Moose.
Moose. Interesting.
100%.
That's a good one.
For me or for my kid, moose is the only game animal my kids are like, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they are 100% chips in. They look forward to it. Not only do they look forward to it, they request it. It's the only game we play.
That's interesting. That's
welcome. How you doing,
but I'm the only one at the table eating them.
Interesting.
What's good, Pam? How are you? Yellow. Hello. Yo, dog, this one time I was in the Discord and this guy Riyadh was in there as well. He had all this chicken scratch next to his name. Apologies. I don't know, it's my mesothelioma mixed with my emphysema. Anyway. Hope you're living like a pimp, Riyadh.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I only shot one moose ever. And I ate it, and I remember it was good. But that was with Ben O'Brien, like 10 years ago. But I haven't had a lot of experience with it. For me, it's axis deer and elk are the two best ones. Elk first, axis deer second.
Yeah.
Do you like axis?
I love axis.
It's crazy what it tastes like, right? It
Yeah.
doesn't taste like a deer.
No, it's
Like this is a
beef.
totally different kind of animal.
It's not even beef. It's like a clean.
It's almost sweet.
Yeah, it's a clean beef.
Yeah, it's an interesting flavor, and the fact that they have so many of them in Hawaii, like that Maui Nui Venison Company. For people who want to buy wild game, you can get actual wild game from Maui Nui Venison. They'll ship you axis deer, frozen. They have meat sticks. It's fucking great. I'm not affiliated with them. I know the owners, but I don't have anything to do with them. But it's a great company. And they're doing something that you actually have to do. There's no natural predators on Maui. So they have to shoot these axis deer. They're fucking everywhere.
They're rodents, basically.
And they're a delicious rodent. It's a crazy animal to hunt, too, because they grew up with tigers. So they evolved with tigers, and they move so fucking fast. They're the fastest animal I've ever hunted.
I shot a doe at 30 yards bedded, and she dodged the arrow. It doesn't even make sense.
They move so fast.
It doesn't even make sense. I started shooting them at longer distance away because the arrow's quiet and they can't hear the string slide.
Yeah.
So they can't hear the bow. So I started just shooting them a little bit further away.
They still hear that.
Way.
We stopped hunting them in the day because in the morning there's no wind. We started hunting them only in the afternoon because there's more wind. The wind at least covers a little bit of it. But Dudley got video of me shooting this axis deer at 80 yards, and it's a perfect shot. Perfect. It's going right to the vitals at 80 yards. Perfect break. And then 10 yards, the arrow's 10 yards from me. He goes, and he's gone. Within 10 yards, he was gone. He was nowhere near where the arrow hit.
What?
He moved
10
out of the way.
yards?
He heard the arrow coming, and he moved out of the way. 10 yards from him. There's a video, a slow-mo video. Because it's a lighted knock. You see a perfect line. Headed straight for his vitals. And then, gone. Gone.
Not even
close. Not even close. Like a bullet. I missed him by like a whole quarter. He was gone. He just ran away. It's like they hear things. They think a tiger's coming. They just go. They just go. It just makes you feel so slow when you watch how they move. You're like, people suck. We're so fucking clumsy and soft, and we're so vulnerable. My back hurts. Ow.
my arrow that's moving at 300 feet per second.
It has no chance.
Yeah, no chance.
No chance. Yeah.
No chance.
Especially if they see the bow go off or they hear the bow go off. They're gone. And they're delicious. And they're everywhere in Texas. Too. That's the wild thing about Texas. You could just bring whatever you want in. Well, you want zebras? You can bring zebras. You had zebras?
I know I did.
You can have fucking zebras. My wife saw a zebra one day when she was driving the kids to school.
I know.
I saw a zebra. I think I saw a zebra. So you probably did. Some asshole probably has a zebra. The zebra got out.
My kids would be like driving around like, let's go look at the zebras. Okay, let's go look at the zebras.
You could have zebras in Texas, but I love it. I love it that you can go to, like, when we went to that place down in South Texas, that ranch that my friend owns. When we went down there, like, there's African animals here.
Yeah.
You have these crazy black bucks and all these different animals are not from anywhere near here, and there's thousands of them. Like, this is nuts.
Well, you shot that
Neil guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But everybody says that's the best meat ever. So put it on the scale associated with everything else.
It's really good. It's all really good. All wild game from a healthy animal is delicious. I find, at least ungulates. They're all delicious. I've never found one that I didn't like. But I still think elk is the best. That's just I like the flavor. Also, I like elk hunting so much. It means more to me when I'm eating a piece of elk. I think I'm just biased. I think if there's anything, I just like eating them. I like eating them. And I also think, it's going to sound crazy, but I think you get their spirit. I think there's something about these super potent wild animals that you kill with an arrow, and then you're eating it. Like you get the spirit of that experience, the spirit of that animal. I think it empowers you in some very strange physiological way. I really do. I think they're so vitamin rich. Like they're such athletes. The way they run up a mountain, like you're getting these nutrients from that animal. I don't think it's like any other animal. Because they're so much stronger than all those other animals. They just run. They have 900 pounds. They run right up the top of a mountainside like it's nothing. You're like, this is crazy. You watch them when they get winded and they fucking run over the top of a hill that takes you 40 minutes to crawl up. They just run up. When you eat that thing, you're like, rah. You just feel it. You know, you feel it in your body feels it. You get like a little boost.
Yeah, it's electric.
Yeah.
I feel the same way.
I've given it to people that don't even hunt.
Yeah.
And they go, dude, I feel so good after I ate this. I go, yeah, there's something to that. It's superfood.
It is a superfood. My neighbors, when I gave them, elk or whatever it is, they're like, dude, this is amazing.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, this is what it feels like to be a hunter. This is what it feels like to go out, kill something, process it, put it in a package, and it's special. It's meaningful. It's the whole celebration, and I hate to say it like that, but it is. It's like, this is, you said it earlier, and actually I wanted to, what would you call it? Like an assassin for your food or something like that?
Supermarket assassin.
Yeah, supermarket assassin.
Yeah.
Like, this is the difference, is over here, you think this is, one, it tastes different. Two, there's a definitive meaning you're associating with it. So there's no way that you can tell me that there's not a psychological and nutrient connection between those two where it makes something more meaningful and beneficial specifically for you. There's just no way you can tell me that's not better.
Right, like a good meal with people you love. I feel like almost gives you extra nutrients.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like there's an extra good feeling about it. That's why people like eating together. Mm-hmm. You know, eating good food with people you care about, having fun. The whole experience is better for your overall being.
It's the difference between like jacking off in a porta potty and eating a meal with your fucking family, right? It's like there's like a huge difference. Like one is like gross and a little bit shameful and disgusting. And just like
one's a Jack in the Box cheeseburger, the other is an elk that you cooked on your own grill.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a big difference, man. Yeah, it's I'm glad I found it. I'll tell you that. It's also so hard to do. You know, we both had our trials and tribulations elk bow hunting, and it's so difficult to do that the people that do it well, you the people that are successful, you know how hard it is to do. You're like, God damn, you pulled it off. Like that's hunting elk with a bow in the wild is a real thing. Even in the places we go are better. They have more elk and stuff. It's always hard, folks. It's hard. It's always. The problem with the public land thing is the public. I have so many friends that have terrible stories about guys winding elk on purpose, blowing elk out. They're all competing against the same packs of elk or the same groups of hunters are competing against the same elk groups. It's crazy. It's like these herds of animals are getting like winded on 2 and 3 sides because people are like moving in trying to get them.
Right.
You know, it's just the ideal situation would be that I think the ideal situation would be like, you know, they're trying to do that American, what is it called? The American Serengeti Project. They're trying to like rewild a whole section of the country. They're buying up land and they want to like bring back buffalo and bring back all these animals. If everybody like at one time in their life could have like some sort of a hunt where they like someone shows them how to do it, someone takes them out, they get an animal and they cook and eat that animal. If you're a meat eater, I think at one time in your life you should try to do that. I think that may be the solution for people to understand what it's all about. Just one time in your life, or even go with someone when they're doing it. One time, just know what that's like, because it ignites a little part of your DNA that you didn't even know was in there. There's like a little part of us that for tens of thousands of years, the only way we survive is hunting.
Yeah.
Thousands and thousands and thousands of years just baked into our DNA. And when you're in there, and you're in those woods, and you got that rangefinder, and that elk is 52 yards away, and you see him walking through the bushes, and you know you got a window, and it's like a part of your DNA that just goes, yeah, this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing now. Lock in, get the animal, bring it back. There's like some crazy, like ancient primal code. And I tell people it's the same thing when you catch a fish. When you catch a fish, it's like, oh, this excitement when you catch a fish, that's built into your code because now you're going to live. You're going to live. You got food for your family. It's in there, a human reward system. And that's how we're supposed to get food. We're supposed to appreciate the food because it's hard to get. That's what it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be go to the supermarket and look at the ground beef is $5 a pound and fucking you never chase anything. You never go kill anything. You're just sitting there eating your fucking bowl of pasta, watching
so
TV.
easy. It's so easy, right? It's just, it's not supposed to be that easy.
It's not supposed to be easy to live. If it is, you're going to get anxiety. You're not designed for that. You're designed for like trauma and testing. You're designed for struggle. You're designed to overcome things. And if you're not ever overcoming anything, you're filled with anxiety.
Yeah. I don't deserve this.
Yeah.
Like, how do I deserve this majestic fucking animal that I just consumed?
I didn't earn it.
No.
I just paid for it, which is weird. I'm doing some weird job, and then you got these hitmen out there whacking cows.
Supermarket hitmen. That's like the best. That is one of the best quotes I've got.
It is. I mean, there's nothing grosser in this country than factory farming. It's the grossest thing ever. They have laws where you're not even allowed to film it because it's so gross.
No, it's disgusting.
Ag laws where you go to jail if you filmed horrific acts.
Which is completely insane when you think about it.
Yeah.
When you think about how easy it is to go get your food, and people knew, especially meat eaters. I've never quite understood meat eaters that are anti-hunting. That makes no sense to me, by the way. Like, zero sense. How can you think that this is a better way where you're caging an animal, filling it full of like hormones and supplemental nutrition and corn and all these things, and then you're putting a bolt through its head?
But I'm not there, and then I'm at Starbucks protesting.
Yeah. It's like, but
I
you're
don't know how this
anti-meat.
McGriddle got in my hand, but now I'm putting it in my mouth.
Just because I want to actually feel the significance of this event in the context of, like, I don't have any bloodlust. I just don't want to be a hypocrite.
Right. It's also one of those things that, like, if you haven't experienced it, you really don't understand it. And when you're trying to explain it to people, they're looking at it from, like, the cartoon Disney version of Hunters and the movie version of Hunters where they're all cocksuckers. Dude, we should wrap this up because we got to go meet Cam for dinner. It's almost 6 o'clock. We've done like, how many hours did we do? Bro, almost 5 hours.
Holy shit.
Like that. All right.
Thanks,
Appreciate you, brother.
See you, brother.
All right, bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
I used to have a dog that had terrible. I mean, I don't know. I'm always traveling, and also, like, I'm not real good with discipline of, like, someone else. You know, like, I don't like train a dog, so I just let him do anything. So I think it was hilarious. He'd be like chewing on something. Like, check that out. They're like, he shouldn't do that. I was like, fuck it, let him. Like, I just liked the idea that he was wild. It made me happy.
It's very bad though. If, your dog bites somebody.
Oh, he's always just humping stuff and like eating. He was a Ridgeback.
Oh, Rhodesian Ridgeback.
Yeah.
Oh.
But in my mind, I'm like, well, why do I want to rain tyranny on this dog and be like, he needs to sit. I kind of liked that he's like this little psycho that would hump things, and
that's fun. but you got to be able to control them.
No, I couldn't.
Yeah. How old were you back then?
I was young, like 31 or something at the time. It was like young. It's not that young to me, dude. I didn't become an adult for a while.
For like 6 months ago.
Yeah. Well, about 4 years, I think. No, but that dog, I would open the door, he would just dart. And I was like, yeah, this dog is unhinged. I let him
You
wolf.
liked it.
Yeah, I liked it.
That's
It's cool.
crazy. Yeah, I've had some crazy dogs, but it's like you got to train them.
I know.
They have to listen to you.
Well,
'Cause
when
I had a lot of pit bulls. When I was
Oh,
younger.
nice.
You have to listen.
You look like a pit bull.
They have to have like. They have to have a sense that you're the boss. You have to be kind and sweet.
Oh,
And you
for sure.
love them, but you're the boss. Like you have to train them. I train my dog diligently. It's like treat, sit, stay,
Yeah.
lie, make them stay for 5 minutes, and then give them a big treat, hug them and kiss them. You gotta like make sure they fucking listen.
Well, that was the problem. Is that I would literally, like, he would be doing something, and I'd be like, he doesn't respect me. And I would think, like, that's as simple as it was. My dog, he saw me as, like, a cool guy. He didn't respect me.
He was your friend.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, I would leave him with his dog trainer in Sherman Oaks, and the dog trainer would send me videos, and he'd be like, look, and I would think, look at me, my money's going to good. Like, look at what my dog is doing. He's doing a little turn, but it's because he respected that guy. And so then he would come back to my house. He'd just piss on the couch while he's laying there. And I'm going, wait, what was all that stuff he learned? And he goes, my dog's looking at me going, not for you.
You're my friend.
Yeah, you're the cool guy.
You're my fucking roommate, bro. We're buds. We're both dogs.
Which is a metaphor for my life, too. Like, I was the fun piss on the couch guy. But at some point, you got to grow up and be disciplined.
You really do.
Yeah.
And you don't
And
have
it's
as much fun, but the fun that you have, you appreciate.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, because it's like, it's not out of control.
Yeah.
My dog that I have now is the first dog that I've ever had that was so easy to train. It's like I didn't even train him.
And it's a golden? Aren't they kind of dumb?
No,
that's
my
how
dog's very smart.
What's the dumb breed?
They're just sweet. They're sweet, so people think they're dumb, but he understands words. Like, I'll say, not that door, dude. Let's go in the side door. And he turns around and goes toward the side door. Like, he gets it. Like, he's a fucking smart dog, but training him was like that.
Really?
Oh, my God. First of all, Goldens have no resistance. They don't want to fight. They never growl at people. They never, if they bark, if they see something weird, they never bark at people. Like, they're just the sweetest dogs. So they just want you to be their friend. So, like, teaching him to sit was, like, real easy. It was like, sit, I push his butt down, and then I give him a little treat, and then I'd say, sit, and he'd just sit down.
Love it.
And I give him a treat.
Yeah.
And then next day, it was like, sit, he sat, pat him on the head, give him a kiss. Now he just listens.
Which is also the metaphor for humans. We like to have a little approval. Like, it's less of the treat and the pat on the head. I made Dad happy.
Yeah, they're the most like people.
Yeah.
Those dogs. They're the most like people.
What's the dumb breed? Because I don't want to keep doing this.
There's a lot of dogs.
Sometimes I'll see like a Dalmatian and I'll ask that one.
Poor little Carl. Carl's one of the brightest, but his brain's the size of my thumb. It's not a big head.
They're cute though. That's the thing.
I love the shit out of that dog. Yeah, he's so jacked too. Look how jacked he is. His little muscles.
He's in constant shape.
Well, him and Marshall would go to war. Like he just when Marshall's here, like Carl gets so tired from playing with my dog because my dog doesn't fight back, so he just totally takes advantage of it. Just throws himself at him like a torpedo. But when it's over, he like can't breathe.
Oh yeah, because he was bred to not wrestle.
Yeah, he's got no fucking nasal cavity.
It is a weird dog.
That used to be a wolf.
They look like aliens.
What's so fucking weird that humans turned a wolf into that fucking thing?
I think it's our best invention.
It's a pretty cool job. Like, not saying it's an ethical thing or smart. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, if you knew what you were doing to a wolf, it's kind of fucked up. But
it doesn't need to survive. That thing's, he's got Jamie, he's got us. He's in the safest place in America right now.
Like when you see those ladies that carry him around in little purses, got a dog carrying around with their purse.
Yeah.
They used to be a wolf.
That's wild.
They're trying to do that to us.
What I know. That's the problem. Just keep your dog. Don't change me.
They want to do it to everybody.
I know.
If Kamala won, we would be one step closer to poodles.
That's right. Yeah. Every day I was getting closer. That's why I'm single too. Just trying to hold on to any freedom I got.
You got to find someone that you jive with that gets you. And that's what's hard. It's like people want to change people. Girls look at guys, they look at some guys like a project. Like, I know he doesn't want to settle down. I know he doesn't like this.
Yeah.
But if I could just get him to start changing the way he dresses, And then I get him to open the car door for me, like my hands don't work.
I know. I'm the Ridgeback we were just talking about, where I'm going, just let me be wild. Let me, I'll spend like 24 hours with a woman and just enjoy every second of it. I enjoy all the affection, the door opening. I enjoy these kind of things, taking care of someone, showing them how
Do you
cool.
open up the car door?
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I like that. But I'll show them my life. Hey, these are my comedy buddies, and watch me go kill on stage. Oh, I got this. I'll pay for everything. And about at 24 hours of my brain, I'm like, all right, I gotta get out of this. How do I reset?
Maybe it's like binge drinking.
Yeah, maybe.
If you have a glass of wine with dinner, you don't feel like, oh, get that fucking wine away from me.
That is
but if
true.
you drink like Bert Kreischer, you drink fucking boxes of wine. Bert would get on the treadmill and
don't
drink
get me started.
a box of wine
I know.
on the treadmill.
Bert suffers from the same disease Patrice had. He doesn't know how, he's so this one-of-a-kind person that everything he says and all the advice he tries to give don't work for anyone else because he's one of a kind. So he'll say, here's what you got to do. And you go, that doesn't apply to me. Do you know what I'm saying? We can't be on a treadmill drinking a box of wine and then go do a show for $200,000. We're different people.
He can keep going. I've never seen anyone like him. He's a freak athlete, believe it or not.
I believe that.
Tom Segura played him in a game of tennis, and Tom got a tennis coach. They had this big tennis match. They even did it on one of those Your Mom's House live streams. Yeah. They made a big deal out of it. Big tennis match. Bert destroyed him.
Oh yeah,
drunk,
makes total sense. Yeah.
Giant belly, serves like a pro. He said he literally serves like a fucking Division I college player.
I didn't know that about him. Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
He goes, what the fuck?
Yeah.
He goes, his serve is insane.
That makes total sense. I mean, I'm somewhat surprised by it, but yeah, just got it.
This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. Yeah, he just knows how to do. He's also got this bizarre confidence that allows him to not have anxiety about trying new things.
Great for this business.
Oh, yeah. Just dives in, takes his shirt off.
Look at me. Well, I was just thinking, because early he went on something where he was gone. If someone tells you to quit drinking, don't stop drinking. Tell them to shut up. Drinking's the best thing. Oh, Jesus Christ. You know how many alcoholics are hearing this right now, Bert? Yeah. Some people should quit, some people shouldn't. I get what he was trying to do. I get the point that he was trying to do. But in my mind, oh, that was beautiful.
What is he doing there? He hit it over the fence.
Yeah, but the form of that was beautiful.
What did he do there? Oh, he did ace it.
Tom's flustered.
Yeah, he's really good.
Tom's just happy he didn't snap his leg here.
Boom.
Yeah, look at that fucking serve. Bro, it's got a curve to it, too.
Oh, that's great. Also, Bert looks fit here.
Well,
It's the outfit.
that's for him. For him, he's fit. You know, he loses weight. He gets way down, and then he binges up again. He gets crazy again. He lost like 60 pounds and got real fit. Didn't drink for like 3 months.
Yeah.
And then he just goes crazy again.
Yeah, has a good time. I love him, though. But I was just saying, like, the advice thing. Like, did you ever work with Patrice or know him good?
Yeah.
One time I'm in New York. This is the late, great Patrice I knew. I'm going through a thing with a girl at the time. Yeah, you know, people ask you how you're doing, and if you're sad, I'm a pretty honest guy. I just go, oh, you know, my girlfriend's driving me crazy. She's back at, the apartment when I was in New York. She's back. It's just stressing me out. I need to get on stage, have a good time, have some drinks. I need to just whatever. He goes, here's what you do, man. You're a good looking guy. And I was like, yeah. I'm thinking I'm going to get advice from Patrice. This would be great. He goes, you're a good looking guy, man.
Bring another girl home.
Right.
Is that what he said?
He goes, I seen the way these girls look at you around there. You find one of these bitches. You have a good time. Don't worry about what's back at the apartment. Then when the time comes, bring her back to your apartment and say, yo, this is me. This is, you got to deal with this shit. And if you ain't, and I was like, Patrice, you're my hero. I love you. Terrible advice.
Terrible advice.
You're going to get me murdered.
You get murdered.
Also, that's just not the type of women I hang out with. They're not going to be fine with that.
Yeah, that's a very specific type of woman.
I couldn't
Who are already
believe
probably
it.
going to murder you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, time's ticking on that. Exactly. So
I had a friend of mine that said that he was going to talk to my girlfriend doing a threesome. And if I had the same exact feeling as someone saying to me, hey, I started making my own bombs.
Right, you go, don't do it. Jesus,
I'm going to die.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that's what you should think when you hear your heroes or Bert tell you anything. Just know their lives are different than yours.
Yeah, there's some certain one-of-a-kind people that you just got to say, like, not everybody can do that.
Yeah.
Like, Bert went and got a liver screen and cancer. He's fine.
Yeah.
He's fine.
He can do it.
He's fine.
He is a machine.
He goes and gets his health checked, and his health is fine. He's 50 years old.
Yeah.
He's still going hard. How old is Bert now? He's got to be deep into his 40s.
But Bert will be like, don't quit drinking. Have a good time. And then some guy's like, I'm hitting my wife again. Dude, this booze is...
He was probably drunk when he said that. Like, he probably got that. Probably took some time off and then had a drink. Started feeling good. I want to tweet some advice.
Yeah. It was one of those things. Because I love him. And some people, a lot of the comments were like, oh, another comedian not understanding another comedian. I was like, no, it's not that I love Bert. If you knew our relationship, you'd get it. Like, we're good. Just want people to know if you do have a problem, it's okay to quit. You don't have
especially you as a person who quit.
Yeah, I was just saying, hey, this is a sensitive subject for some people.
It is.
Yeah.
Because look, I have certain friends that have recovered from alcoholism, and this one buddy that I had that used to drink, he would drink, and then his eyes would glaze over like a shark's.
Yeah.
Like the pupils would be gone. He wasn't there anymore. I go, Bob's gone. Now this fucking drunk Bob, totally different human being.
Yeah, for sure.
He would black out all the time, not remember things. Like, you don't remember what you did. Like, you didn't remember anything.
I was that guy. I would be fun till it wasn't fun.
Dude, I think it's a genetic thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm guessing, but I've never had that.
Yeah.
So I've got to assume that it's a genetic. I've gotten fucked up before.
Right.
I've gotten really drunk. I've never, I need to get drunk. I've never been
really?
I need to get drunk. But I have friends that
I have one gear, dude.
So there's a thing. Yeah.
One gear. If we're gonna smoke weed, I smoke all the weed. And, you know what I'm saying? If
I coke, you go to Tijuana.
Right? Yeah. I mean, I think I'm King Coke guy. Why do one Viagra when I can do 6 Viagras? I just don't have and that's why also it works to my benefit. The first time I said I'm gonna do stand up, I never stopped. I was up there. I was obsessed.
Did you ever get hit in the head real hard?
Yeah, I played a lot of sports growing up, so yeah, I got hit. I've had 2 really serious concussions where I went to the hospital. You think that's it?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, I had 2 big ones where I lost.
I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but I do know that is one of the side effects of brain injury is that you lose impulse control.
Interesting. Yeah, I've got no governor. Which works good, it works good for some things. Like I said, when I'm hanging out with a girl, I'm best boyfriend ever. I'm king, but and then it's got to be extreme. not.
Right.
There's kind of these extremes.
Yeah, you gotta get to know someone. If you're diving in with someone for 24 hours, 48 hours, and you just met them, like the chances of you guys jiving perfectly are not that good. It's like not even 50-50. If you get lucky, you find the girl of your dreams, and then, hey, we've been together, we hung out together for 2 days in a row, and then we were married 6 months later, and we lived happily ever after. That's real. I've met people like that.
Yeah.
It can happen, but generally,
right.
First of all, when you meet someone, you're barely meeting them. You're meeting the thing that they put on when they want someone to like them.
It's performative a little, for sure.
I always say to young guys, try to become the person you pretend to be when you're trying to get laid.
Wait, say it again.
Become the person that you're pretending to be when you're trying to get laid.
I like that.
And just be that person, and you never have to pretend.
I love that. I believe that outside of the idea of relationships. So, like, I would say, like, and I've probably heard this somewhere, read it somewhere, but, like, the idea of, like, you can be like your heroes.
Yes.
What do you like about the person you say you like?
Right.
They're kind. Okay, so just be kind. That's what people like, Or, I like that guy because he's down to earth.
Yes.
So then you should
Living the dream, baby. How are
try to
you?
be down to earth.
Yes.
It's very you should be like the people,
I'm
and you
amazing.
can also have anti-heroes. Me and my parents have a very tumultuous
How'd you find out
relationship.
about me, big
And
dog?
so that's a
Smooth. How'd you find out about me? What'd you say?
positive for me because I'm going, I don't want to be like that.
Yes.
Or that quality I don't want to be like. And
For me, it was always lazy people. I had a severe disdain for lazy people, like an aggressive disdain. I'd be angry at people if they were lazy when I was a young man. It's because I was so scared of being lazy. I was so scared of being a loser that if I saw any laziness in people, I'd get angry.
Which is weird because you love pot.
Yeah, but it's
a lot of pot guys are just, they're happy with their laziness.
Yeah, that's not me, man.
I know, you're the opposite. You're like the most productive pothead I've ever known.
It's not to me, it doesn't slow me down. It makes me think more. And when I think more, I think about all the shit I need to get done. And I think about like how I'll feel if I don't accomplish what I want to accomplish. Like if I don't put in the work, I start freaking out.
What's your exact strand? Because that's the one everyone needs. Whatever the strand is you're doing.
I like sativas over indicas, but I don't like to get super duper high. Yeah. I know it's like drunk. It's like I like 2 drinks. Nice. 2 drinks and I go on stage. I'm the life of the party. We're all friends. Come on, what's up? 4 drinks, and I'm like, what did I just talk about 5 minutes ago? Make sure I don't repeat my jokes. Make sure I don't bring up something that I'm not sure.
How you doing, Frosty? Hi, Frosty.
What's up, Pete?
Absolutely. You might have to turn down Caspian C. He's a little loud. Can I fucking get kicked out of this bitch?
Yeah, sorry.
Welcome back, big dog.
Yeah, I bought some crystal and I bought some NFTs.
Oh, very cool. What'd you buy?
Some Ethereum.
Oh, good for you, man.
Yeah, it's so hard to figure this stuff out in India. They have loads of restrictions.
Oh, I imagine. It's hard enough in the United States, so with all the things that could happen, wow.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
I managed to break into it somehow. It's not so easy.
It is not.
Normal Indian app.
It's not easy for anyone.
Indian app, the normal Indian apps, right? They just have buy, sell. You can buy and you can sell. That's just nothing else.
I gotcha. Well, I hope that you do well with the purchases. What kind of NFTs did you buy?
Some random ones I like looking at.
All right.
Essentially, what will happen is the price might go up a bit, and Ethereum will go up too. So they could be worth a lot later on because of Ethereum going up. Most likely.
Yeah, that could be.
Technically, it could be. I mean, it's not a safe bet. I might use all my money. I didn't invest that much.
You know, I kind of think of it like this. When you're investing with crypto, really any kind of investment, once you do it, you kind of just have to see it as a gift to someone else. And that it might never perform for you, and you just gave it away. However, it does have the opportunity to be a gift back to you. But basically, like when you're doing it, you're giving away your money. Just have that kind of mentality, and then if you make anything on it, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I do have that mentality.
Excellent.
And the moment I see the NFTs, I'm like kind of happy with it anyway. Yeah.
Excellent. The theory when people are investing in crypto.
Do you invest in crypto or have any investments anywhere?
Yeah.
You use your money
I believe it or not, I don't buy it. People give it to me. So, people want to give me Ethereum, go for it. If you want to give me Bitcoin, not you, but anybody, give me Bitcoin, that's fine. I personally didn't really want to get too involved in cryptocurrency, and I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency.
I have an idea. I'll probably use your server or something once I get some money.
Oh, that'd be amazing. That'd be amazing. I appreciate that.
I hope that'll help you.
Oh yeah, I hope so. And I think that if you go into really any kind of investing and just realize hey, there's a chance I could lose all of this, then that's the way to go into it, as opposed to thinking well, this thing tripled in the last 2 months, maybe it's going to do it again, and then you get your hopes up. So that's just not the way to necessarily invest.
Yeah. But if you think about how much Bitcoin is, if say you invest in a 0.32 Ethereum NFT, and let's say that Ethereum becomes almost the price of Bitcoin or something 10 years from now, let's say, what would happen is that you'd be able to sell that NFT for probably 5 lakh rupees or something.
Right.
That's basically how it works. It's sort of works like that. You will make a fortune, basically, but you'll make some amount of money. If you want to make a fortune, you have to do stock market stuff. And that stuff is way beyond my head. Because I'm not very good at it. I don't know what stock to do. If you have a broker, it makes sense.
I could see that. Did you watch UFC last night?
I'm going to charge today. What did you say?
Did you watch UFC last night?
Watch what?
UFC?
UFC, yeah.
You did watch it?
I missed it.
Oh,
was it the John Jones?
Yeah. He dominated. Yeah, he dominated.
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure he was good anyway.
Yeah, he had this.
He's mostly like a beast man type thing. It's pretty cool, the beast man kind of motive. I think it works really well to have that kind of mentality. That you don't get too influenced by being by people who are weaker, basically.
Right.
It's a good thing. I'm sort of halfway. I'm half on one side and half on the other side. But it's not going to be too much of it, because you start to become what we call the opposite of an alpha man. Something like that. I don't know what Jordan Peterson is all about. He doesn't have a backing argument about being a man and stuff. All he says is responsibility and meaning and stuff like that. But I much prefer people like the Golden One on YouTube, right? And he's always he has a whole backstory to everything he says. When he talks about I too most scared, I admire that kind of the medieval kind of nature.
I could see that.
Whole thing really helps guide you in terms of who you want to be when you're growing up.
Right.
What is happening in USA since Trump presidency?
he's naming cabinet members, which is usually the process. He met with Biden last week at the White House to have like a peaceful transition, and he announced his cabinet or a lot of the members, and I would say that everything's been pretty normal since the election. We haven't heard from Kamala at all, or not really.
I don't think so. Kamala Harris was too happy about. He thought she was on the system side, but maybe she was not on the system. I think they formed a kind of anti-coalition against Christian nationalism. I think Christian nationalism is great. To be honest, I think one of the best things to happen in America, but lots of people don't see it that way. I mean, some of them might be. Like, I have done it again. I'm not grateful for it. I do believe they kind of doing something for good. There's so many people, like most of them don't refuse to live in the present, and like accept that as they are. So that whole thing. Then again, you just being kind of authentic to people. You get my drift from the whole thing, right?
I think so.
I think I was watching abnormal reaction to there was some guy interviewing black people after the Trump election, after the Trump vote happened, and a lot of them were talking about they had a whole segment which was black history, and a lot of it was the KKK was kind of influenced by people who were not exactly racist, but they were against there being a proper elite. So in America, there's never been what you call a structured elite. Because if you guys had a structured elite, you'd be living in India right now. You know?
I think so.
So it's kind of a hard reality when it comes to stuff. I mean, Americans are like kind of being more progress and stuff like that. So if they have to use racism as a means, then they would use it just for the sake of the country, right?
I think
it's
so.
kind of admirable for you guys. Very cool. Because it's not the best thing, but it's has its ups and downs. But the last thing you'd want in a society is a sort of conglomerate elite that controls everything just by means of wealth. And it's a sort of equality, right, that they're fighting against. So racism was involved and stuff like that. The whole, what do you call it? They call it like some sort of moral relativism with the word ethos. That's what came into the whole narrative. So I've been following American politics like a lot. Even in Joe Rogan, I think they mention it. There's always someone mentioning new one. One of them is moral relativism. Because if you say abortion is bad, you're going to need like a functional way to see how it's against these individuals.
I can see that. What's on your agenda for today?
It's evening, 7:41, so probably too late to do stuff.
I got you.
of myself in the bed and look at my NFTs and this little crypto money I have left.
Very cool. Well, you should know that when you buy something like an NFT, I personally, this is just my advice, do your own due diligence, but I would say don't ever sell any of them if they're like worthless. Like let's say they're worth nothing or 1 cent or something, don't ever sell it because it can be like an antique in the future and be worth a lot just because it's old.
Yeah, it's where I buy some that are kind of like 0.00001 or something like that, and I buy some that are 0.24 or whatever. So I kind of spend most of my money already on like most of the Ethereum on NFTs, but the ones that are 0.00001, whatever, 40 MM1, those ones, what do you call? They might go up, they might go down, they might just stay at the price because they might be so bad that they can't be go up in price. But I have a feeling like everything that looks aesthetically, it's not so much as aesthetic as it's like a sort of functionality they have, right? And if they have some sort of functionality or in terms of not just looking good, but some sort of functional aesthetic, you could say. If you know what I mean, like it's sort of like a uniqueness, I guess. If they have some sort of uniqueness, they'll go up. They'll all go up. Like 10 years from now, I think mostly all of them will become model or let's say. If they don't, I can always sell them back for Ethereum, which would then definitely go up. So, yeah, be back.
Okay.
Or where it goes yet, you know? Like I didn't look at my notes before I went on stage. Like I can't. 4 drinks is too much.
Or you go, I'll scrap these first 4 parts of the bit and just do this joke, and you're like, why'd you scrap those? Like, I was drunk. I just jumped right to that part.
Pot makes me really consider all the things I'm not doing. It makes me call friends and check in on them.
Love that.
It makes me like way more like kind and compassionate and friendly. I want to hug people.
Mushrooms does that for me.
Same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that one was like a life-changing thing for me.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I don't know. I'm trying to explain something scientific that I don't know nothing about. But if I had to describe how it felt like it connected things for me. Where I was like, oh, I need to be a little bit more, I need to work on this, or I need to check in with so-and-so, or I need to let go of that. And that was all because of, I kind of came back a different guy after mushrooms.
Well, I think one of the primary things it does is it dissolves your ego. And the ego, I think, is the giant cage that we all live in. And you can kind of see the world from outside the cage, but the ego is there protecting you from reality sometimes. The ego is there protecting you from your understanding of your own mistakes, which we all have. And some people bullshit themselves, but they keep it in the back of their head. The ego is what's doing all that for you. And it's doing that as like this little shield, this little cage that you put in that allows you to move through the world. And mushrooms just takes that down. And then you just get